and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 6.8, the sports leader.
Oh no! We suck again!
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Be with you right up until 6 o'clock, which has been a rarity the last couple weeks, but we will be with you right up until 6. Mark Spear is going to join us. Larry Baer is going to join us as we recount that thriller in Colorado.
In Manila.
Thriller in Manila. That was, that was something. That was just, that was a move on. Move on. Nothing to see here. That was Lieutenant Frank Drebin. Nothing to see here. Please disperse. Please move on.
3-7. 3-7, Rody. Is that right? 1-2 in Boston. Thank you. 0-4 in Philly, and then 2-1 in Colorado.
Correct.
2-1.
Correct.
And another dud of an offense. Question I guess I have to ask that immediately is bigger holes the Giants lineup or Tom's shirt? Oh, Jesus,
lineup,
dude. No, look at that thing is worse every time we see it, dude.
Dude, you're going to see it.
If you are not
live.
watching KNBR.com, the KNBR app, streaming on Twitch.tv/esportsleader YouTube, you just get the KNBR app and open it, and you'll see the video, the live stream. Tom's shirt is outrageous. That sleeve has another sleeve hole.
Yeah, but it's hot outside.
That's been worse on the tank top. What is that? What, that slit in the sleeve is cooling you down? You're feeling good?
It is. This area right here is 5 degrees cooler.
This is insane.
Than this area over here.
You're gonna get a burn the size of that hole if you go outside.
That's why I don't go outside.
You're gonna get a big red, big red.
I'm not going down. I'm not going outside in this thing. What do you think I'm a hobo?
Yes, as a matter of fact.
Oh, okay.
Funny you should ask.
I guess I resemble that remark.
Based on the clothing, I mean, this is hysterical, dude. This is the famous.
You know what?
Shirt.
After that game today, I go, yeah, let's just go ahead. I mean, I was kind of in a celebratory mood. Not that it really made a difference. You found out Anthony Rendon's going on the 60-day DL, so I was like, cool. Let me go pop a beer. And then the Giants.
Honestly, I saw that and I thought he wasn't already. I was like, he was. I didn't even know. Yeah, I was like, he wasn't.
There was one. So yeah, that was that was something. That was hey, look, their lineup is already scuffling, and then you add in the fact that no Jung-Hoo Lee at the top of the order. I mean, not like Chapman's been making a huge difference in the middle of the order anyway. No Soler. Conforto's swinging the bat really well. Ahmed goes down today, so we just keep repeating the same thing over and over and over and over again, but until they start getting some consistent production, then this is what it's going to look like. I mean, it's not going to be pretty unless the staff just is nails, and Keaton Wynn was not nails today. I mean, they almost dropped a double pinochle on him in the fourth inning. And 2 singles, 2 doubles, 2 triples, and a homer. Missed having one more homer. Could have went double pinochle on him, but yeah. Other than that, it was great. I mean, they're right there. Other than that one inning, it was boom. You just take away that one inning, and this was a highly competitive baseball game.
You take away those 6 holes and stitch that neck back together. It's a regular T-shirt, dude. That's all it is.
Regular T-shirt.
The YouTube chat is already on fire in regards to Tom's shirt here. Our guy John Dolly, for those about to stitch, we salute you. Then he says Tom is on a highway to hem.
That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny.
Oh, this is so good, dude.
That is very good.
That was so funny.
Not the highway to ham.
That's funny.
Very nice.
And then Derek was saying, dude, put your money where your mouth is. Wear it to the patio tomorrow, Giants Reds.
What's that?
Wear the shirt to the patio tomorrow if you love it so much.
Nah, I'm okay with that. I'm okay
I don't know if
with
Laura's
that.
going to let you leave the house in that.
Yeah, probably not. And I don't know that I wouldn't take this thing out.
I mean,
don't
that's
need
a
to
home
take-
shirt.
I don't need to take this thing out in public. I mean, look, it's
Just the internet.
Yeah, it's borderline that. I mean, it's borderline like anybody else in the house don't wear it. It's like it should be a strictly you wear this when you're by yourself, just kind of hanging out, or family, whatever. That's no big deal. But I mean, look, it. I know people think. I mean, at this point, it's kind of turned into a bit. But I really like this T-shirt. Like, I do. Like, this is one of my favorite T-shirts. It fits well. I love AC/DC. I actually went to this exact concert in '82, Long Beach Arena. So I like this T-shirt, like, a lot. I like it a lot. If it
No,
was like
no kidding.
I'd throw it away.
No, you're kidding me. You like that shirt, dude. This thing is insane. People got to see this shirt. This shirt, it's hilarious. It's tattered. It's way worse than when I met Tom and he started wearing it. And people have been checking it on the YouTube chat here. But the funniest part about it to me is the collar, dude. The collar is totally, there's not even a collar on the shirt on half of the collar.
It kind of dissipates over toward the right shoulder. It's okay going like to here, and then once you get like a little bit to the right of the sternum, then it just kind of just falls apart at that point.
Well, Tim and Derek, was it last year, gave him a similar shirt as a gift.
And I've worn that. Yeah, people have seen that. The gray one.
But relative to the amount you've worn that, it was like they spit in your face, basically. I mean, you wore this like once a week, once every other week. You love this thing. This thing, you're like, where's my DC shirt? As soon as it's clean, you're throwing that one on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, any time I throw it in the washer, I'm rolling the dice, right? I mean,
That's what it was joked about. It might not come back.
Yeah, it may just disappear. It may just flat out disintegrate and disappear. So I just keep my fingers crossed, throw it in there, and then tumble dry low. I mean, you don't need to. I don't need this thing looking like a shuttle trying to reinsert itself into the atmosphere. It gets all fiery. I don't need that. So I just need it to tumble dry low.
There's enough substance for it to catch fire. I think it's like husk. I think it's like coconut husk. It's
Take care of it. And it's beyond like repair. It's not even beyond like I wonder if I could do now. It's just like forget it. It's toast. And I looked to try to find another one. Same company, and I couldn't find one. So yeah, I mean this will be it. Once this thing bites the dust, then that's it. So yeah, I mean, I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it while it lasts. I'm savoring the moments, Copes, is what I'm doing.
Gizmo says, I think even AC/DC would rather you stop wearing that T-shirt.
No.
Mr.
Brian Johnson's super happy I'm wearing
It's
this
not Kiss
shirt.
here. It's not Kiss we're talking about.
You kidding me?
Kiss would be like, you need to buy something more just like it, is what Simmons would say. AJ checks in, says, I was going to ask if Tom got the, well, no, he's making inside jokes here on the YouTube chat. Somebody else says, I don't like when there's a breeze up my shirt. Just checking in on their comfort in wearing this shirt. We've had a couple of people say what I said, bigger holes, Giants offense, or Tom's shirt. Nice to see him get going, but I don't know that there's anybody who doesn't believe that what we saw in the first two games is it's nice to get going, but it's also a product of Colorado, and they had after today they have 9 wins. You know what I mean? Like that was like a series you should have won 3.
Yeah, I mean, look, I said it yesterday. Game 1 was a light 5. That wasn't like a big 5. And then I'm trying to think, yesterday was like 1 inning for them. And they put it on them for 1 inning, and that was pretty much the game at that point. I want to say, was it the third? They had like 6 or second. They had 6 runs. So they scored 2 the rest of the game. Now, look, it all counts. Of course, it all counts. So you get 8 runs. You're feeling pretty good about yourself. Like I said, Conforto swinging the bat well. But, you know, I keep thinking at some point, and at some point it's starting to get like, okay, is this what they are? It's hard to believe this is what they are offensively. Like, I'm not to that point yet, because I do think his numbers are going to start looking a lot like his at-bats. I do think Chapman and Soler will, at least start getting close to what their numbers were last year or their career numbers. And so But it's, I mean, look, what's the old Bill Parcells saying? You are what you are. You are what your record says you are, and you are what your numbers say you are. So you can make anything out of the ancillary numbers. The numbers that matter, the numbers, I still think average matters, slug matters, OPS matters, all that stuff. But they're just not getting it done. And they're not pitching well enough. Like it's putting a pretty big strain on the pitching staff to go out there and say, hey, limit them to 3 or less, and we got you. Maybe. And, Webb's faltered the last couple times. Wynn has been really good, except for the last 2 starts where he was really not good. I think it's 12 earned runs over a 4 1/3 over the last 2 starts in Philly and Colorado. And you could say all you want. Yeah, well, those are good hitters' parks and whatever.
It was that weird rain game, too, the other one.
Yeah.
Pop, by the way, I did that show with Poppy yesterday. He was pissed that they started that game. Never should have started that. Never should have. Never should have happened. But it did, and they lost that bad, So here we are. Here we are after a 3-7 road trip.
Here we are.
408 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials 608 KNBR. Bartender in the East Bay says, is Tom's favorite band Hole? And then
Courtney Love.
Here we go. 415 says, is this the KNBR YouTube stream or Tom's OnlyFans? Is Tom's washing machine? Is Tom's washing machine a blenders? Is the 415?
Come on, Giants.
Come on, shirt. Hang in there. That's basically what's going on. 619 checks in and says, this looked like a spring training split squad lineup. Murph said that to me this morning when I got here. And I swear it did kind of look like it at the bottom. It was like Reitz and Sable, and based on the way Slater's been hitting. Even against a righty today, they put him in there.
Yep.
It's like, they had ho-ho cam. Where are we going? What's this about?
Well, that's a lot of that was the Rockies lineup the last couple nights. Today they actually had something Blackman was in, and
Chuck Nasty. I got a lot of that. I was like shovel fed that yesterday.
You don't need any Chuck Nasty.
I didn't even know I needed it.
You don't
I didn't know what he
Chuck
meant when he said it. Chuck Nasty.
Ask you this. I'd be curious because I don't know which way I would go on this. I've thought about it. Not a lot, but every once in a while I'll think about it. Would you rather, and this really only works in baseball. I guess it could work in basketball, hockey, but you only play those one at a time. You don't play series. So would you rather face a team that's won 8 in a row or lost 8 in a row?
I had this discussion with someone during lunch today. They were like, who do they play next? And I said, well, the Rockies or the Reds come in.
Yep.
And I was like, and he said, how have they been playing? I was like, they're ice cold. And I said, which always makes me upset. Because they're coming in like either they're going to get right against the team coming off of a 10-game road trip or, they can spiral. But I'm not as confident as the Giants coming home. I mean, I just shouldn't be confident in the Reds having lost 8 in a row. But the Giants coming home right now, they don't instill a lot. I mean, after a long road trip with no day off, coming right back tomorrow. And then, by the way, the Dodgers come to town. How are we feeling about the Dodgers come Monday, by the way? That's like 4 days away, and I'm already kind of like.
Can they push that one back?
Yeah, can we reschedule that? Here's some of that
I
rain.
think I speak for the whole platoon.
Some of that rain
back?
I mean, I don't feel very good about this. I don't feel good about. You feel good about Dodger Blue coming to the. I mean, Giants fans can't feel good about this come Monday. The Reds are going to come to town this weekend. It was not a good road trip, and the Giants are not hitting. It's not like they're losing close games and there's a fixable issue here. There's more injuries than they had when they left to some key positions. One of their key starters from when they left is not pitching nearly as well in Keaton Wynn. Hicks was fine yesterday.
Yep.
Harrison's been great. Webb you have confidence in. But we're still waiting for, like, the 3 guys who were supposed to be 3 of the guys. I mean, Robbie Ray we knew was going to be later. But Blake Snell, I think, is going to throw a rehab start. Was it today or maybe tomorrow? I think it's tomorrow he's going to throw or make a rehab start. But they're going to ramp him back up. Like, this is going to be a process here. So, I mean, Dwayne Kuiper said it to the morning show the other day. It's getting late early. And you can't fall out of it, like, way out of it. But if you're sitting closer to the Rockies than you are to the Dodgers at the end of May, I'm not feeling great about jumping 2 teams or 1 team in the division and multiple teams across the National League, regardless of how much pitching comes back, because they're not hitting.
Yeah, nor should you feel great. I don't feel good about it. I don't feel good about where they're at right now. And until they start showing signs of life offensively, then you're not going to feel good about it. And that's just this team was constructed to put the same players out there day after day. And I was totally cool with that. I liked the signings. Thought the offense looked much better than last year. And it just hasn't panned out. Again, it's the player. The player's got to get the job done. That's easier said than done. You can't just say, yeah, you're right, I need to get the job done. Let me go get the job. I mean, these guys are trying, all right? These guys are probably in their own heads constantly trying to figure out what the hell. I need to help this offense get going. But, I mean, bottom line, until it does get going and is doing what we expected it to do, not top 10 offense, but top 12, 13, give 4.5 runs a game, 4.6, 4.7, whatever. But it's not happening right now. I mean, they are scuffling mightily. And speaking of the Reds, they've lost 8 in a row. They're struggling offensively. They had a stretch of games where they went like 8 games and 14 runs, or 7 games and 14, something like that.
Nice. So, I could use some of that. I could use an opponent like that.
Yeah, they're really
that's exactly what I'm looking
first
for.
One to 3.
Come on, hey, Cincinnati, come on in. Let's go.
Yeah,
got a big ballpark.
But you just, again, and there's nowhere you can go, all right? There just isn't. You're not trading any of these guys. You just signed them, and they're on 1-year deals with an option. So you're not trading the guys. You have Soler for 3 years. You're not trading him. You have Jung-Hoo Lee for 6. Of course you're not trading him, and I don't think he's the problem anyway. So, I mean, where do you go? I mean, you just, unless you want to dip down to the minors, but they don't have any prospects down there you look at and go, I mean, Ramos was up for the last couple of days, but they don't have any prospects down there you go, oh, that guy needs to get up there. We need that guy up there. So, I mean, you have what you have now. There is no mixing. There is no matching. It's, look, this is your lineup. This is what you're going to do. This is who's playing. Period. That's it. So, and I would say offensively, they probably have, and not that this is a cure-all, but they have missed Bailey. Because Bailey was one of their better hitters before the concussion. And he was hitting the ball well and kind of in that 6 hole. And they missed that. They missed any good hitters they can have in the lineup they're missing. So, of course, they're going to miss him. So, again, I mean, the pitching wasn't great, but it's been the hitting. It's been the hitting this year, period.
Well, you said where are they going to go, much like the Cincinnati Reds owner.
Well, where are you going to go?
That's exactly it. Ironically, they're going to come to San Francisco. Hopefully, bring that piss.
Well, where are you going to go?
Bring that piss poor offense with you, Cincinnati. We could use it. Giants coming home after a 3-7 road trip. How about this? Giants play today in Colorado. They lose, but because that goes down at a 9-1 clip, we get on this late in the day. Immediately, we have to jump into an NBA grab bag.
Oh,
How about this? A Thursday afternoon NBA grab bag. That's next on the Sports Leader.
Redwood City. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Redwood City Sports Leader.
The Giants couldn't sweep the Rockies as they fell in the last game of the series today, 9-1. How big is this homestand against the Reds and the Dodgers? Let us know on our socials at KNBR. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Thursday afternoon. Giants lose 9-1 today. We broke that down. We'll get back into that a little bit later. Larry Baer is going to join us as well. But the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab
Normally
bag.
do it on a Tuesday. Haven't had much time this week. Just like Tom doesn't have much shirt on his back. Somebody on the text line said, nobody sneeze. 808 KNBR. You want to check in on Tom's shirt. The two best comments we had so far from the same guy, our guy John Nadali on the YouTube chat, who said Tom is on a highway to hem. What was the other one, Tim? What was the second one that he had? He had highway to hem.
For those about to sew.
We salute you. That's pretty good.
I like the irony, too, of like Greg Papa wearing multiple outfits a show and Tom barely wearing one.
It's an incredible take from Tim Webb, something you don't get often. The NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Right here, we'll start. Where else, Tom? The NBA and the hardwood. Frank Vogel, he's been fired. Phoenix Suns said kick rocks, dude, after one season in Phoenix and the sweep in the first-round exit from the NBA playoffs.
The good news is you're fired.
The good news is you signed a 5-year, $31 million deal, and that's guaranteed money, Tom.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, a job we should all aspire to. Get massive guaranteed money and then just get whacked after the first year. And then just go, go hang out on an island if you want to. You do whatever you want to. Now, I don't know if he has the, like a lot of coaches have what they call no double dipping. They have a term for it. I can't think of it right now, but
Yeah, well,
offset language, I guess.
It's what Mike Brown's the best at. Mike Brown.
Yeah, exactly.
Mike Brown's like in the Hall of Fame of getting he got paid by the Lakers and the Cavs, and he was like an assistant elsewhere. And as long as you don't take an equal job, I think you get to keep the money or the deal, right? So he stayed as the assistant head coach for years because why not? Exactly. Why not make the full salary you are already paid to do? It's like I mean, it may be your fault, but they fired you. Exactly. They agreed to the deal. Take the money.
Yeah. So for those that don't know what it means, if he goes somewhere else and takes a job for $3 million a year, he gets $3 million from that team and then $2 million from the Suns. Yep. So he's going to get $5 million. But what Copes is saying is taking an assistant coaching job for $800,000, you get the $800,000 and you get the $5 million. So you get the bonus pay. I wasn't surprised that he was let go, especially some of the stuff that I read at the end of the year where he blew up on the team. It didn't seem like it was a good fit, and I think Ishbia is going to be really impatient with this one. But the problem is, you got to have patience. It doesn't work out more often than not like it did here, where Steve comes in first year and boom, championship. That rarely happens. So we'll see who they go with.
Frank Vogel fired by the Phoenix Suns. Adrian Wojnarowski says Mike Budenholzer is the front runner and likely candidate to get the job.
Yep. That's a good fit. I like him.
You said maybe he goes and sits on a beach somewhere. I don't know if he has that big Kingsbury energy where he just buys a one-way ticket to Thailand. Remember that? Kingsbury's like, I'm out of here.
That was so good.
That was incredible. He's like, I'll take my money and go.
I'm out of here, and I don't know when I'm coming back.
Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
To yet another NBA story. I'm already frustrated here. Pat Beverly has been suspended 4 games next season for both throwing a basketball multiple times into the crowd of people and his interaction with ESPN reporter after the game, Melinda Adams, when he said he would not answer questions from her because she was not subscribed to his podcast. I also read today that he was being investigated by the police department for assault in throwing the basketball, to which I said, come on. And then I moved on. Anyway, here we go. Pat Beverly being investigated, or not being investigated, he is, but only suspended 4 games. People thought this was going to be the end of his career. 4 games.
I think 4 games is a joke. I really do. Like, I know Adam Silver is the players' commissioner, but are you kidding me? He threw it, hit a girl in the head, then asked for the ball back and got it back and threw it again.
It's that ball back, yeah. It's like he was checking it up. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, exactly.
Like in the most disrespectful way ever. Right?
Yeah, they tried to check the guy's head.
That's tough when you check and you throw somebody.
I thought it could have been a whole season, but I'm shocked that it wasn't at least 20 games. I'm really surprised. 4 just seems like a total joke. Like, it's no big deal. I mean, you threw a ball at fans, people that pay to come watch the product. To me, that one really, really missed the mark.
Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Former NBA forward Glenn Big Baby Davis was sentenced by a federal judge Thursday to 40 months in prison. So that's just shy of 4 years there. Plus 3 years supervised release for his November 2023 conviction in an alleged scheme to defraud the league's health care benefits plan.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, did you see his defense?
No, but I got to tell you, I can't imagine I'd side with the health insurance company. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but yeah.
I mean, when you think about it in those terms, like I don't think anybody's right here. But if we came down to it, like if we read all the details, it came down to it, and I had to pick who I thought I'd side with, I'm probably going with Big Baby Davis. But what was his defense?
His defense was, I'm trying to get it right here. 40 months is that's quite a.
It's a white collar crime.
I don't have it right in front of me. I'll get it at some point, but I think it was like he's not very smart. And that was his defense. Something along those lines. The jury said, well, yeah, great. 40 months. And think, God, 3 years.
So I got more details for you.
You're going to the big house.
Yeah.
Big Baby's going to the big house.
Big Baby going to the big house is what it's going to be.
Damn.
It can't be comfortable for a man that size either. 22 people.
Come on.
22 people, including 18 former players, such as Terrence Williams and Keon Dooling, have been sentenced in the case for filing false medical claims with the NBA players' health benefit welfare plan. We have audio. Here's Big Baby Davis's reaction. We have audio reaction from him on his Instagram. Come on, man. From being sent to prison. Here's Big Baby Davis on his Instagram Live.
Damn. I got a cold imagination. I'm going to have to choke the chicken in the bathroom. That's crazy. I'm going to be swole, though. I swear to God, I'm about to get in so much shape. Oh, God. That's the only way you can stop me from eating hamburgers is put me in jail. That's what God said. I'm gonna stop you eating hamburgers. I'm gonna put you in jail. You don't want to stop eating hamburgers and Cheetos? You're going to jail. So now, I'm gonna come to rock.
NBA grab bag.
I don't know what it got to say about choking the chicken. You know what I mean? Like, what the hell's this guy
I guess
doing?
he's not having burgers anymore.
This guy. This hasn't had to report to jail yet.
Oh, man.
That was tough. That was a tough listen. Did you see the hockey fight?
Stop you eating hamburgers.
Did you see the fight last night? Did you watch the Florida Panthers and the Bruins game, too?
Kachuk and Pasternak?
Marcus Waterboy and I were up at Original Joe's in North Beach, and we were watching the Giants game, and then all attention went to that, watching the Knicks game, too. But, dude, the last, 10 minutes of the game, which was already over, basically.
Yeah.
When Swayman gets pulled, the game's virtually over. It's like 4-1 at that point. Fights start breaking out. There was 15 to 20 minutes of just pulling guys apart between the 10-minute mark and the 6-minute mark.
No, it was. You kind of thought something like that might happen, especially in the playoffs when it gets out of hand. And the one that's really interesting, and maybe we can go into it at some point, but was Kachuk and Pasternak, because Kachuk can fight. Kachuk's not a guy that shies away from a scrap. Pasternak's not a fighter. He's their best player. He's one of the best players in the league. He's a skill guy. But I guess he got tired of hearing Kachuk yap his mouth and said, let's go. And the next time they went on the ice, they didn't even get their sticks on the ice. They just said, let's go, dropped their gloves and went. And the interesting part, again, is Pasternak's their best player. So if he would have got hurt, would have got suspended, is that a smart move? Or if you watch hockey enough, you'll understand, I'm sure what that meant to the Bruins and that team and that locker room and the respect they have for him, because he was going to lose the fight. I don't think there's any illusions he's going to win the fight. But as a leader, he just said, screw it. I've had it with this crap. And it's going to be really interesting to watch Game 3 tied at 1. And real quick, the Oilers. How about the Oilers and the Canucks? I watched that game. I started in the third. It was 4-2. I go, just keep it on. The Oilers are probably going to win. 5-4 Vancouver. They came back and scored 3 in the third and took Game 1 from the Oilers. So, yeah, it's pretty good hockey last night.
Tolbert and Coach with you Thursday afternoon. That's going to wrap up your NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Mark Spears going to join us at 3:50. We'll do a sound soiree a little bit later. We also are going to catch up with Larry Baer. And Kerry's coming up this evening for you for Sports Phone KNBR. But when we come on back, how about this? Frank Vogel, we talked about this just a second ago in the NBA grab bag, gets fired by the Suns after one season, 5-year, $31 million contract, a big, expensive team, a ton of superstars, and then they get swept in the first round. How about Kevin Durant's history with his coaches? We'll talk about that next on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes through the Thursday afternoon. Giants fell 9-1 today in their 10-game road trip finale, 3-7 on the road. We'll talk more about that a little bit later. Mark Spears at 3:50, streaming on the KNBR app, KNBR.com, YouTube, Twitch, all that good stuff. The big story in the NBA today, Frank Vogel, the head coach of the Phoenix Suns, fired after one season in Phoenix. Obviously didn't go as planned, but we thought I think for a lot of the season it felt like, they're going to turn it on. They're going to turn it on. And we saw spurts of other teams do that. Like the Clippers did that at one point where they had a stretch where we thought, this team, if they remain at this level and this healthy, they could be a team that's at least capable of going to a Western Conference final. I thought for sure in maybe February into March, we were feeling that way until the Clippers' fortunes changed. But Kevin Durant is what we're going to talk about here. So this comes after Shams Charania detailed how displeased Kevin Durant was with his usage in the offense. With a lot of guys who score. And the offense isn't the same. Offenses don't operate the way that they did when he got into the league. Kevin Durant made it clear 2 years ago he wanted to be traded from Brooklyn. Do you remember what the stipulations were, Tom? Or he said, trade me.
No, he wanted Nash fired, and he wanted Sean Marks fired.
He said, fire the GM and fire the coach, or trade me.
Yep. And
I don't think any of that happened initially. I think they were like, we're not going to do any of that right now. And then he forces his way out, right? So he then gets traded. They did end up firing Steve Nash before he was traded to the Suns, but they didn't immediately do that. So then beyond that, star players getting coaches fired in sports and the NBA, I think, is nothing new. Magic Johnson and the Paul Westhead thing that we saw detailed to some extent in the Winning Time show on HBO. He got fired after winning a title. Giannis reportedly had a hand in the Bucks firing Adrian Griffin earlier this season and moving on to go get what's his name? Doc Rivers, right?
Oh, Doc Rivers
steps in, right? You could say the same about LeBron and Darvin Ham this offseason. But LeBron has kind of done that everywhere he goes because you've got to have somebody that's going to align with LeBron's style and thinking. Do you think Steve – I don't know that there's any debate that Steve Kerr is the best coach to ever coach Kevin Durant. In how he handled the situation, it was very delicate. And we've watched this stuff happen in every other organization with big-time superstars, yet externally it doesn't seem like Steve Kerr gets the credit he deserves for handling what he's had to handle even through this year.
I'm trying to think, who is his coach at OKC? Scotty Brooks?
Scotty Brooks, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I would say Steve.
Before he went to Washington.
And look, it's easier to coach somebody when your team's really good. And I'm sure they butted heads from time to time because Durant had to kind of integrate himself into that offense where it was ball movement, player movement. It wasn't going to be, okay, here's your play. We're going to run this for you. Take them. Go get them. Now, that was always the most incredible bailout a team could ever hope to have. With 5 seconds left on the clock, you just give the ball to Durant, he gets you a good shot. Like that guy can get good shots against anybody. So it's an awesome luxury to have. But that wasn't how they were built. They weren't built the way that he kind of grew up playing in the NBA.
Remember the comment, play with joy?
Yeah.
That was his distaste with Steve Kerr's offense. He wanted to play with more joy.
Yeah. Well,
remember that?
That's all they ever talk about there.
It's not fun, man. You want to talk
But the joy,
fun,
right?
Man.
Joy is relative.
Right.
Like, so what is joy? Is joy sharing?
Right.
Or is joy you getting the ball and just going? So I don't know. I've never been able to try to figure out what makes him happy. Like, he seems like he's always a guy that's kind of looking for happiness and trying to figure out what he wants, because why wouldn't you want to stay here? I mean, I get why he didn't. You know, you win 2 finals MVPs, and it's still Steph's team, and everybody loves Steph, and that's just the way it's going to be. He was drafted here. He was here when they weren't very good. So
do you think that's hard? I can't comprehend that, though. Do you think that's hard for us as fans to comprehend? Because I'm like, it's tough for me to get that, to understand that level of. I mean, is it ego? Is it vanity? Is it what? I mean,
I don't know.
It's hard for, and I don't like to psychoanalyze, but that's so clearly the story of what happened and why he left, and that he wanted his own path and wanted to be able. And maybe that's the legacy thing, that you want to make sure you have the right legacy. But nobody was ever throwing shade at Kevin Durant's game or legacy. It was all about how he handled this kind of crap relative to being the most freakish player maybe we've ever seen.
Yeah.
when it came to scoring.
Really, when you think about it, it may have been better for him just to stay in OKC. Maybe they trade away Westbrook, and because the Presti's shown he can build a team.
Yep.
Like he knows how to do that. He knows how to put players. Or look at the players he's put around Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I mean, that has been incredible to watch. So, look, again, I don't know. I don't know what he's looking for. He says he just wants to hoop. I just want to hoop. That's all I want to do. But I mean, do you want to win? You would think you want to win. Maybe you do. Maybe you don't. Maybe you want to win a certain way. But Oklahoma, for a guy that's as good as he is, it's been a wild ride. OKC, Warriors, Brooklyn, where that three-headed monster blew up. Never even really got a chance to get started, and then blew up. And then he wants out of Brooklyn because, I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's winning is important somehow.
He's like, Kyrie's nuts. He's like, you see this?
Then he goes to Phoenix and with an ill-constructed roster. I mean, think about this. They're starting 3 off guards, basically. Grayson Allen's an off guard, Booker's an off guard, Beal's an off guard. I mean, if you want to say 2-3, okay, I could buy that, but they're really all off guards. And so you get 3 wings for 2 positions, basically. And then if you want to add Durant in there, he's a wing too. So like you have 4 wings, no point guard, and an okay center. That's what you have, and that's what you get. That's exactly what you get. And they had some stretches this year where they were okay. You know, they kind of blended together and played well for maybe a week or something like that, maybe 10 days. But then they never could sustain it. The point guard thing, everybody kept talking about it, and they needed a guy. They needed a guy that just had the ball, got everybody into their stuff, delivered the ball, stuff like that. And then the center position was okay. I mean, Nurkic is fine for a starting center. So, but I don't know, Vogel, like I said, I read the article where it said he was, kind of chewed him out and blew up on him toward the end of the season. And, that's a veteran group. That's probably not going to work. And especially coming from Vogel. And the story also said that he was like going back to, what they would do with the Lakers when LeBron, and, those guys don't want to hear that. It's like, go away. I don't want to hear that stuff. Help us win.
Yeah.
Figure out this team. And they just couldn't do it. But I would say this. There's always a tendency to overreact a little bit because expectations were so great for Phoenix coming into the season because everybody thought you throw stars together, you're going to win. It's just not the case. So they scuffled and got swept in the first round, which looked really bad. You know what? We may go on at the end of the season and go, that didn't look as bad as it appeared. If Minnesota goes on to win a championship, you might just say, well, damn, they were just good. They were that good. They laid waste to Phoenix. Who knows? What if they lay waste to Denver? And then after that, they lay waste to whoever they play and then go into the finals and beat the Celtics or something like that. Then you might look at it and go, okay. Because Phoenix was, well, I was going to say they were in there for a couple games. I would say maybe one. The rest they got run, but Minnesota's playing some great basketball. So, and then you kind of hamstring yourself too with all the salaries. Not a lot of flexibility that they have, which is what the Warriors have run into, right? With Clay having the massive salary and Draymond and Steph, and you just have these big salaries, and you got to really hope that you can hit a draft pick. And they hit 2 of them last year. They hit 2 guys that could be a part of your rotation, and that's what it takes. Because the guys are going to get older. I mean, Father Time's going to win eventually. He may move slowly, he may move quickly, but he's going to win. And with the Warriors, you start running into all these like huge salaries. And how do we put a team together around those guys? Well, that's what Phoenix is dealing with. How do we put a team together around these guys that makes sense? And last year, it just didn't make sense, and it ended up showing.
Pine Needle checks in on the YouTube chat, by the way, and says Tom's letting his inner Flashdance vibe out with that ripped shoulder coming off of the
Maniac.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't know if I ever saw that movie.
Different vibe. 808 KNBR, the number to call and to text. You want to get involved in any of the conversation here. Kevin Durant, without another head coach now who hits the bricks, and they could be hiring, per Adrian Wojnarowski, Mike Budenholzer, the former head coach of the Milwaukee Bucks. We are going to catch up with Mark Spears on the other side here at 3:50. But before we do that, should let you know we are still giving away tickets to go see Megadeth with Mudvayne at the Toyota Pavilion at Concord, August 10th of this year. Tune in all week long from now until 6 o'clock. We'll give you the cue to call. Your caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win those tickets furnished by Live Nation. You can get the rules at knbr.com. Sigmund Ooze says, Tom, show us your armpits. Tim, what's the cue to call today? Son of a shirt ripping. You hear that? That's the sound of a Tom shirt ripping and the sound of your cue to call. When you hear that, caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR. You'll go see Megadeth with Mudvayne at the Toyota Pavilion at Concord in August. All right, when we come on back, Mark Spears, the Hall of Famer, ESPN and Anscape.com joins us. Kevin Durant without another head coach. How close are the Orlando Magic to landing a deal with Klay Thompson? We'll talk about all that with Mark Spears next on the Sports Leader. With the looming NFL schedule release, Matt Mayoko joined Murph and Marcus this morning and does not believe the 49ers will be playing in London this season. Listen to the full podcast, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Scoop Nation, time for Mark Spears to put down the pen and pick up the mic. Here's the senior NBA writer for Anscape.com with Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8 and KNBR.com, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you Thursday afternoon. We do it every week. Catch up with our guy Mark Spears, the Hall of Famer, ESPN and Anscape.com, joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's up, Mark?
Just enjoying my walk on the Crown Beach, Alameda area, and I was looking for Tom. I didn't see him today, but had a nice walk.
Well, if you did see him, he'd be wearing a shirt that has it's gaping holes in it, dude. You wouldn't see him out with
this shirt does not go walking. This stays in the house. Copes, come on.
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
It's too good to go. It's too good for walking.
Wind is its kryptonite, so he can't take it outside.
Blow right off me.
Mark,
you missed me today, Mark. I was there Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I'll skip Thursday. I'll be back tomorrow.
Okay, I'll look for you.
Okay, we'll see if you're out there. Go ahead, Cove.
I'm gonna ask you, Mark. What's been your takeaway to this point of the second round? We got the Minnesota Timberwolves. I think I asked you last week. May have asked you. We've been talking about it, whether or not Anthony Edwards is the best two-way player in the league right now. I was talking that as a storyline, and then where the Knicks are. I mean, I don't know if they just. We talked about them without. What's his name? Julius Randle. Mm-hmm. That if they'd had him, I would look at them as a legitimate threat to maybe take it down.
OG, and now they're without
and Brunson's banged up.
Robinson.
Yeah.
No, I mean the Knicks are. I don't think they're out of the woods with the Pacers just yet.
No.
The Pacers certainly challenged them in both games. Got, in their opinion, 98 different calls against them.
Come on.
I don't know how they came up with that number, but they did. And no OG, like that certainly puts a lot more on Jalen Brunson to carry them. I wouldn't be surprised if the Pacers won both games. But on the flip side, I just always expected Boston to have an easy road to the finals. I still do. I wouldn't be surprised if they swept Cleveland or got it done within 5 games. Boston's always good to mess up a game. So I think they'll probably do it in 5 and kind of just waltz into the finals very rested, I mean, we'll see if they get Porzingis back, but I really don't see anybody in the East messing with Boston right now. I just think it's just a formality at this point. But I have to say this, man, I would have never guessed that Denver would blow both those games at home. Never guessed that. I mean, even as great as Anthony Edwards has been playing, and they didn't even have Rudy Gobert game, if you would have told me a week ago that Denver was going to be in the most trouble of the Final 4 teams in the West, I would have laughed at you, right? And so to see them down 0-2 going on the road is quite daunting. I can't remember a team doing that and coming back and winning. And to me, one thing I remember talking to Anthony Edwards, after last season was he was very upset, especially at himself for how they lost to Denver in the playoffs last year. And if you look at that first round series, they might have competed better against Denver than any other team that they played against in the playoffs. Maybe just made it more interesting, challenged them more. And he was very, very fired up about that. He told me he wanted to play the Warriors. He wanted to play the Nuggets. He doesn't care about MVP, which it sounds kind of laughable that he wasn't even included in this voting, right? He doesn't care about All-Star. He cares about winning a championship. And the way it looks right now, it's certainly not out of the realm of possibility for Minnesota not only to get to the finals, but to win the whole thing.
No, it took them 3 games against Phoenix, but it looks like they just snatched their soul. They just look defeated. We can't do anything against these guys. Their defense was swarming. They were on Jokic. I mean, they didn't even have Baer, and they held them to 80 points. So
that's what's scary about that.
I mean, I expect that Denver having to sit around for 3 days with this, we're going to see their best punch. Here's the thing, though. I don't know if their best punch is good enough to beat Minnesota the way they're playing right now. They might play really well and still lose. I mean, this Minnesota team is as good as they've been all year. Edwards is as confident as he's been all year, and they just look completely bought in, locked in, like ready to go. So Denver might play well on Friday, and they still might lose.
Yeah, and then, the funny thing is we haven't watched too much playoff basketball or any basketball from Minnesota for all that matter, and they might be like the one of the last remaining oracles left, so to speak.
That's what Jim Peterson was telling me, who calls their games. He said it sounds like old Oracle sounded.
Yeah, no, it's loud there. I mean, they made like $5 in renovations, so it hasn't changed much. The place sucks. You know what I mean? It's still the same place you played in, Todd. Not much has changed there. The same place that KG played in Marbury, right? But I think that goes to their advantage. It's kind of like Utah, where they're on top of you, and I could just tell like Edwards is energized even more playing at home. Like, so I can't see them losing both them games there. If they get one, I mean, it's over. It's more or less over, and I expect them to get it.
Dallas, OKC. OKC is still kind of like the forgotten team. They were the team that everybody was saying, oh, if you're the 8th seed, boy, you could get OKC. You get a team that doesn't have much experience. You can get these guys are good. Good coach, superstar, deep, young, athletic. I mean, this team, it still doesn't get enough respect in my opinion. I expect Dallas to bounce back a little bit. Like, Luka can't shoot that bad again from 3, I wouldn't think. But, again, Mark, I'm not sure, like, Dallas's best is good enough. If Oklahoma City plays close to their best, I don't think Dallas can beat them.
Yeah. And, like, Dallas also has an ailing Doncic, right? Let me tell you something. You talk about guys that don't get respect. Lou Dort is one of the most scariest defenders in the league, man.
Yep.
And nobody talks about this guy. He is in your job. He might as well just hang onto your belt and run with you. Like, he had this – I saw him play against New Orleans last week or a couple days ago. And there was this 3, if you guys remember that game, the game where game 3, and Brandon Ingram shoots this 3 and is upset that he didn't get a call. But Lou Dort somehow is able to get as close to you as possible without touching you. It just got incredible balance. And the dude's only like 6'3", 6'4". How does a guy 6'3", 6'4" shut down Brandon Ingram, right? Like, he's an incredible defender. He's an incredible weapon. Like, we talked so much about SGA, which we should. He could have been MVP. And Santa Clara's Jalen Williams is a superstar, a future all-star, and same with Chet Holmgren. And we probably need to talk more about Chet's defense. He's tougher than he looks, But Lou Dort is a guy that, you could put him on Edwards, you could put him on Kyrie, you could put him on Luka, you could put him on Jason Tatum, and he just quietly causes a problem. He'll pick you up full court. The dude doesn't get tired. He looks like a free safety. I just still think in the end, assuming, Minnesota and OKC play that size, like I don't know what they do with Towns and Gobert. It's just too much size. Like, to me, I've been waiting to see what OKC can do against some size, and they've gotten kind of lucky. Although, New Orleans had some. No, I think we're going to see an OKC-Minnesota series, which may not get the best ratings, but I think would be excellent and watch to real basketball aficionados,
Yep. Talking to Mark Spears on the UMA guest line. When you were on with Greg Papa earlier this week, I think with John Dickinson as well, you said that you thought the Warriors were best served in trading Jonathan Kuminga this offseason. I'm wondering if based on what we've seen from the teams with the most success to this point in the postseason and how much they've grown from within and seen that development carry them to their success at this level, does that change any of your thinking on what the best move could be for the Warriors? Is holding on to Kuminga, even with Clay maybe potentially leaving, does that change anything?
I'm all in the Steph basket, man. Like, I'm trying to maximize Steph until his last breath in that uniform if I'm the Warriors. And it's a gamble. You can't get nothing without giving up something. And And that's why, a guy like Kuminga is certainly valuable, but is it a given that he's going to be a superstar? I don't know. I hope he is for his sake and, the Warriors' sake, but I think his value is really, really high. I think they could get a big-time player. Like when Steph is done, do you want to sit back and say, man, I regret that. We should have did that. Like I'm watching the Astros and the Yankees right now, right? Yankees don't care, man. They're trying to win, especially when they had Jeter. They're always trying to put something against next to all their stars. And the one thing I worry about for Steph, and I can't say that Steph is going to do this, or I can't say that Steph is even as much as somehow hinted to me that he would even think about this, but you can't just assume that he'll be happy to play with mediocrity or less in the rest of his career.
Okay, Mark, hold on. I'm gonna throw your Yankee analogy back in your face. They haven't won a World Series in 15 years. 2009, and when they last were winning, but when they last won, how were they doing it? From building from within and adding ancillary superstars. So what I'm saying is, why are we so convinced that John? You've said the mediocrity thing a couple times. Why are we convinced that he is we saw a huge jump from him this year, even after he called out Steve Kerr in saying that he thought he wasn't the right guy to develop him. I'm more convinced that Kuminga can take another step. I don't need him to be a superstar, but I'm not convinced that he's mediocre.
Do you think he's ready to be number 2?
I don't know that he's ready to be number 2, but I look at the way the league has developed this year with Steph.
I'm going to throw that back at you.
Well, so then who's the number 2? So the number 2 is not on the roster is my point.
That's my point. And I think you need to get him to get one.
And Kuminga's the only way to do that, you think?
I don't know that he's the only way. I think he's the best way. I mean, Wiggins not expiring, it's not expiring, but Wiggins' contract.
Movable.
Last I heard, people weren't enamored with Wiggins, although he has 1 year left on his deal. So perhaps, you could add that to something. And Chris Paul, obviously, you could use that as a trade chip. And, maybe you could do that. Maybe you could do a sign and trade with Clay. I just know that when I look at that roster, when teams look at that roster, they see Kuminga. And you're exactly right. Like, I think he's going to be a special player in this league, but you can't get no one's going to hand the Warriors an all-star caliber player.
No.
Nobody's just going to say, well, we want Steph to end right, so we're going to help you out. They're not. So, in my opinion, in order for them to get that, he's their Obi-Wan Kenobi, man.
Obi-Wan Kuminga? That's it? Yeah.
I think he's the best option for them to get that done. And it could bite you later. Certainly could bite you later, but what if it gives you that piece? My fear with Steph is if this team, because, look, these other teams in the West ain't getting worse, right? San Antonio is going to be really good next year. Memphis is going to be great next year. Like, why should we be optimistic about the Warriors based on how they are right now?
Oh, I'm not.
So in order for them to get into this arms race, they're going to have to do something unique, daring, out of the box. That's the best asset they have to make that happen. So it could end up backfiring, but if I'm in the Warriors front office, I'm more intrigued in getting Steph the best players around him than Steph staying a year from now. I watched Kobe Bryant play on bad, mediocre teams at the end of his career. I don't want to end that way. Maybe you should send me somewhere else where I could at least get another shot at it. Like I said, Steph has never said this to me. I don't know that he will say this, but I just can't see him taking the Kobe Bryant less than mediocre route the remaining days in a Warriors uniform. And the Warriors, I think, can't just assume that he's just going to hang in there. I think they better be desperate to do something.
Definitely going to be an interesting offseason for the Warriors. I know Adam Silver is the players' commissioner, but come on. 4 games for Patrick Beverley?
Yeah.
4? 4?
4.
That's a horrible look. I mean, just a
If it was
horrible
David
look.
Stern, we wouldn't see him to 2030. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. He's so out of a lot. He is so different than the previous czar. And, you know, David Stern was my guy. Adam's a great guy. I talked to Carmelo Anthony recently, who, if you guys remember he got 15 games for punching Marty Collins when he was with the Nuggets.
Yep.
And basically missed the first month of Allen Iverson's arrival in Denver because he was facing a suspension. And, I mean, to me, what Pat Beverly did is in that world, right? And for him to get 4 games, that's it. I mean, I'm sure Draymond has something to say about that, right? Like, Draymond didn't throw a ball at a fan. Didn't slap a female reporter's hand. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. Do you subscribe to his podcast?
No. I'm not
Good
interested
for you.
in what that man had to say.
Good for you.
Never happened.
I wish you would have said. I wish you would have said. You got a
guy.
podcast?
I would have told him, no, man, I got better things to do with my life.
Thank you.
Nice.
That's
What
the
time
only
does
sane
Sesame Street
answer.
come on? You know,
That's the only sane answer. Yeah, I just.
the little ounce of respect I had for this clown, and I don't talk like that. Y'all know I don't talk like that.
Yep.
Oh.
Is when he was in the bubble, and he cursed out Michelle Roberts in front of all the players.
That's
Michelle
right.
Roberts at that time was the president, executive director of the Players Association. For him to curse her out in front of a room full of men is like despicable. And I've never forgotten that. And everything he does is par for his course. So
No.
if he's not re-signed next season, I you know, maybe if that's a way to get me to I'll subscribe to his podcast if he doesn't sign. How's that?
There you go.
Nice.
Spare us.
Go away and
we'll-
I'll subscribe. Right.
We'll subscribe. Yeah, I remember that when he stood up and said, "I don't work for you. You work for us. I don't got to listen to you." It's like, bro, sit down, okay?
Yeah.
Have some respect. Yeah, that one shocked me. That one, Silver lost me on that one. Sometimes I think he's like, I always say
Sure.
Stern was the dad that if you were 1 minute late for curfew, he'd ground you for like 3 weeks. Adam Silver is a dad that says, "Hey, let's go out drinking. We'll go out and have some beers together."
It's
Like,
okay, I know you didn't mean that.
he's that dad. Like, you know,
He's
1
today-
minute,
he's
4
today's
hours,
dad.
no big deal.
Third was my dad.
Oh God!
Right.
Real quick, we wanted to ask you, Phoenix, Budenholzer, Vogel being out, and I'm wondering. I'm sure you heard about. I just read about it, about the blow up kind of he had with the team, or chewed him out. Was very vocal with him, and apparently they did not enjoy that whatsoever. So it didn't seem like a great fit. But what do you
not
know
from the
about
beginning.
that? And what do you think about maybe? It looks like Budenholzer may be the guy.
Yeah, he traded a Hyundai for a Toyota. Right, like,
Damn, Budenholzer got a championship. Well, I guess Vogel
So does
does too,
Vogel,
for that
man. Yeah,
matter.
right.
yeah,
I guess they both do.
The same recycled coaches, man. Like, it didn't work last time. What makes me think? I mean, like the Bucks got rid of him, right? Because they didn't think he could adapt in the playoffs, and some felt that he probably should have moved a couple years earlier than that. So, like, I don't know. I don't think that he's the greatest choice. I've always heard kind of disappointing things about his player relationships or lack thereof. I know one player in the bubble certainly, you know, told me some things about him. If he saw him on fire, you guys know the rest of that. What
He
would
wouldn't
do
pee
or
on him to
not
put him
do.
out. Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
You can say
so
it. Yeah.
I don't know that I like Charlotte's choice better than I like, you know, Phoenix's. We'll see. I'm just I don't know. I get it. Great resume. I think the problem with a lot of these OG coaches is they don't adapt. Even though I was beating up on Adam earlier, they don't adapt to what the players are today. And I don't know that he has that in him to adapt. I think Rick Carlisle did an amazing job of doing that in Indiana, realizing what his shortcomings were in Dallas, fixing that, trying to figure out a way to connect with the players. Rick Carlisle actually texts the players now, and I don't know if he sends them memes or goes that far, but he's figured out a way to build a relationship. I just don't know if Bud has that in him, and so he's kind of one of those guys that clocks in and clocks out.
Yeah. Talking to Mark Spears here. Mark Spears on the UMA guest line. I want to ask you before I let you go, Mark. You have a piece coming out on, is it Jalen Lewis? Is he in the G League now?
Yeah. Very interesting story. Comes out tomorrow on Anscape and ESPN. For locals that remember, Jalen Lewis 3 years ago was the #1 high school basketball player in the country. Went to Bishop O'Dowd, signed a 3-year, nearly a $2 million deal. Go to Overtime Elite. Overtime Elite thing didn't go well, and now he's going to the G League camp in Chicago Friday and Saturday, hoping to prove that, he's worthy of going to the NBA pre-draft camp and ultimately getting drafted. So he's an interesting prospect to look at. He may come work out for the Warriors. 6'10", 7-foot wingspan, could shoot threes, and I think some teams will be in what isn't the greatest draft intrigued by him when they see him this weekend and over the next couple of days. And could be somebody I could see him getting to be a second-round pick. So he's a local guy to cheer for and keep an eye on.
Well, good deal, Mark. We always appreciate the time, man. Great to do it every week, and we'll do it next Thursday. And I don't know how many teams will still be playing at that point, but you seem to think Boston could be rolling through this thing, and we'll see what Denver does. But have a good weekend, man.
Budenholzer's called me, man. No, I'm playing.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Beat it.
Yeah, right. We'll talk to you next week, Mark.
See you, Mark.
All right, guys.
Great stuff there from Mark Spears. You missed any of that? Good insight there on went back and forth a little bit on the Jonathan Kuminga thing. I don't, like you said, sort of point blank. It's just a gamble. Either way, it's going to be a gamble with what they decide to do, whether they move him or they keep him, or how they decide to build around Steph Curry. Tolbert and Coates with you on a Thursday afternoon. Still going to catch up with Larry Baer coming up at 4:50. When we come on back, some of the best sounds in sports you might have missed. A sound soiree for Thursday, May 9th on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
The NFL schedule release is happening next Wednesday, May 15th. Listen to KNBR at 5 o'clock as we reveal the 49ers 2024 schedule and give you all the details only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. Look, playoffs are here. It's the fan favorite way to stay in on the action, make a little bit of money with Underdog Fantasy and their Pick'em game, and I'll tell you how to do that in just a sec. The Pick'em game is where you select between 2 and 5 players, and they give you a series of player stats. I'm looking at some of tonight's games. Actually, you can get in on some of the games as they go live as well. Derek White tonight, 4.5 first quarter points. You got 17.5 for the game. I was going to go lower than that for the game. You also got Luka a little bit later, 7.5 first quarter. I'll go higher there. You pair those together. Endless projections to choose from, by the way. You can cut customize your very own pick'em entry. And it's legal in California. A ton of fun to play along as you watch the games. Make up to 100 times your money by doing this tonight. You got to sign up first at Underdog Fantasy. Super easy. Go to the app or to UnderdogFantasy.com to get started. And when you do, use promo code KNBR, and they'll give you a mystery pick on your first pick'em entry, plus a special deposit offer. Again, Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR to claim your new customer special of a mystery player pick and a deposit offer. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Tolbert & Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Tolbert & Cope's with you Thursday, May 9th, 2024. The calming, cooling sounds of a sound soiree. Some pieces of sound from across the sports world that you might have missed. So, we were talking about this the other day. The Sharks won the NHL lottery, right? They get the number one pick in the draft. And the presumed number one selection. Is he out of, what university is he out of? Boston College?
Boston. The Terrier.
Macklin Celebrini, who is, I believe the official title is the performance specialist. He's the head of player performance.
Yeah, Rick Celebrini.
His
dad, yeah.
His dad for the Golden State Warriors and has been for a number of years. So here's Draymond. Draymond, did you know Draymond had a podcast? Do you subscribe?
No. When do you get that?
You can't hear it if you don't subscribe. Here's Draymond Green. He's talking about getting to see Macklin Celebrini. Here it is.
So I'm laying on the table, Rick's working on me, and I'm like, hey, Rick, when we go to Chicago, any chance Mac got a game? He starts checking the schedule. He's like, oh, actually, he does. I'm like, great, I'm going. Mac didn't have his best game, but I'm an athlete. Like, you know when somebody got it. You know, you can look at how someone moved, their swagger, what they're doing, how people react to them on the ice. Like, you know who got it. And he just had it. You got a chance to see a generational talent play before everybody else of the generation even realized he's generational.
Oh, okay. Sharks are going to be sick. Yeah, nice. He didn't play like it, but he got it.
Hockey.
Maybe Draymond could hang out with Ned Coletti and they could scout hockey together.
Nice, totally. So, by the way, that was about the extent of Draymond's evaluation of the game. Go ahead and hit Grandpa Joe again.
Number one, who cares?
Yeah, no, that's not Grandpa Joe. No.
Hockey.
There you go. That was about the extent of it.
Pretty much
That's
it.
basically what Draymond said. He's like, I went and hockey. That was it.
Hockey.
Here's Jamal Murray. Jamal Murray's first media appearance since he's fined for throwing the heating pad during the game. He got fined $100,000. I heard some sound of him at a practice after he'd been handed the fine, and he did not want to answer questions about it. Here he is at his first presser after the fine.
It is what it is, and I take everything full responsibility, so on to the next.
Was it just your frustration boiled over? Is that what happened?
Yeah, on to the next. I mean, there's not much, 2 days ago, not much for me to say about it right now.
Were there any conversations that you had with people or anything just to kind of like apologize or whatever, maybe take this person?
Do you have any basketball questions? No.
You just gonna do basketball?
Yeah, I got a basketball question. Why do you guys suck right now?
Yeah.
Why are you guys getting your heads kicked in? Like, I hate that. I can't tell you how much I hate that. Answer the question with a little thought and a little perspective. I'm getting so sick and tired of athletes or whoever. So, that's in the past. I'm moving on. Well, we didn't
never
talk
had
to
to
you
answer
until
for it.
now.
You never had to talk about it.
Now you're going to talk about what happened. It irks me. Because if you can't talk about the past, then you can't talk about anything. You can't. That's what happened. That's what we're here to ask you questions about. Would it have been so hard? So hard. Now I hope they get their ass kicked on Friday. Actually, I don't. I like to see long series. But I kind of do now. All you have to do is say, look, I lost my head. We were getting thumped pretty good. Karl Anthony Towns just ran me over. Davis missed the call. I was frustrated. I haven't been playing well. I haven't been shooting well. And I just lost my head for a second. And I regret it. I regret it. I'm sorry it happened. But and then you could add in I take full responsibility for it. That was on me. And look, that just can't happen. I can't do something like that. I know better than that. But I just lost it for about 5 seconds, and that's what happened. So, I'm just glad no one got hurt. But I apologize, and I'll pay the fine. And, I'll move on. And it won't happen again. Just something along those lines that you actually understand what you did, you take responsibility for by saying, I lost my head, we were getting beat, I lost it for a couple seconds. People will get that. I mean, I'm not sure they're going to say, okay, that's cool, but they'll get it. Like, especially athletes will get it. Like, we've all been out there where you're just like, nothing's going right. Refs are screwing me. I'm getting this guy I'm guarding has 28, and he's killing me, and I can't make a shot. And I look up at the scoreboard, we're down 23. Everybody's been there, but rarely does somebody do what he did. To acknowledge that and just say that and say, yeah, I messed that up, man. I can't do that, and I did. I just lost my head. I went insane for a couple seconds, and that's what happened. So, but not we're moving on. You got any basketball questions? Like, stop. Just stop.
I'll ask basketball questions when you only do basketball things on the basketball court. Like you're doing something that has nothing to do with basketball on the
answer
court.
the damn questions.
My job's to ask about it.
Well, you guys played so bad, I have no basketball questions for you.
I'd like to, but you just missed a bunch of shots and they got mad.
There's nothing worth breaking down in that game.
Do you have any basketball questions?
Like, that's just, that drives me crazy. It just drives me crazy. Like, you say you're owning up to it, but you're not owning up to it. You're not taking full responsibility. What, because you're paying the fine? You have to pay the fine. You have no choice in that. So oh my gosh. Just for 10, 15 seconds, just explain what happened, why you did it, and then you can move on. But to try and say, we're moving on. It's in that whole in the past. That kind of started with McGuire.
I said he McGuired
at the congressional.
I'm not here to talk about the past. I was like, that's exactly what?
That's exactly what we're doing here.
So hearings are, my man.
What are you talking about? We're not here to talk about the past. Do you see everybody here? That's what we're talking about. The past. I'm sorry you're not along for the ride. You're not up to speed on how we do things here. But that's how we do things. But this is like 2 days ago.
He said it was 2 days ago. I don't have much to say about it now. Well, you didn't have much to say about it then either. So what are we going to do? We'll jump to this next piece of sound here. Josh Hart of the Knicks. He interrupts the TNT broadcast to tell Reggie Miller what the Knick fans are chanting.
Oh yeah.
What do you think Jay Wright is saying? Yeah. Right? Who's my boys?
I think that's
One more time, man.
What do you think Jay Wright is saying? Yeah. Right? Who's my boys?
Yeah, that's right. Nice. It's nothing. I think he said blank you is what he said.
No, I think he said the fans were saying blank you.
Yeah, I know. He's saying, it's
right. And then he said,
yeah.
I got you. Something like that. Something along those lines. The great thing was he leaned right into the mic to say.
Yeah, just make sure he got it in. How about our guy?
But hey, you better get all the Josh Hart sound you can get before he disappears. Because they might have to put that dude in a cryogenic freezer between games. You realize he's played 8 playoff games? And he's missed a total of 17 minutes in those games.
It's a joke. And one of them was a 53-minute, every minute of the game performance. At one point, he played like 5 or 6 straight games of every. My buddy hit me. He's like, "You see, Josh, I played like 3 straight games of every minute." I was like, "No." I saw he played like 5. I saw he was like still going.
It's insane, man.
That guy's got more resilience than Tom's AC/DC shirt. Does more stamina than that shirt. Barely hanging off
Josh
of Tom's
Hart, if he had
body.
a shirt, wouldn't have a hole in it.
Josh, yeah. Oh, Josh. Well, after this much time, this much usage, who knows? Chris Mad Dog Russo. I didn't know I needed this soundbite. You ready? I did not know what this topic was going to be. It could be anything, right? He watched Tom Brady's roast. Yeah. He's got thoughts. Here's Mad Dog on the Brady roast.
What garbage! Oh my God, Kevin Hart, you're not that funny. Okay, sorry. Jeff Ross coming in with this freaking OJ thing on number 32. You're not that funny either. The girl's not that funny. Randy Moore stunk. Edelman's not that funny. Bledsoe's not bad. He was the only one. How does Brady subject himself to that nonsense? And I am not a prude, okay? I can deal with the language. But, I mean, they're not Rodney Dangerfield. That was the worst piece of garbage I have seen in a long period of time. That was worthless. And you got Bob Kraft, who should be sitting home eating cookies and watching I Love Lucy reruns before he hits the sack. Sitting there watching this. He's 85 years old. Bob, act your age, for crying out loud. This is we're going to go out there and make fun of Giselle for 4 hours? This is the idea here? We're going to sit there and kill Gronkowski? I understand he's a bag of rocks, but enough of the killing Gronkowski. Leave him alone, for crying out loud. It's not that funny.
Dude, he roasted the roast, and it was pretty damn good. He basically just took down everybody at the roast in roast form.
What garbage?
What garbage?
Yeah, the notion that he's this pissed about it, this side's so mad, is so funny. Oh, Gronkowski, we know he's a bag of rocks.
Yeah, that's the funny part. He goes, "Oh, we're gonna make fun of how dumb he is." I mean, I know he's a bag of rocks. He just did the same thing.
So, I mean,
oh, that is hilarious.
What garbage?
That was pretty good.
What garbage?
That was a pretty good promo.
You're right, though. How do you get worked up over something like that? But that's why he's a dog. There's things you look at and go, "What do you tell? Why are you getting so animated?"
KNBR, baby.
Bye. I love dogs. Dogs are incredible.
All right, we'll jump off of this here. When we come on back, we'll get back into some of the Giants. So Giants lose 9-1. Yeah, really, it was 3-7. Keep that around. Keep that on a short leash. The Giants go 3-7 on a 10-game road trip. They come on home. They're going to see the Cincinnati Reds. Starting tomorrow. We're out at the Public House, by the way, tomorrow. Cincinnati comes to town. They're losers of 8 in a row. But then the Dodgers. And really, that's kind of where I'm at. Like, I don't know that anything much like the series against Colorado. I just want to see them win 3. I don't know that anything against Cincinnati is going to excite me heading into the Dodger series except them getting red hot and blowing the doors off the Reds. But they've shown us nothing to this point to prove that their offense is capable of that. They don't put up 5 runs frequently. They're 10-0 now when they score 5. We'll talk about this Giants offense and whether or not there's a change to be made at any other point, not just in the lineup, but maybe how they go about their approach at the plate. That's up next. And Tom's shirt on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Look, we're all working hard, all trying to get to retirement. Well, we're all trying to save some money to set up a lifestyle for ourselves, for sure. And you want to make sure you're doing that right. You want to make sure you're doing it correctly. And there's no real way to know unless you've got somebody to help you and guide you along the way. Somebody with a lot of experience, a local fiduciary who's licensed when it comes to loans, investments, insurance, all things money related. His name's Greg O'Donnell with the O'Donnell Financial Group. He's been doing it for over 30 years, helping people right here in the Bay Area, just like you, get peace of mind by planning for retirement. So call him today, 866-496-2300, or visit him online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, or online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. You work hard, you got dreams, you have goals. You owe it to yourself to know if you're going to be able to live that retirement lifestyle that you have been working hard for and that you've always dreamed of. So call him now. Greg O'Donnell, 866-496-2300, or online at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial, because planning is a process, not a product.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Giants fall today to the Rockies 9-1. Wrapping up their longest rodeo of the year, a 10-game road trip. They go 3-7. It was not good. They go out to Boston. They lose 2 of 3. They win that Thursday game behind Kyle Harrison. Go to Philadelphia. They get swept in 4, which is tough. Keaton Wynn got rocked in that one on that rainy day game last weekend in Philadelphia. It was all 4 of those. They win the first 2 in Colorado. The Bats look like they get going a little bit. A little bit of a scuffle last night. Camilo Doval gets into a bit of a jam. Want to see him out on the mound again. You figured he probably wouldn't throw today. Giants still do not have an off day until next Thursday. I believe it's 19 straight days that they're playing here. I think 20 is the most you can play in a Major League schedule. It might be 20 is the max before they have to get the team, per the Players Association, to vote on it. They get an off day Thursday of next week. So they come home tomorrow. We'll be out at the ballpark tomorrow at 58 Social. I said Public House. 58 Social will be out there. Come on out. Say what's up. Have a beer. Get ready for the Giants and the Reds, who are losers of 8 in a row. The concern here really still, it's you know, I didn't really think Colorado would be an elixir. It's nice when your team is hitting or you see, you know, bright spots in the lineup. When I was doing the show yesterday with Greg, filling in on Papa and Lund, we were talking about the flaws in the hitters on the lineup and the flaws that they all have. And it's a good point that Greg was making in that if you look at the roster construction and the way the Giants have gone about it this year, it's sort of the antithesis of the way Farhan has sought out players and looked for players in the past, which is guys like Lamont Wade, right, who take a lot of pitches, who are waiting to get deep into a count. It's the A's style of grinding out starting pitchers. Well, when starting pitchers don't do what they used to, that doesn't really have the same impact and the same effect, right? You look at the guys in the team who are supposed to be sort of your key core middle of the lineup guys, and a lot of them are heavy strikeout guys. And when they all are bunching up strikeouts like this, I mean, Matt Chapman is striking out a lot. And when he's not playing defense well, I mean, I think, I don't know that Mike Krukow called him out, but Mike Krukow on the morning show yesterday with Murph and Marcus said guys got to get back on defense even after they have these basically these piss poor at bats. You can't carry the at bat out with you to the field. Matt Chapman right now not only not hitting, he's an awful at bat. It's tough to watch him right now. He swings at every high fastball, and when he does make contact, it's soft contact, or he's swinging and missing and striking out. He's got a lot of offers, and he's got 6 errors. That's tied for the 5th most in any season of his career. He had seasons where he made 6 errors. So he's not performing defensively. He's not. He's. If you look at his numbers, and I know we talked about this before they signed him, and I said this the other day that I wasn't upset about the contract. I think we all thought the team was better for having him, and I think he's a well-known good clubhouse guy. But Papa was putting out something yesterday. There was an injury that he had, a hip injury at the end of the 2020 shortened season, where he actually had a really good 60-game campaign, hit 10 homers, and after that, his OPS has steadily declined each and every year, and right now he's at an all-time low, or fewer than 50 games in, of course. But the way these bunch up, Yastrzemski with the strikeouts, Chapman with the strikeouts, Soler, who's hurt right now, but the way he has struck out. I mean, these are core middle-of-the-order guys. Conforto got going a little bit here in Colorado, but they've got to prove they can do it elsewhere, not just places where everybody goes to hit.
Yeah, but have you ever had French toast casserole?
Where?
I don't know. I'm just looking at this recipe. I might have to make this. Just popped up on my thread. Anyway, dude, that looks good. It looks good. French toast casserole. You know, I'm going to have to make it. I'll make it and bring it in along with my stew.
Tom's stew.
That's right. I get to get some stew. We mentioned that last week. How his glove work has been less than Matt Chapman-esque. He was really good early in the season, and then just I wish I had more to say. I wish I could break it down and say, well, this guy's got to do that. This guy's got to do this. This guy's got to do that. I mean, I don't know. I'll have to look it up to see if Chapman's strikeout rate is way higher than normal. Yaz's strikeout rate is way higher than normal. And I don't know if that has to do with
Matt Chapman, right? Yeah, I bet it is. Matt Chapman has 41 strikeouts and 147 at bats.
Well, that'd probably be, about 150 strikeouts for the year?
He leads the team. He struck out over 200 times last year.
So, well, there you go. I don't know what he is.
Sorry, he struck out 200 times a few years ago. He struck out 165 last year, 170 the year before, 202 the year before that.
So he's on pace for that.
Yeah.
He's on pace for that. So that's nothing out of the ordinary. It's just he's not. I mean, occasionally he's a guy that's going to strike out, but he's going to put the ball over the fence. He's going to get some doubles for you. But he just hasn't really done much offensively. And that's why I say I think it's going to turn around at some point. I mean, it's got to start regressing back to the mean at some point because they're just far below what they normally are. And it's not just one guy. Really, there's a couple guys that have been swinging the bat. Oh, I would say 3 that have swung the bat well. Conforto, Wade, and Bailey. Those are like the 3 guys that have swung the bat well. But you're getting a lot of strikeouts and not moving runners over, stuff like that.
He's been streaky too because he had an OBP like under. He was like in the 300s or the.
Who's that?
He had a Conforto coming into the series in Colorado. He'd been struggling.
Yeah. He got going toward the end of the series in Philly, and kind of carried it over to Coors. So hopefully that continues. But you're right. I mean, there hasn't really been anything streaky about Soler and Chapman. I mean, well, as far as good streaks yet. I mean, Chapman got off to the good series against San Diego, and that was about it.
That was in March.
I know. It was a long
March
time ago.
30 or something, yeah.
It was a long time ago. So, I don't know what else to say. I mean, I just don't. If this is their offense, they're screwed, right? They won't even be close to a wild card. Forget the Dodgers. They're not going to be close. They'll be double digits out of the wild card if this is how they hit. I just don't believe this is how they're going to continue to hit. I mean, I can't think that the numbers that they have right now are the numbers they're going to have at the end of the season. It'd be incomprehensible to have all those numbers be the same. Lee's numbers, the same. Chapman, the same. Soler, the same. Like, they just, Yaz, the same. They can't hit. Well, they don't hit. They don't score runs. And this is a team that's not built on manufacturing runs, generating runs. They don't steal bases. They don't take the extra base as much as other teams. They just don't. They're not constructed that way. So if you're not constructed that way, what do you have to do? You either have to string hits together or you have to put the ball over the wall. And I want to say just about every offensive category I looked at yesterday for the Giants, they were like in the low 20s, 21, 22, 23. A couple of them were like 18, 19. But that's about where they're, like, across the board is where they're at on everything. And, that's not going to get it done unless you have top 5 pitching. And they don't have top 5 pitching. So, if they were had the Red Sox ERA, maybe you get away with that and be right around 500, maybe even a game or two over 500. But they don't. So when your pitching isn't great, and I was surprised actually at how bad their pitching was, like ERA-wise, ranked in the league. Like it was like way down there.
They've blown 11 games, by the way.
I know.
And they don't have more than a 2-game win streak. They've won 3 in a row all year.
Well, there you go.
And all that, they're 17-21, but that sort of brings you to, like, is it about where you're looking at them relative to the Dodgers? To me, it's more about the eye test. Like, I was talking yesterday about.
Yep.
Do you remember in 2009, Carney Lansford was a hitting coach?
Yep.
First-year hitting coach, great hitter, right? Everybody knows that. Shoot you straight guy. Pat Burrell, the hitting coach this year, first-year hitting coach. So I was wondering about that because the 2009 Giants won 88 games and missed the playoffs, and they were coming. Timmy won his second cy. Randy Johnson was here. Matt Cain was here. Barry Zito had hung around or whatever. Bottom line was they won 88 games, and they had if you look at that lineup in 2008, it was a pretty soft Giants lineup, and they did it with pitching. And so my thought was coming into this year, sort of comping it to that team and looking back at those teams and saying, if you can pitch the hell out of the ball and you can hit a little bit, you can find success. Carney Lansford, I found some comments from him after he was fired, and he shot it pretty straight. He was not happy about the offense, and kind of what we talked about, says players got to make plays. So here's his comments after being released in 2009. Carney Lansford says, 2 things I learned: never take a job for sentimental reasons, and never take a hitting coach for an offensively challenged team. Never take a job as a hitting coach for an offensively challenged team. You're setting yourself up for a no-win. Had I had an offense like the Dodgers, the Angels, or the Red Sox, or the Rockies, or the Yankees, and we underachieved, I'd really take it hard. But everybody knew and we all expected that we'd be an offensively challenged team. I think that's what's tough about this. Looking at that lineup even, it's like Benji Molina, Pablo, Ishikawa, Manuel Burris, Renteria, Fred Lewis, Rowan, Randy Wynn. This team on paper entering this year makes me feel better than that team did, right? Yeah. And the pitching, I don't know that it was Tim Lincecum and those guys, and we've got sentiment about it, but the pitching on paper should have been there. So, I don't know. Guys are not hitting or performing in the way baseball stats and rates traditionally allow you to believe they will. So we keep talking about coming back to the norm. I do want to point out again, it's only been like, 17 and 24. We've only played just over 40 games here, but we're getting close to the third mark. Once you get to that 1/3 mark, small hands can't hit baseballs. That's the issue. When you get to that third of the season mark, yeah, it gets tough, man. Especially if they've got to climb themselves out, and they haven't beat the Dodgers yet this year. Like that series is not a fun series staring down the barrel. It feels like.
No.
And you saw the pitching matchup. Have you seen their lineup?
Let me see. Glasnow, Yamamoto, and whoever.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Is it Glasnow and Yamamoto?
I think we definitely see. I think it's Glasnow Webb is the Wednesday game, which is a good matchup. There's some good pitching matchups. I think Hicks throws in the series, which means that right before that it's Kyle Harrison, right?
Wasn't Buehler supposed to come back at some point?
Yeah, I think he is back. I think he's back and he's good. I told you it's tough. It's really tough. Like, I don't want to. By all accounts, I should be watching every Dodger game as the baseball fan I am, but it's hard. It's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard to
I don't
it's a
need
tough
to watch
pill to
Dodger
swallow.
games. Yeah. I know they're good.
We'll play you the Ohtani home run cracks is what we'll get for you. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Thursday afternoon. We'll talk about this Giants offense. This next homestand as they come home tomorrow. We'll be out at 58 Social for the show at 2 o'clock. Giants and the Reds tomorrow and Saturday and Sunday before the Dodgers come to town next week for their first visit to San Francisco of 2024. Larry Baer joins us next on the Sports Leader.
Connie's.
The Giants couldn't sweep the Rockies as they fell in the last game of the series today, 9-1. How big is this homestand against the Reds and the Dodgers? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everyone's house, different, but it may be the same. In one way, but you don't really want it to be the same in this way. Everyone's room or every part of the house does not get the same Wi-Fi. You don't get the same speed in every part of the house. You don't get the same reliability in every part of the house, whether it be attic, basement, or just a bedroom that doesn't quite get the Wi-Fi that everyone else gets. Let's go. It's America. Everyone deserves the same Wi-Fi around the house. Democratic. Everybody gets the same reliability around the house, whether it's a gamer, streamer, someone's working, going to school, tablet, phone, laptop. Everyone wants fast Wi-Fi. And that's what you get with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity. You don't have to worry about somebody complaining about the Wi-Fi or the speed or the reliability. Well, the connection was good, but now it's not so good anymore. No, it's the same in every part of the house, which is nice. That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity for a reliable connection throughout your whole home. And now, through June 21st, new customers can get started with gig speed internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or if you're out and about, visit an Xfinity store. You love sports, you love high def, you love blazing fast, reliable Wi-Fi that you get throughout the whole home. You will love Xfinity.
From the diamond to the boardroom, Tolbert and Copes get down to business with Giant CEO Larry Baer. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Thursday afternoon. We are working to make the connection with Giant CEO Larry Baer. We do it every other week of the baseball season. In the off weeks, we do it with Farhan Zaidi, who last week told us, Elliot Ramos told him, I'm ready to help you in San Francisco whenever you need me. And it wasn't San Francisco, it was Colorado. They bring him up yesterday. And then was it a double, I believe, drove in a run or two early in the game? I think he drove in after the home run from Conforto. It was a single there. He flared one into to right field. I was sort of surprised to not see him start the game today, though.
I didn't see it. I'll be honest. I was listening to it on KNBR.
You have to suck up, man. Yeah, we're cool, man. You don't have to suck up to me. I'm right here.
No, I did. I was listening to it on the radio. I was driving to go pick up some beers, and was listening to it. So, when they have beers released, you got to go get them. They don't wait for you, Copes. They don't wait for you. If you don't go there and pick up the beers when they're released, you might miss out.
I don't think they wait for me. I think they wait for you.
No, don't wait for me either.
Wait
once they're gone, they're gone. Well, they'll be back again in probably 3 months. But there were some beers that were released that I wanted to pick up yesterday. So I was listening in the. Maybe that's what I should do. They scored 6 runs when I was listening on the radio. Maybe I should just go sit in the car for an inning, listen on the radio, see how that goes. The TV ain't going so well.
What about today? You watched today, or this was yesterday?
Yeah, I watched it. I watched today.
We made the connection with Giant CEO Larry Baer with us, courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's up, Larry? All right, man.
Hi, Copes. Hi, Tom. How you guys doing?
Hey, Larry.
Doing all right, man. We've been talking about the road trip and the elixir that we hoped was going to be Colorado, but Colorado giveth and it taketh away, man.
Well, they did 2 out of 3. Look, it's 500 on the road and win 2 out of 3 at home. We didn't get 500 on the road, but I'm ready for 2 out of 3 at home. We did get 2 out of 3 in the last road series, and you look at the schedule. I was just looking at the pocket schedule or the color-coded schedule. We got a lot of orange. Home games are orange. We got a lot of orange in May. A lot. And some really good opportunities, I think, for fans to come out and for the team to get turned around and all sorts of good things. So starting tomorrow night.
I'll say this, Larry. In terms of the excitement around the team entering the season, the way fans have felt about the team, this year has certainly felt different, right? Relative to the last couple of years, and I think we've acknowledged that entering this year. And I think as a fan who was growing up without championships for a lot of the teams, like the Warriors and the Giants, and then watching them happen, we've changed our sort of thinking about what we want our teams to do. I always say the Niner fan who's around my age is the hungriest in the Bay Area because we don't really remember 94. We haven't seen it. And it's an organization that's championship or bust. I think the Warriors have become that too. Are we, as the Giants become that, are we a championship or bust organization in terms of success now?
I think the bar's high, but in some ways you don't want it any other way, right? In some respects, you don't want it any other way. You want the bar to be high. We've had a high bar, and it's not just because of the championships in 10, 12, and 14, but I think going through the years whether it's Mays McCovey Marichal or Clark Williams Thompson or Barry Bonds and and all the folks around Barry and when we opened the ballpark, the bar's high for just having success. And so if we're fall off a little bit, there's a lot of people screaming and yelling, and you know what? Bring it on. I like it. The worst thing is apathy. Indifference is the enemy, not people saying, yeah, how come you're not winning more? So get it turned around, and the fans have been fantastic. I have to say, we've had just, as you say, this year has been a really good vibe in the park. Ticket sales are up double digits this year versus last year. We've got a lot of good things going, and we have some fantastic series coming up here. The Dodgers. Be interesting to see how the ballpark feels Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday night when we play the Dodgers, and then the Yankees coming in at the end of the month, and here are the Philadelphia Phillies, who best record in baseball. They're coming in Memorial Day, so just a lot going on in May, and I think May will have a lot to say over about what kind of team this is.
I mean, a lot of people would prefer if the Marlins came in for 7 games.
Soft landing spot would be nice.
Yeah, too. We've talked about this, obviously, for the last week or so, and it seems to be the same tune I'm hitting every single time I talk about the Giants, that it's not going to matter until the bats get going. I mean, you look at this. Chapman's OPS is 600. Lee below 700. Estrada below 700. Ahmed below 700. Flores below 600. Yaz below 700. Like, you guys just aren't hitting, and then guys aren't hitting to what you would expect. Now, I know there's kind of a range, kind of like a Gallup poll, plus or minus 3%. When you get some of these numbers, you kind of expect it in that range, and these guys are way off the range, and a lot of them are. So for me, and it sounds pretty simple, but for me, when I'm watching this team, Larry, it's like if the guys don't start hitting close to what your expectations were, hell, what their expectations are, then it's gonna be tough because the offense is gonna continue to struggle, and that's kind of been the main thing.
Yeah. So I would say, Tom, it's interesting because it seems like it's counterintuitive or counter to what you say is really important in baseball, right? What's really important, at least, and especially in this ballpark, everybody says, if you pitch, you're going to be okay. Catch the ball and throw the ball, pitch and catch the ball, play good defense. And we've generally done that. I know there's been, with the bullpen, there have been some exceptions, one spot in the rotation, but we've generally pitched well and the defense has been improved. But, the championship teams do have timely hitting. I think you don't have to slug. I mean, there have been teams that are big sluggers, but with no pitching, and they don't go anywhere. So I think it's the timely hitting that's been frustrating. And we some of our key guys don't have a lot of RBIs, right? They don't have a lot of productive hits that are with men on base, men on third base, less than 2 outs, that kind of thing. Productive at bats. So the timely hitting's has been missing. It wasn't a slugfest when we won the championships, and there have been teams that have been middle of the pack offensively that have won championships, but you've got to have the timely hitting. So I think that it's if you segment it out, that's what's been missing. But these are hitters that do, to your point, have histories of being solid hitters, solid in the clutch, and that's where we got to get back to. And I'm optimistic. I mean, I think that we obviously could get to a point when Blake Snell comes back and then Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb. I mean, we could have just an absolutely elite rotation, and we've had just tremendous performances by Jordan Hicks, and Kyle Harrison's been incredible. Dirty Harry, is that your somebody's nickname?
Oh, that is not our nickname. You know that is not our nickname. You know that is not our nickname.
I got a good guess whose it might be.
I call him Prince Harry. That's what he calls him, Prince Harry.
I'm going with Clint Eastwood.
Yeah, go with Clint Eastwood.
Go with Dirty Harry. That's better.
Bay Area legend.
Harris has been fantastic. So you put that all together with Webby. I mean, you've got really strong potential rotation, and so we just got to we got to hold serve until those folks come back, and Colorado was a good step, but we got 2 out of 3 and on the road, and we just got to hold serve when they come back and get the hitting. To your point though, Tom, it's got to be timely hitting, and we haven't been doing that at the level we need to.
Talking to Larry Baer. Go ahead, Tom.
No, I was going to say at this point I'll take untimely hitting. I'll just take any hit. I'll take any hitting at this point. Just some hitting is fine.
Yeah. Well, with runners on base, I mean, we setting the table some, walk rate decent. I mean, Lamont has been off the charts.
No, he's been great. There's no doubt about it. I mean, but to my point, I mean, OPS I know is not the be all end all, but the Giants OPS is 21st in the league at 676. And again, I just mentioned all those numbers. It's we were saying, well, what can you do? Well, I mean, look, they're as hard on the everybody thinks fans are hard on them. The players are harder on themselves than anybody. I mean, they obviously, and I know this for a fact because I've been there, you desperately care about what you do. It's your profession. You take pride in it. You're playing in front of 25, 30, 35, 40,000 fans, and you don't want to go out there and strike out 3 times and boot the ball. So I know it means a lot to these guys, and sometimes that can work against you because you have a hard time getting out of your own head. But like until the numbers I just read about those 6-7 players kind of start getting back to, and I still think there's a good chance they're going to. Like it's rough that all of them, and one of your best hitters, Bailey, isn't been able to play because of concussion. I mean, him and Wade were probably the two best hitters, and Conforto had a nice series. But, to me, it's just that. At some point, these guys got to start getting back to numbers, reasonably close to what you'd expect they would be.
Well, and reasonably close in the power department, too, right? So we haven't been, I mean, Jorge, is hitting 30-plus home runs a year consistently, and so getting him going, getting him, he's got to come back from the injury now. But, because what's the easiest way to drive in a run? Hit a home run. Come on, you didn't answer that. Do you guys not know the answer to that question?
No, I do.
Way to drive in a run?
I mean, I do. I like when guys are on base ahead of him, though. I was telling Tom, I like the three-run home run. Three-run homers are the most devastating thing.
That's the preference, right? It's a dribbler, a bloop, and a blast, right? That's the Kuiper thing. So we haven't had the power numbers that sort of historic power numbers in some of the guys. So that's all. We think that's coming. That's the plan, and so and the fans have, as I say, the fans have hung with us. I hear fans all the time about all sorts of things, and I think there's also belief that, Bob Melvin and Matt Williams and Pat Burrell and the guys, Brian Price, I mean, they're all, really, skilled coaches that have been through the ups and downs, and slow starts are things they've gotten through in the past too. So there's a degree of confidence, I believe, that we can sort our way through it.
Yeah.
Talking to Larry Baer on the Uma guest line. Before we let you go, we got Reds coming in, and then we'll be at 58 Social tomorrow. Everybody come on out, say what's up, get ready for the Reds series this weekend, and then Dodgers Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, all night games, all 6:45, so no day game on the Wednesday. Okay. I want to ask you. I'll put you on the spot a little bit, but do you have an idea?
We're not going craft beer.
No. It's not that bad. I'm going to call out Brian Murphy. What do you say to a Giants fan like a Brian Murphy, who in the last couple of years has said, like, I don't like the vibe of all these Dodger fans showing up at Oracle Park, so I'm just not going to go.
And that's it disgusts me. Great question, Copes. Yeah. And I'm not going to criticize the Philadelphia 76ers ownership, which. I have high respect for Josh Harris and the folks that that franchise, but that's not really where we are in the world. We don't really think of just saying, okay, we're not going to let the Dodger fans buy tickets or come up with some structures or whatever. There will be Dodger fans here. There will be Yankee fans here in the end of the month. Why? Because there are a lot of people in LA, and the Giants-Dodger rivalry has been a hot rivalry for since New York for over 60 years. Why are there Yankee fans in the ballpark? Great team, as are the Dodgers, but also the fact that it's the largest market in the country, and the Yankees have a great heritage and tradition, and there are a lot of transplanted New Yorkers in San Francisco. So it's I don't know if the question's about are you trying to restrict it? Is it frustrating? Yeah, I wish there was 100% Giants fans, but I mean the fact that the people are coming, they're baseball fans. That's a great thing too, and it's okay. It's okay. I mean, what
do you say to Murph? What do we say to Murph though? That's what I'm.
Well, it's Murph saying.
He's like, well, I don't want to be around that.
He doesn't want to be around it.
Yeah, I'm like, what do you mean you don't want to be around it? Come on, let's go get it.
I think, historically, the Dodger fans are kind of around the visiting dugout. So let's get Murph over by on the third base side, okay?
I think he's a little closer than that.
You want me to find him a ticket over on the third base?
I think he's doing okay with tickets. Yeah.
How about a euchre seat at the last row up on the behind at the left field foul pole?
Let's get him a mid again.
Too many Dodger fans up there.
Let's get him a mid again and put him on the field.
Hey, 1 minute on just something. Just as you come to the ballpark next week.
Yep.
And it's going to be open to season ticket holders this weekend. But just to mention, and John Shea had a story on this in the Chronicle. So we have a pop-up across the street because I haven't been on since Willie Mays celebrated his 93rd birthday on Monday, May 6th. And we have across the street from the ballpark, open to the public, free, a really nice exhibit, a museum paying tribute to Willie Mays. And it's an important year to do it because we're going to Rickwood, which was his the home of the Birmingham Black Barons, where Willie played in the late 40s, as did his father in Birmingham. First game ever in Birmingham, June 20th. And so we have a pop-up across the street, and we just encourage fans. It's going to be open starting 3 hours before each game, and free of charge. And come on in, and there's some great highlights from Willie's career, some memorabilia, and we think our fans will enjoy it when they come to the game, or even if you don't have a ticket for the game, you can come. It's right across the street at 190 King Street.
Boy, tough sell. Free Willie Mays exhibit across the street from the ballpark on your way in to watch the Giants this weekend. I don't know if you guys will if you guys will get a showing for that. I'll be out there this weekend. I'm going to stop by. That sounds great.
Yeah, thanks. Please stop by. I just to be clear, because I don't want people disappointed. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, it's season ticket members.
Yep.
That starting Monday night, Dodger game, and for the rest of the season, it's open to the public.
Beautiful. So starting on Monday night, the 13th against the Dodgers, you can stop by on your way in, see the Willie Mays exhibit, and then all season long, the rest of the season, you can, on your way into the ballpark, go by and pay tribute to the best there ever was. Larry, we'll see you out at the ballpark tomorrow. Have a good weekend, man.
Sounds great. See you at 58 Social, previously known as Public House.
We'll see you there. Later, man.
Okay, guys.
Larry Baer there, Giant CEO. If you missed any of that, all available.
Tell Murph to suck it up.
KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Well, Mayoko, too. I didn't even drive Mayoko's lane.
That's right.
He was like, I'm not going. I wonder if he feels the same way.
He said he would go now. I think he said he would go. I don't know, though, for a fact, but that's just...
I think he feels the same about like when Gonzaga invades St. Mary's. He's like, no way, I'm not going to that. Gonzaga's rolling in. I don't even think it's on like the team to do that. And I guess I might have missed that story.
Check with Candace.
Thank you. Did the 76ers restrict?
Well, what they did is they bought 2,000 tickets off the secondary market, so the Celtic fans, not Celtic fans, but the Knicks fans couldn't buy them, and they gave them to like first responders. People in the nurses, doctors, firemen, policemen, stuff like that. So they bought the tickets and then gave them away, which is kind of a cool sign. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's going to...
As long as there's no emergencies, it's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody's gone.
As long as there's no emergencies, everything should be good, yeah.
So that's what they did. They didn't necessarily restrict him. They bought him, and then they handed him out to... I thought it was pretty cool who they handed him out to, but whatever. They tried to trust me. Larry ain't buying like 15,000 tickets or whatever is going to be available, 10,000, 8,000, whatever, and giving them to Giant fan. That ain't going to happen. Sorry. So deal with it.
No, I get that. It's more about just not giving it. I mean, people say don't sell them to Dodger fans. If you put them on the market, they're just going to get sold to wherever they get sold. How
do you not sell them to Dodger fans?
It's the activity of not going because you just don't like being around.
Yeah, exactly. If you don't, if you don't want the Dodger fans coming in, tell your friends that have Giant tickets, don't sell them to Dodger fans. Don't put them on the damn. They know though. They're like, oh, a couple of these Dodger games that pays for like a third of my season tickets. We're all good to go. So it's just the way it is. Like, you go or don't go, whatever. Don't cry about it.
I just like the idea of like buying out every member of one city part of the government or something and giving them the tickets. There's no libraries open. Every librarian in the county is like here at the game, right? You're designated. You have to have a designated survivor. As Tim points out here, we have one at KNBR. You know that, right, Tom?
Yeah, we do.
At the state of the KNBR address every year, we have to designate a designated survivor. It's Ralph in the KNBR Weather Center. He's if it all goes down, he's running the board and he's hosting the shows and calling Giants games. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Thursday afternoon. Giants fall to the Colorado Rockies. I think I said they were 17 and 21 earlier. They're actually 17 and 22. Oh, tough deal. When we come on back, how about this, dude? Like, AI is hurting people in ways that we might not have expected to this point. No, Draymond Green now, and it might have duped not only ESPN but some of our own hosts here at KNBR.
Oh no!
That one dupes me, Tommy. Draymond Green audio. It ain't real. Greg and John. That's next on the Sports Leader.
Oh no!
Santa Rosa. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Santa Rosa's Sports Leader.
The looming NFL schedule release. Matt Mayoko joined Murph and Marcus this morning and does not believe the 49ers will be playing in London this season. Listen to the full podcast, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everyone's house, different, but it may be the same. In one way, we don't really want it to be the same in this way. Everyone's room or every part of the house does not get the same Wi-Fi. You don't get the same speed in every part of the house. You don't get the same reliability in every part of the house, whether it be attic, basement, or just a bedroom that doesn't quite get the Wi-Fi that everyone else gets. Let's go. It's America. Everyone deserves the same Wi-Fi around the house. Democratic. Everybody gets the same reliability around the house, whether it's a gamer, streamer, someone working, going to school, tablet, phone, laptop. Everyone wants fast Wi-Fi. And that's what you get with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity. You don't have to worry about somebody complaining about the Wi-Fi or the speed or the reliability. Well, the connection was good, but now it's not so good anymore. No, it's the same in every part of the house, which is nice. That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity for a reliable connection throughout your whole home. And now, through June 21st, new customers can get started with gig speed internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or if you're out and about, visit an Xfinity store. You love sports, you love high def, you love blazing fast, reliable Wi-Fi that you get throughout the whole home. You will love Xfinity.
wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Thursday afternoon. Okay. That was the Giants game earlier. That was actually Chris Mad Dog Russo's reaction to the Tom Brady roast, which I still have not watched in its entirety. I've watched a little bit more of it, but he did not like it, as you can tell from that soundbite there. So, Draymond giveth so much championships, show content, Tom.
Yes.
Anger, vitriol to the national media.
Yep.
A villain. Everybody needs a villain.
Everybody needs a villain.
You gotta have darkness for there to be light. You know what I mean? So Draymond's got his podcast, and he says some wild stuff. Usually not like outlandish. It's just sort of on brand for him, I think, right? Like I don't think he's a crazy hot take guy. He's usually just giving his take on stuff, and a lot of times great insight. A lot of times you're like, dude, just stop. What are you talking about? You're doing this because you have to. What I'm not a fan of is AI sound now that people are using that sound like other people.
Yep.
And AI video, like the video stuff and the photo stuff. There's some funny things that come out. There's some cool stuff, but it's can be dangerous. It can also be weird. This has made the rounds in the last couple of days. We're not gonna play the audio because I don't want to give this legs. Because ESPN got duped by it. Greg and John talked about it, I think, briefly earlier today, and we'll get into that because they did not think it was a fake.
I can't wait to hear this.
Well, I'll let you hear it on your own. I don't want to play because it sounds too real. I don't want somebody to turn on the radio midway through the comment and they get War of the Worlds by some AI.
I want to hear what John and Pop said.
You know what I mean? Oh, you will. We got some sound.
And that's what I was saying. I don't want to hear the AI stuff. I know you're gonna read it to me, so I can tell. I know what he said.
Hey guys, come on, get off those wallets, a little cherry pie.
So we should point out to you guys, we have this database that we use for sound from we have a login for an ESPN sound database. So a lot of sound that gets played on ESPN or any of their radio shows, they'll cut it up, they'll clip it, highlights, whatever it is, so we can access it easily, right? As a media network. So we go in there and ESPN's we've never had an issue really where you're grabbing stuff that's not real. Like we haven't run into this type of technology before. The reason it got a little bit confusing, I think, even for people behind the scenes, is ESPN posted this piece of audio as a Draymond comment on their sound page for other media networks to use. And we were like, no. That's not. Derek and I were like, no, we're smarter than that. We're smarter than ESPN. It was not put out by the Volume, though it was sent out as a video like it's a Volume podcast thing, a little clip of Draymond. And if you watch carefully, his lips line up a little bit with some of the stuff, but there is a different audio clip being played over what he's saying. As soon as Derek played it for me, I started walking away. I was like, this is insane. This is wild. Here's what he said, quote, if I had to, this is what the AI video said in Draymond's voice, quote, if I had to choose between my wife and, there you go. That's when I turned around and walked away. If I had to choose between my wife and watching LeBron play for another 7 to 10 years, you can catch me at my lawyer's prepping for divorce. Pretty funny. He didn't say it. It wasn't real. Okay? If you go to see it, make sure you know it's not a real comment from Draymond. So the audio's fake. He did not say that. He's never said that on his podcast. However, a couple of guys on our station thought it was real.
In his latest podcast, he said the following, quote, if I had to choose between my wife and watching LeBron play for another 7 to 10 years, you can catch me at my lawyer's prepping for divorce, unquote. Do you think his wife's going to think that's funny?
Maybe he's already at his lawyer's prepping for divorce, and Hazel is going to be put on waivers very shortly.
Could be.
They just got married a couple of years. Right after the Warriors won the championship, Draymond got married. Wasn't LeBron at the wedding?
Yeah.
I think LeBron was. Did LeBron go on the honeymoon, too?
He probably
did. He go with Draymond and Hazel on the honeymoon?
Oh, Draymond. That's going to cost you, man.
It's poor,
Actually, it's not.
those poor SOBs.
Actually, it's not going to cost him.
That aged poorly.
Poorly.
Let's not also forget, on host swap day, Lund got duped that Bill Self got fired.
You got caught, partner.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Yeah, if you go to the ESPN audio page, we would believe the audio was real, too. It's not. It's fake audio. Draymond and his wife. This comes, by the way, the same week. Another ESPN personality got duped. Stephen A. Smith was duped by the fake tweets get people, dude. Stephen A. Smith got duped by a fake tweet by Oklahoma City Thunder guard Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Well, for a couple of things. First of all, apologies to the producer. That thing I mentioned about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, that was not his post. That was a fake post. I know that. The producers told me that. I just forgot. That's on me. My bad. So let's make sure that America knows Shai Gilgeous-Alexander never made that post. Let's get that out the way first, in fairness to him.
What do you mean you forgot?
So they told me that. I just forgot.
I knew it. They told me. I knew it, but I forgot.
Known it. I've had known it, but I'd forgotten.
The worst day to be horny is Sunday. The best day is a Friday and Saturday.
That's unbelievable. It's so funny. It's so funny that. So Derek,
AI is going to take us all down.
Is it hurting media? Is it hurting sports media? Like the fake tweets, I know get people.
Yeah, the fake tweets I learned very, very early, and I don't do Twitter much anymore, but I still use it to check stories and stuff.
Well, Elon hosed us when he got rid of the verification system. It made it really
wasn't
tough.
Great before that, and it got much worse.
Yeah.
But you always click on who sent it and check out their bio and see how many followers they have, and you do it. All you got to do is like the minimum. Kind of investigative work, and you'll figure out whether somebody's real or not real. And then if you still can't tell, just type the story into your search bar and see if like ESPN, CBS Sports, like a credible source, also has that story. If it's a big story and they don't have it, it's not real. So I kind of learned that on early on. But the AI is dangerous, man. That stuff is, and it's only going to get more and more advanced. Like it's just gonna pretty soon you're not gonna be able to tell the difference at all whether that's real or AI generated.
Are you real?
That's scary stuff, man. That AI stuff is just wild. I'm telling you, Skynet's coming. They're gonna say we don't need you one of these days. No, we don't need you guys anymore. We're good. We'll take it from here. We're good.
People keep saying that to me. Skynet's coming. I don't even know what that is. It's like the murder hornets to me, or the they're coming. Whatever. I don't know. They'll be here. Do you think when we get AI and we can like generate stuff like that, like if we had like an AI version of Tom Scher, would it be whole or would it be the way it is now? If we took an AI photo, if we like asked it to do it with Tom in the shirt.
Well, it depends. I mean, if you're going to say stupid stuff, well, I mean, I guess that still could be me theoretically. But
you can generate photos and videos and images and things like that.
You would think if you're right, if you're going to generate it, you might. But if you're trying to make it seem real, you keep the hole in there.
Or you take a photo. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I'm like, why are people doing this? Take a picture.
If you're trying to class it up, yeah, of course. They'd sew it up for me.
People checking in on John Lund, by the way, falling for the audio.
Oh, no.
Because remember before, the last time our YouTube chat went nuts on Lund, it was when he stated that the NFL draft was better
than the game. Yeah. And then it just took off.
So when we were like, yeah, he orders a pizza, eats the crust, and throws the rest away. And then we were all going off on it. Somebody here just says,
is the draft actually better than a football game?
No,
John
of course not.
Yes, it is.
No,
it's better than a lot of games.
Wes checks in on the chat, just says John Lund falls for AI Draymond. one more notch at his belt there. Pretty funny stuff though. We had one a while back, the Kyle Shanahan fake. There was somebody who made one. You remember it was like spitting. It was like exactly the same. Like you could have somebody say something that didn't actually happen like this. What you said was the ESPN page. That's where somebody there got duped. And who knows who loads that? Could be somebody like Tim. And if it's somebody like at Tim's level, then who knows what's going up on that.
Not surprising at all.
ESPN page for the world to use. But the first thing I thought was go to the volume page, go to their actual podcast and check that out instead of buying into it. But it's usually breaking news stuff. It's usually trades or things like that. It is still funny that guys find out they're traded on Twitter sometimes. Tolbert and Copes with you. Fake Woods or Black Adam Schefter. That's my other favorite. Yeah. It's one of my favorite Twitter accounts, Black Adam Schefter. It's so stupid. Who came up with that? We need to come up with a white Adam Copeland. That'd be funny. Half the time. Tolbert and Copes with you Thursday afternoon when we come back. Some soup du jour, and then Kerry Crowley at the top of the hour on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team at sftaxteam.com. If you're having IRS problems, any problems whatsoever, it can happen. You could not file because life gets in the way. You have to, that money that you were ticketed for Uncle Sammy, sorry, Sammy, it didn't quite get there. I had stuff that I had to deal with. Maybe you have a relative that's in the hospital or needs care for. It doesn't really matter what it is. Sometimes life does get in the way. Doesn't mean you're a bad person, but it does mean you got to pay your taxes. Like, that's one thing Uncle Sammy doesn't want to hear. Like, the excuses. Okay, where's my money? And if you're not going to pay me, the meter's running. Well, you don't want the meter to keep running. And if you go to Alex Kugelman and the team over at Kugelman Law, they could figure out a way to hopefully reduce what you owe. Wouldn't that be nice? But either way, you get it taken care of. You have to get it taken care of. You can't just close your eyes and magically wish that it's going to go away, because it's not. So I know the bag of stress is real. You're getting phone calls, letters. You don't want that. I should say mail. It's not letters. Uncle Sammy's not writing you a personal letter. Dear Tom, please pay us our money now. Thank you, Uncle Sammy. You don't want that. So set up a consultation. Very transparent. I'll give you a roadmap on how to get out of that hole and tell you what they're going to charge. And then you can figure out which direction you want to go. That's sftaxteam.com, sftaxteam.com. Kugelman Law, your tax, crypto, and estate planning attorneys. Alex Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Excuse me, Flo? It's that time of day.
What is the soup du jour?
It's the soup of the day.
Tolbert and Cope's Soup du Jour.
That sounds good. I'll have that.
All right, let's get to a little soup, shall we? This wasn't even part of the soup. I just kind of saw this when I thought, you know what? I'm going to include it in the soup just because I think it's funny. It's a headline from Fox News, I guess. I can't. It's hard to see, but I think it's Fox News. Could be something else. Judge denies Trump request for mistrial. Gag order changes after Stormy Daniels' testimony. And I thought that made me laugh because not only did the judge issue a gag order, that was the name of Stormy Daniels' last movie.
Oh! Never did that. I knew that's where you're going. I was like, I'm gonna let him land gag order. Attaboy. Never did. Good on you, Tom. I'm proud of you for that one.
Thank you.
I like that one.
Appreciate
That was good, dude.
Yeah, you got to be able to land.
Sometimes when we're on the air, it's tough to weave your way through a joke that you're trying to land. And I was like, yeah, I'm sure some people were getting turned off by the topic for a minute, and then you know what? I think you lasted them back. I think you put them back in.
It's right back in.
That was something for everybody.
It wasn't a political joke. It was a porn joke, and everybody can get behind those. Boom.
Or in front of them, yeah, absolutely. Or underneath them. Oh.
Now this one's wild, and it's just I'll tell you why it's wild. Well, I don't even tell you why it's wild. You're gonna figure it out in short
I'll
order.
be the judge. Yeah.
Now, a husband and a wife, girlfriend, boyfriend, or whatever partners you have ways of bonding. Different ways of bonding. You could go out to eat. You could play backgammon. Hell,
sure.
You could go on a hike. You can maybe go camping, go see movies.
Take a cooking lesson, maybe?
Yeah, a cooking lesson. Yeah. Very nice. Maybe go out and play pickleball together. Everybody seems to be loving that now. Holy crap. Sitting up like this, my T-shirt really looks bad.
It's not good. I told you, bro. I've been trying to tell you.
Bro, it looks even worse when I just looked at it. I gotta sit back down. That was
YouTube,
horrible.
KNBR.com, the KNBR app. If you want to every time he wears this thing, it might be the last time it survives.
Oh, my God.
One night only. This is it. The final tour for Tom's AC/DC. What year is it? 1982?
The tour is 82. I've had this shirt for about 10 years, maybe.
Tom got the shirt in 72.
I got it. That's how good I am. I got it 10 years before the tour.
No, that's how bad the shirt is.
So I think we've established
1882. Yeah, 1882. Yeah.
There are plenty of ways to bond. Plenty of ways to bond. This is something I never thought of. I'm assuming most couples never thought of this. Breastfeeding. Now you're thinking, well, what do you mean breastfeeding?
Come on.
What is the husband like bringing the baby, holding the baby while the baby's latched on, doing the little breastfeeding thing? No. He's latched on.
Yeah.
He is actually breastfeeding. That's their way of bonding. And they were sad because once their last child was old enough to where he stopped breastfeeding and the milk started drying up. I don't know why the milk started drying up.
I'm not even reading the story anyway. He's real familiar with
I don't know how the nipple. I don't know how the nipple knows whether it's a baby mouth or a grown-up mouth.
Have you ever actually tried breast milk, John?
Around your boob? No. Nobody should. This guy tried it on a regular, by the way. So once the breast milk dried up, they actually thought for a second about having another kid just so he could breastfeed.
The thirst was real, man.
I was like, goodness gracious. Oh my gosh. I was like, way better than the best
Sideburns,
idea
you want some of this milk?
Have you ever actually tried breast milk, John?
Dude, you're a fan
You've seen the picture, right? With his face right in her breast?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, there's a picture in here. I don't think there's any way he's breastfeeding at that moment.
Tim, why didn't I get this? Come on.
It just looks, wow. But again, you want to do that in your own home? Whatever. I don't care. I find it incredibly, I think everyone, right, is going to find it incredibly odd. Like, everybody but them. There's probably like 5 freaks out there.
Well, The Boys, you ever watch that show, The Boys?
Oh,
Homeland, dude, Homelander. Maybe this guy's a superhero. Homelander. He's a psycho SOB. That guy, and he's breastfeeding well into his 40s. It seems.
Yeah, no, Homelander's something.
And you know what's funny? That ain't his biggest problem. Not even close. Not even doesn't even crest the top 10 of what that guy's biggest issues.
Not a chance. Yeah. That guy's got problems, and it's a bigger problem for everybody else because they got to deal with him because he's a damn superhero.
You know, he's like, well, you know what's crazy too is I saw a quote here from the guy after they found that she might have dried up. Then he said this:
"I have nipples, Greg. Could you milk me?"
Audio from the story.
I think we got about a month. A month of the new season of The Boys comes out.
Oh, really?
The milk's gone bad.
Well, the opening episode of the last season was
I'm pretty sure it's June. Because I was kind of cruising through.
Milk was a bad choice.
I was kind of cruising through Prime, and what did I just watch? I was going to let you know on Prime that was I thought you'd like. That was pretty good. Anyway,
when you think of it, let me know.
we'll get back to the story.
Yeah.
I guess they meditate now. At 5 a.m., they get up and
sort of went the other way on that one.
Yeah, exactly. That kind of seems to be a more traditional way. The 5 a.m. would turn me off, but that seems to be a traditional way of bonding. And my only question would be, how did this start? Like, was it like you just thought,
it started accidentally,
like her boob slipped into his mouth?
Well, it didn't slip. He was working something.
And then his cheeks went.
Yeah, he like hit the valve, and he was like, "I'm in. This is good."
Have you ever actually tried breast milk, John?
I feel like we're having a great bonding experience now.
I sort of thought it would be something like, people get sober and they like all of a sudden they get sugar cravings or stuff like that. You know what I mean? I thought they'd be like, we switched to goat milk. You know what I mean? Or I don't know. I went to oat.
No, I'm sorry. Look, again, they didn't do it in public, not that I know of. But speaking of that, that's the one thing that cracks me up. Again, not my child. I don't care. But when you are breastfeeding, you're like a mom, and you're breastfeeding.
Are you asking because is this a question or is this a comment?
No. I'm just saying it cracks me up when you're a mom. You're out like you're breastfeeding outdoors, which is whatever.
I don't know if this is the
and
path.
then you set your kid down and he walks. If your kid's walking,
grab something from the fridge.
Let's go. It's time to move on. I mean, I know he wants the nutrients and you want to give him the nutrients, but I mean, really, 3 or 4 years old, like they have like 8, probably 8, probably 15, 16 teeth. He's probably not 15.
You know what that is? That's a badass mom. Then is what that is because that kid's cutting steak and he's out there. I'd say back to the guy in the story. One, how does this hit news? Who becomes aware of this and is like, get that guy on the horn?
Well, they probably told somebody.
And then some reporter's editor was like, get him on the phone and get a shot of it. And then the other one, I guess the other thought I'd have was save some for Santa. You know what I mean?
Well, you're not the only one, Copes. She's had people contact her for her breast milk.
Come on.
And she even had people asking if they can meet up with her so she can breastfeed them too.
Nope. I'm out.
Oh my God.
I'm out on the milk.
And there's a lot of freaks
you like
out
milk,
there
don't
too.
you?
So they had a lot of requests from people asking them to make videos.
Come on,
of their breastfeeding. Oh, just so they could see. Oh, that's
more
like
videos.
That's like Silence of the Lamb type stuff right there.
I am drinking up.
You're sitting down there watching some dude breastfeed from his wife, and you got your
1%,
pants
2%.
around your ankles.
Yeah.
That's fun. Oh, can I mention something since we?
At this point, whatever,
Get a few more minutes.
At this point, yeah.
So I'm watching the game today, and Dave mentioned, Fleming mentioned something about this. They showed a guy, Giants hat, in the stands. They always do. They'll find Giant fans no matter where they go.
Hi, I'm Dave Fleming, and I hate kids.
And as well you should. And he probably, I don't know, looked like could be 30, 35, somewhere around there. And he had a Giant hat on. And he had the 57 sticker on the bill of the hat. I mean, I've always said the age group for like jerseys, kind of half kidding, is like 30. Like once you get over 30, unless you can find somebody like Webb did with someone else's same name on the back of the jersey. I always say I'm not wearing another grown man's name on the back of my shirt. Just not going to happen. But what's up with maybe you can illuminate this, the sticker on the hat. I've never been able to understand that. I think it's stupid. I don't care how old you are. I think it's stupid. But when you were like 30, 35, I mean, take the sticker off, okay?
Well, I'll tell you this. It's nothing I've ever done, and I know it was a stylistic thing that got big.
I was actually thinking about that. I go, God, I hope Hopes doesn't have a sticker on his hat. That would suck.
I was like, no. I mean, I don't like him either, Tom.
Go home, tear all the stickers off. What are you talking about?
You hear me ripping stickers off as we go? No, so
enlighten me on this whole
thing. I don't know. It's a stylistic thing. It's something that people do for style, like many styles, Tom. Like, I don't know, your shirt, per se, that maybe
this
something we would like.
This is apathy.
It's... Well, so people
tell you what it's not.
Let me tell you what it's not. It's not going to the Met. It's not going to the Met Gala this week. I'll tell you that. It was something that was very, I don't know. Same with like the wearing the bill flat. That became a stylistic thing, and leaving the sticker on. You know what's funny is I have a lot of friends who used to do that. Anybody who leaves a sticker on knows if you do it for too long and you wear it too much, then you have to leave it because then it leaves a clean ring. If you were going to take it off, then it's like dusty and dirty around the ring. So I can't really enlighten you other than it's a yeah. Well, Rockin' New Era has doesn't he have like 1,100 hats? He told us at our YouTube watcher Rockin' New Era, he's got 1,100 hats or something. I don't know how many stickers he's got.
What are you trying to prove to people though by having a sticker on your hat that you can afford a hat?
I don't think it's not a price tag.
It's like $30.
It's not a price tag.
Of course you can afford a hat.
It's not a price tag. It's just the brand of the hat.
Yeah, no, I know, but I'm trying to say, like, you're trying to show people it's a new hat, like you can afford a new hat. I just don't.
What are you trying to show people? That's an old shirt.
Like, well, I think people know that.
You get it?
I told you, I like the damn shirt. I'm going to wear it, okay?
They like the sticker, man. You know what I mean?
It's comfortable. Wait, how could you like a sticker?
I'm not a fan.
You sound like John Lund. Why don't you keep the sticker and throw the
you brought this up.
sticker and throw the hat away?
I didn't defend the sticker.
There's one everybody
John
missed.
Lund keeps the
John
sticker.
Lund buys the hat for the sticker.
John Lund buys the New Era hats for the sticker and then tosses
throws
the hat.
the hat away.
Anybody want a hat? I was just looking for a new shiny silver sticker.
I just wanted a sticker.
Oh, that's
I'm
so
good.
funny.
Oh my gosh, like that just I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get. There's a lot of things I don't get.
Yeah. You could use the sticker to hold your shirt together. Actually, you could use it.
I don't think the sticker's that big though.
Yeah.
It's a big one, but it's not that
You
big.
have a hole that's falling off of itself, dude. The collar of this shirt. Again,
You know what I should have done? I should have interviewed the hole. So what do you say? You ready to call it a night?
I like it.
Okay, very good.
It's like Mr. Bill. Oh no! Oh no!
I say we kill him. Kill him.
314 checks on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line, says it's for the authenticity of the New Era cap. Like that's the authenticator. That sticker
Like,
on
we
it.
can't figure that out on ourselves or
What?
by ourselves. Like, and then do I care? What is that? As prestige
People,
thing?
yeah,
It
people
costs
do.
like-
People do want authentic hats, shoes, and jerseys. Yeah,
I
for sure.
get it, but it's not. Who's rocking knockoff 59 hats or 47?
Well, you'll know
I like
they don't have a
47s.
sticker. You'll know they're the ones without the stickers on. That's how we know, right?
It's not like so what you're telling me then? It's similar to someone because people used to do this. I haven't seen it in a while, but people used to do this all the time. They take the M off of someone's car, like the BMW, the M. And when they have a 535 or 58, whatever it is, 318 or whatever,
I thought they changed
take
the number,
18
yeah.
off and put the M in front of the 3, so you think you have an M3. It's like you're driving the car. You know it doesn't have the giddy up of an M3. You know you're not driving an M3. But who are you trying to like impress by having the M on your car?
It's a great Cat Williams joke, dude. He's like, everybody likes a Phantom. Everybody, the Chrysler 300. He's like, everybody likes a Chrysler 300 because you think it looks like a Phantom. That's why you got it. And it does look like a Phantom until a Phantom pulls up. And then you're like, I don't even want to be on this street, man. I want to get out of here, dude. He's like, just do you. Do what gets you there. You're good. Just be who you are. Somebody 415 checks in on the text line and says, dudes would wear those hats for 2 weeks and then trade them. The sticker made them look new. I wasn't in that game. I wasn't in the hat trade game.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, again, it hit me today when I was watching the game, and that's the type of stuff you think of when the game's 8-1 or 7-1. I think it was at the time. It's like, what else is out there? Oh, the sticker. Oh, the stickers drive me crazy. I just, yeah.
707 says Gabe Kapler always kept the sticker on his head. He does. He wears like those flat bill caps when he's like walking around. I'm gonna leave the sticker on.
You know who else?
That sounds pretty gross.
Maybe they're big fans of Minnie Pearl. Remember Minnie Pearl?
No.
And you know the show Hee Haw?
No.
Okay, well go look Minnie Pearl Hee Haw.
No.
She wears to wear a straw hat.
Yeah, okay.
And it had the price tag on it hanging off of it. So maybe they're big fans.
It doesn't
now
seem
that
like
really,
that.
that's really outside the demographic.
I'm usually pretty good with
Minnie
you, man.
Minnie Pearl.
I can hang.
And Hee Haw. He's a picking, and I'm a grinning.
And I'm going to break. Tolbert and Cope's with you. Gary Crowley joins us next, and whatever's left of Tom Shirt on these Sports Leader.
Oh, my
The NFL schedule release is happening next Wednesday, May 15th. Listen to KNBR at 5 o'clock as we reveal the 49ers 2024 schedule and give you all the details only here on The Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, a common question that a lot of people ask right after tax day: what happens if I can't pay my taxes?
Call us to prevent all kinds of bad things that could happen. Look, the IRS, as you know, hired all these new IRS agents. They're looking for people who didn't file returns and pay their taxes. But you're not a bad person. You're not an axe murderer. You just can't pay your taxes, and that's okay. Give us a call. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. We'll explain all of your options, all your rights, and all that we want to do for you to fix the problem. And you would be amazed. So many people over and over say, Steve, that's it? It's so simple? That's going to fix my problem? And oftentimes the answer is yes. So the bottom line is, rather than suffering with something like suffering with a medical problem when a medical doctor says, oh, that's easy to fix, just take this pill. Talk to us. Let us tell you everything that we want to do for you. And if you want us to, we'll go ahead and do it. We don't want you to have to talk to the government, deal with them, have anything to do with them. We'll file any returns you need to file. We'll make a deal for what you can't pay. Let's put your tax problems in the rearview mirror. And the only thing you have to do to get this is just pick up your phone and say, hey, Steve.
Hey, Steve. That's what you got to do. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-STEAL, or find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
bench.
All right, before we get on out of here, I was just perusing, and I did make an alteration in my shirt, by the way. What I did is I just stuck my hand through the hole, so now there is no more hole. But you can see it on the bottom there.
There's still a hole.
Off.
That's a sleeve.
So it's kind of it's not a hole. It
the
looks
sleeve
like
is dangling
it looks like
below,
a sleeve,
below the hole.
but you
in your
can't tell
arm
that it's a hole until you see the sleeve dangling down there at the bottom. You know what? I could have just struck gold. This could be a new look.
I think you look like Fat Bastard at the end of the Gold member, dude, where he's all like loose skin hanging off him. That's what you look like.
Oh my
I eat because I'm unhappy. I'm unhappy because I eat. I haven't seen the Willie.
Oh my gosh! Hey, can somebody tell this person on our YouTube chat to stop putting everything in caps? Sounds like you're yelling at everybody. Stop yelling at everybody. Take the caps lock off. For God's sakes, take the caps lock off.
Somebody tell him.
Yeah. Every time I see it, I think the house is on fire or something. I'm like, well, something's got to be really, really important.
Oh, it's Nicole V. Yeah, Nicole V. She'll yell. Yeah, she's
Golly.
Yeah, she's a yeller.
Caps off. Get rid of the button. Yeah. Hit it once and then tear the button off. But anyway, were you guys, in terms of hats, and what hats that you like better? Do you like fitted?
By the way,
do you
guys
like snapback, or do you like the worst of all hats?
You guys, it's because Kerry Crowley's here too, by the way. What's up, Kerry?
Kerry? The Velcro ones are the worst.
Say what's up, guys? I don't even know he was here. Hey guys,
hard for me to think about something on my head when I'm focused on what's over Tom's chest right now.
Barely, barely.
That rag.
It's hanging on, baby. It's hanging on.
I'll go. The coolest hat for me, like in my life, the best jump was going from Little League, where you wear the snapback, like your Little League team hat, to when you get to like a team or a league that has you get a fitted one or the official league cap. The first one I had was when I jumped to Babe Ruth. I played for the Rockies, and we had like the purple cutoff jerseys, but we wore the black Rockies hats. That was the first ever new era cap I'd been given to like play baseball in, which was pretty cool. Because it's like, ooh, this is like a big league uniform. Also, the first jersey I had that was a button-up instead of like a Little League pullover, So it's like you feel like it's cool. It felt cool at 13. So I think those first, and I know the snapbacks came back big, came back strong.
Yeah, I'm fitted.
Made a big
I go
cap,
fitted first and foremost. And then I don't wear snapbacks much anymore. I used to have them occasionally, but one of the reasons is my head's so big that I'd always have to go on the last button on the snapback, so it wouldn't go straight across. It was like kind of in a V shape almost, where it's like barely kind of hanging in there over my head. So I go fitted, and then the Velcro I won't wear. Velcro looks like a giveaway hat.
Yeah.
Looks like somebody gave it to you with a bowl of soup, as they say. So, yeah, that's how I'll go. I go fitted, snapback, and then well, I won't even put Velcro number 3, because Velcro I wouldn't even put on my head.
How about a visor? We come down to visor, Tom.
I'm not a visor guy. Some guys can pull it off.
The worst looking hat I ever saw. Well, you buy a hat like this, I bet you get a free bowl of soup, huh?
Yeah, I'm not a visor guy.
Oh, it looks good on you, though.
When you had your hair, though, that was all crazy when you were playing. You seemed like you could have pulled off a visor.
Yeah,
like mid-90s with that hair.
Never did. I think
that was the visor era, too, right?
Yeah,
fanny pack and
absolutely. We had, like when I think visor, immediately I think of Steve Spurrier.
Yep.
Steve Spurrier was the visor. And then John Gruden, wore the visor. And
Josh
Kirby
McDaniels.
Smart. Yeah, Josh
Lane
McDaniels.
Kiffin was a visor. He might still be a visor guy.
Maybe he is.
He might still be a visor guy, yeah. But I think you got to have hair. How many bald guys you see wearing visors?
It's not a good look.
No, not many.
You know who sneaks in a visor, surprisingly? Bill Belichick will sneak in a visor, dude.
Will he?
He'll snap in a visor at training camp in practice with some shorts on.
I was just going to say,
You'll see him in the
OTAs.
summer. Well, when he used to be at training camp.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm so excited.
He's not wearing a lot of visors now.
Are you guys visor guys?
Never been a visor guy myself.
No,
no.
not a visor man.
I can't say I've owned a visor. So.
Oh, I've seen a lot of visor. No,
It always comes back to that.
I have to go snapback now because of my hair. I bought a Giants hat, a new fitted cap a couple of years ago, thinking, okay, I'll get one. I don't know how long I'll grow my hair, and I wore it like 7 times, and now it's it's moot. So now it'll never fit me again unless I grow my hair to that one exact length to where it fits at that length again. Because if I cut my hair, I have a bunch of hats that fit my regular size head. But now I just got to go snapback if I'm going hat. Or Tom goes beanie too.
I go beanie. That is
Tom's
my
a beanie man.
Yeah.
I don't know if you call it a hat.
Is a beanie a hat?
My head.
808 KNBR. We got 3 hours tonight.
But I do love beanies. Yes, beanies are. When you have a bald head, it gets cold. So got to wear the beanies, and it protects you from the sun. So dual purpose. But yes, I'm more of a beanie. Like, I think the beanie looks better on me than the hat, and it's more practical. You know, when you have the facial hair and everything, the scruff, then I always thought the beanie looks better.
You just reminded me of a hat thing I meant to tell you on the air the other day, Tom. I came to work. I was here at work already, and Derek got here. And Derek's desk is in the bullpen, sits like right outside my office, and so I'm sitting like I can see the back. Yes, I was thinking the same thing. Sitting behind him, I could see the back of his head, and he was wearing a hat. And the hat was like, it was a snapback, but it was like sort of frumpled together in the back. Like I was like, is that not pinned together correctly? And I walked up like real close to him. Dude, this guy's hat had broken. He stapled it together. This guy's rocking staples on his snapback on his hat.
Whoa.
I was like, you gotta be kidding me. And he said it broke. And I was like, then the hat's done.
Nice.
Then that's the run of the hat.
Damn.
So for him to sit here,
knew Tom would be a fan of this.
Yeah.
I mean, look at what the man is wearing right now.
Tom
He'd be Team Derek on this issue.
Staple of the shirt itself. That's a defacing the product itself. You don't want to add extra metal to the shirt. That'll cut you up. But yeah, dude, that was, by the way, another funny one. Derek walked by the live stream, and Greg, he switches the hats every scene. Derek
no, I never knew that.
Oh, you didn't notice it? Derek walks by the other day and he goes, "Hey, wait a minute. That's my hat."
Oh, it looks good on you, though.
He goes, "Wait a minute, that's my hat." It's hysterical, dude. That's where I was rocking the staples. So
I've never worn a hat while we're doing the show on the live stream, but I'll have to go get one. I just found it. I was cleaning something out, and I looked, and I forgot who it was. Maybe Tim will remember. Remember the old Viking? A super nice guy that used to come on our show and call us like once every month or so. And I wish I could remember his name. He was center for the Vikings like back in the 70s. And again, really, really nice guy.
Tough to
so
book.
we're down really well. We didn't book him. He was like he'd call and he'd listen to the show and he'd call us. But we were down at the Public House, 58 Social now. Back when it was the Public House, and he showed up and just wanted to talk. So he brought me like an old school 1940s football helmet, like a leather one. Leather, and you could tell it's like a real helmet because it's thick and it's hard. Like you could tell you could use it and do a little damage with it if you wanted to take your life into your own hands.
to yourself, yeah. I was gonna say.
If you wanted to risk permanent paralysis with your head, but no, it's so funny. I'll put it on one of these days. I didn't want to infringe on Papa's territory of the hats.
You already have.
Maybe one of these days I will. I love there's nothing better than turning on the stream before our show and seeing Papa has a flat billed hat. It's just that to me is the best. Like my day could not go wrong after seeing that. Like however my day was going before that, if I see this guy in a flat bill hat, I know the rest of the day.
Everything's coming up, Tom. Yeah.
Oh, stupendous.
Hey, do you guys remember that guy, Kerry? Maybe you remember Anthony Reyes? Was that his name? The pitcher for the Cardinals in like 2006.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And he wore the pipe. He might have been a rookie or a second year dude. Didn't last that long. Was like he's the antithesis of baseball in 2024. Like he wouldn't have survived today. But he had like the high rung pipe socks. But his bill was so flat, and they used to say he ironed it.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Well, just don't bend it ever. What do you mean iron it? It's not going to naturally bend. What are we talking about? But he had the flattest bill ever. Like you could eat food off of that thing. It's like a plate.
Fernando Rodney-esque.
Yeah, Rodney was like that too.
Tilted to the side.
I think Rodney's got the best hat in baseball history. I think that's an iconic look.
Yeah,
see, I'm more of a Noah Lowry guy.
Yeah, you like the curve. You like the bend.
Yeah, the curve. You look like you're ready to throw some tobacco in.
I like Nomo. I like the triangle. I go Nomo.
What about the guys who wash their hats all season long? Like a Trot Nixon hat. Used to play right field for the Red Sox. The guy, the hat looked like it was from 1963. Yeah, Steve Klein. Perfect example.
Steve Klein.
Julian Tavares was one.
Oh,
Julian Tavares was like that. That's because you can get away with putting crap on your hat.
Oh. Yeah. Well, Steve Klein's hat should have been sponsored by Morton's. You kidding me?
They crawled onto his head every night.
That thing was all salt, like literally all salt. It was just disgusting. But yeah, the first time I saw the triangle hats was when I was watching the Little League team from Japan that was in the Little League World Series, and they all had their hats look like teepees. I go, oh wow, I haven't seen that one before. And then there was a couple guys that did it in the big league. That one never really caught on. You know what else never really caught on? The one dude that you guys remember, Kerry might even remember his name. Well, you probably would.
The
too,
puffy hat?
No, yeah, the guy that wore the hat,
we just
the
talked about
protective
this,
hat for the Padres.
Well, yeah, this is our second hat.
This is our second
conversation in 2
about
weeks.
him, right? Yeah.
Okay, we're recycling now. Let's go.
Yeah.
What do you got going on?
No.
We're out of material.
Do remind me his name.
Nobody remembers. He was a Padre. Something. I don't know. He's a Padre. There we go.
No, I can't remember. I just remember him wearing it. It looked like one of those hats.
Alex
that guys,
Reyes. Alex something.
I don't remember.
You had it last week, Copes. So.
Well, remember, it looks like one of those big funny hats that people buy to be ironical now.
Yeah,
and they
I
just
hate
wear
those
them around.
hats.
It's like, what are you doing? And I hate when people wear those to the games. It's like, bro, you realize somebody's sitting behind you, right? Nobody wants to look at the back of your stupid big hat. It's not that funny.
It's funny.
Take
It's
it
funny
off
because
so
it's
I
bigger
can
than
see the
most
game.
hats.
Yeah, I didn't pay
Turd
$250.
Ferguson, right.
I didn't pay $250 to see the back of your hat. You're funny? No, you're not funny at all. But that's what he was wearing basically on the mound.
Oh, it looks good on you, though.
and guess how well that caught on? Guys are like, yo, man, I'd like to be safe, but I don't look like no damn fool.
Alex Torres is the guy. Alex
Torres.
And we didn't have much on him after that. After we found his name last week, either. I think we were like, yeah, he wore that hat. It wasn't good.
That was it.
Didn't look good. And then I think I said, hey, Joe Martinez, remember him? Yeah, he's in front office for Major League Baseball now. And then Tom said, hey, Kerry, what do you got going on tonight?
Yeah, we did. That's exactly how this went.
So thing is how it went. I'm just saying.
What do you have going on tonight, Kerry?
Well, the Giants lost today, so we're going to open the phone lines and see what folks think about this team. I figure it's a good time to check in, almost a quarter of the way through the season, and I'm not working tomorrow night, so I'm going to do my quarter poll check on the Giants, and I'm sure we'll get some rational, reasonable, very calm takes about the state of this team that's 5 games under 500. So should be fun.
You're just asking for it, aren't you?
I am.
I'm not looking forward to this Dodger series now. I'm like just off the board. I could give a damn about the Cardinals, the Reds this week. I'm not even looking at it. I just look at that 1, 2, 3.
The Reds have lost 6 in a row. Reds are awful.
Is it 6 or 8?
Maybe it's 8. I just know that they went 0-6 on their homestand.
It's 8, and I'll tell you what. It doesn't make me feel good that they're 0-8 coming in either. I don't know. I'm like, oh, good.
They're due.
Perfect. Yeah, perfect. Coming off a 10-game roadie, I feel great about that.
Theory.
Perfect, yeah.
Yeah, fastest team in baseball. Giants always play well against fast teams.
Right where we want them.
Oh, big time.
Right where we want them.
Maybe a couple pitchers the Giants haven't seen before. All the recipe for a great homestand.
Yeah, brother. Have a good show, Kerry.
Thanks, guys. I'll need the good luck.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Stay tuned. Kerry is going to take you right up until 9 o'clock right here on The Sports Leader. Let's remind everybody, tomorrow we're going to be out at 58 Social. So the weather is supposed to be phenomenal. So if you come out there, hang out, grab some food, grab a beer, sit around, listen to us before you go to the game. You can catch the, maybe get a little early. Catch the Willie Mays pop-up.
Look at your collar, dude. Look at your collar on the stream.
What's that?
Your collar on the stream looks insane. You have half of a collar on that T-shirt.
Oh, yeah.
Dude.
It looks worse when I sit up. Like, now it looks really bad.
It looks really bad.
I thought when I sat back, it looked okay, like it was passable.
It has a good side, but the good side is the one with the hole in the arms.
Yeah. I mean, it's straight hobo right now.
Real quick, by the way, 8:30 tomorrow morning, Alex Smith with Murph and Marcus. Alex Smith,
nice.
Former Niner #1 pick, going to join Murph and Marcus tomorrow. Pretty cool.
Very cool. All right, let's thank our guests. We had Mark Spears on. We had Larry Baer on. Thank you very much to Derek. Stapled your hat, Derek? God dang.
The sadness on his, he just went.
I mean, damn.
And it's
clever.
It's
witty.
It wasn't.
No, it's not
it wasn't. Or clever.
Or clever.
It was really pathetic is what it was, yeah.
Damn. Thank you, though. You did a good job today.
Derek.
Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it. Great job. Fun show. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Again, if you want to show up, 58 Social, we're going to be out there from 2 until probably about 6:15, 6:20 as we get you ready for the Reds and the Giants. Copes, have a great evening.
All right, dude. See you tomorrow.
All right, man. I will see you tomorrow. Stay tuned. Kerry Crowley takes you right up until 9 o'clock. Talking Giants right here on The Sports Leader. Take it away, Dirk.
Oh, my God. Oh! Shut it down. Let's go home.
It's time for you to sound off, for you to speak your mind. This show is for the faithful.
Touchdown! Touchdown!
Dub Nation.
Time! Steph Curry again!
And the seam heads that bleed orange and black. This is Sports Phone KNBR. Sponsored by Industrial Metal Supply on the Sports Leader. Check the live stream on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
What's going on, folks? Kerry Crowley hanging out with you here this evening until 9 o'clock. Sports Phone KNBR is the show. We are presented by Industrial Metal Supply online at industrialmetalsupply.com. It's metal made easy. The Giants fall 9-1 to the Colorado Rockies today. And despite winning the series, they are sitting 5 games under 500 with 39 games down. Almost a quarter of the way through this 162-game regular season. And on May 9th, the Giants are nothing short of a disappointment. When you consider preseason expectations, when you consider what folks thought this team could be, way back in spring training, even before the Jorge Soler, Matt Chapman, and Blake Snell signings, you thought the Giants could take a step forward this year. They'd signed Jung-Hoo Lee, they'd signed Jordan Hicks, there were a number of promising prospects in the organization, and quite honestly, they were so bad at the end of last season that it was hard to imagine them taking a step backward after a 79-win season. And yet, right now, Thursday, May 9th, after a disappointing series finale in Colorado where Keaton Winn gets lit up in the 4th inning, it spirals out of control, and the Giants get blown out yet again this season, it's difficult to envision a clear path forward without 4, 5, 6 different guys just stepping up and playing significantly better baseball. It's not on one player to carry the team right now. It's not on one starting pitcher to work deep into a ball game and give the Giants a win when they need to. The Giants have not won 3 in a row. The Giants are 5 games under 500 because they can't string together a solid week of good baseball. The Giants so far have been nothing like the team that we thought they might be. And I've owned up to this on recent shows, did so yesterday when I was hosting with Tom Tolbert. I thought that by signing Jorge Soler, by signing Matt Chapman, by signing Blake Snell, this Giants roster will be significantly improved. I envisioned a team that could win 87, 88 games, challenge for a wild card spot, be exciting and entertaining, and do all of the things that last year's team, the 2022 team, could not. But to date, the Giants are teetering on the edge of looking just like they did a year ago. A step too slow, a lineup that's too weak, and a pitching staff that's too inconsistent to win a bunch of 3-2 or 2-1 ball games over the course of 162 games. And where does that leave you? It leaves you looking for blame. It leaves you looking for the people who directed this thing into the situation where the Giants are 5 games under 500 and searching for optimism, trying to cling to any little, bit of hope that they can right now. Because it's been ugly. This 10-game road trip was ugly. The 4-game loss, the 4-game sweep at the hands of the Philadelphia Phillies was brutal. And so this is a Giants team that comes home with 6 games, 3 against the Reds, who've lost 8 in a row now, and then 3 against the Los Angeles Dodgers with a lot to prove. I said at the beginning of this month that May could define the Giants' season. I didn't think that the Giants would be completely out of the wild card race if they had a brutal May. And I still don't believe that. Even if they struggle this week, even if they struggle on their upcoming road trip after that, I still think there's a path forward for this team. But they sure are digging themselves a hole. They sure did not make things easy on themselves. And with another short start from a member of the rotation today, there's a lot of work left to do against the Reds and against the Dodgers. The Giants need to find a path forward. And so where does that solution come from? And who is to blame right now for the state of this team? 17-22 through 39 games. This now is a meaningful sample size. We are past the point of saying it's too early, folks. We're past the point of saying, if he gets another 25, 30 at-bats, he's going to snap out of this. We're past the point of saying that the teams the Giants have played are pretty good and surprising. We're 39 games into the regular season. It is fair to evaluate the body of work this ball club has put forward so far. And quite frankly, it hasn't been impressive. That's not to say that things can't change, but that is to say that right now people are looking for who to blame. And that's not a good sign when that starts happening in early May. So your thoughts, 415-808-KNBR is the number on the state of this Giants baseball club. Your thought on where you assign this blame. Is it on the front office for this slow start? Is it the new manager and coaching staff, Bob Melvin, and the group that he put together? Or is it simply on the players who are paid to produce? And have they just failed to do so? Is it simply on the players? 415-808-KNBR is the number. Your calls, your texts on the other side. We'll play some sound from this afternoon postgame. Not a great scene at Coors Field as the Giants lose 9-1, fall to 17-22 on the season. There's a long road ahead, a lot of work to do. We'll start breaking it all down on the other side. You're listening. Sports Zone KNBR, Kerry Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock. You're on KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Sunnyvale, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Sunnyvale's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The NFL schedule release is happening next Wednesday, May 15th. Listen to KNBR at 5 o'clock as we reveal the 49ers 2024 schedule and give you all the details only here on the Sports Leader.
It's Fitzgerald on the first pitch, a swing, little dribbler right out in front of home plate, picking it up Diaz as he turns and throws to first in time to get Fitzgerald. And the game is over. Giants held to just the 1 run and could not keep up with the Rockies today. Colorado behind the 7-run bottom of the 4th, and they come away with a pretty convincing win here today. 9-1, the Rockies beat the Giants.
Dub Nation, dial the digits and dive in. 415-808-KNBR. Sports Phone KNBR continues right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
Well, you heard Joe Rizzo say it in the final call. The Giants couldn't keep up with the Colorado Rockies. And that's never a good phrase for a broadcaster to have to utter. The Rockies not even at 10 wins yet on the season. And the Giants lose today, miss an opportunity to sweep this series. They fall back to 5 games under 500, 39 games in the books now. So the sample size is meaningful. We're almost a quarter of the way through this regular season, and the Giants have not lived up to expectations. Who's to blame for that? Is it management? Is it the manager and the coaching staff? Or is it simply the Giants players and their failure to live up to expectations thus far? Kerry Crowley hanging with you on Sports Zone KNBR. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Please do dial us in. We're going to open up the phone lines now and send things out to our friend Rick in Hayward, who's going to lead us off tonight. Rick in Hayward, you're on Sports Zone. Rick, how's it going this evening?
It's going okay, Kerry. If we had a choice, you asked me on Monday if I wanted to talk Sharks. I'd much rather talk.
Hey, Macklin Celebrini talk on the leader, huh?
Oh, my God. Well, that was before. We talked about the Sharks. We were just gagging, but we talked about the Sharks before the draft lottery, and I think 35,000 Shark fans at about 3:59 on Tuesday afternoon all ceremoniously did a holler and a jump up and down when we got finally, to
absolutely
deal with that whole season and then actually come out with the number 1 pick for the first time ever. So anyways, let's get on to the other losing team in the No, I shouldn't say that. They're not the A's, so
well, they're not playing as well as the A's either. They're certainly not hitting as well as the A's these days.
No, you're right, but it's the A's. I mean, they're already talking about trading their closer Miller.
Exactly.
So,
yeah.
And I've jokingly been saying, what is John Fisher going around looking for more money for his stadium? Is that why he's doing the trade?
Yeah,
so
honestly.
Anyway, getting back to the Giants, I blame it solely on the players.
Mm-hmm.
You can't. We talked. I'm rehashing this, but you and I talked about this on Monday. You can't blame Farhan for doing what everybody wanted him to do.
Yeah.
Now, yes, at a point, the buck stops with Farhan. If this is a results-based business, if it doesn't work, I would assume his neck is going to be on the line.
Yeah.
And rightfully so. I mean, you can't keep losing and losing. Too many people out there are expecting win or go. Win mm-hmm. now. When nobody is the one thing that makes me laugh is nobody is willing to understand where we were when Farhan started to where we are now. Granted, it's not great, but then again, we had nothing in the minor league system. I mean, and he pulled a rabbit out of the hat trading Melanson for anything.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not apologizing for him because he's a big boy. He knows what he got into. And I know a lot of people don't like the A's-centric style of baseball. And that's
mm-hmm.
where he came from. So, yes, they try to get away from it. They couldn't get the fish they were trying to get, meaning the players they were trying to get. So they had to settle for a Jorge Soler, for
mm-hmm.
a Blake Snell, now maybe they weren't trying to settle for him, but they got him at a reduced price, and nobody else out there wanted to give him $40 million. Gee,
exactly.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
And Chapman, the same thing. How many the agent for
Scott Boras.
So Scott Boras, thank you. How many
mm-hmm.
Scott Boras clients are on the Giants now? Isn't it 4?
Yeah, there's quite a few now because you've got at least Jung-Hoo Lee, Chapman, Blake Snell, and I'm sure there are a few others as well.
Conforto?
Yeah, Conforto's a Boris client, so yeah.
Yeah. So we've snuggled he snuggled up to the guy who's like the villain of all villain of agents in the league, and this is the garbage we've been fed. I mean, these guys just have to get better. Chapman is horrible right now. If you take away his Saturday night, or I think it was Friday night game on March 30th, where he hit 2 home runs, had 5 RBIs, what has he done?
Yeah, not a whole lot at the plate.
He's had 6 errors too in that time in 37 games. So the whole thing about, hey, he's a great hit. He's going to hit 240. He's going to have 25 home runs. He's going to be a vacuum at third base. Well, what do we got? Look, we played what's his face, Flores, today at third base, and he has nowhere near the range of Matt Chapman. All right, it's getting to this point in the season now, 40 games. And everybody was trying to sell us on this. Okay, just wait. In fact, Larry Baer was selling us today with Tom and Copes, was saying, "Oh, just wait until we can get Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb back."
Yeah, they're going to be 10 to 12 games under 500 if that's when they're getting them back. So it's going to be a bigger hole to dig out of there. I think that's the real issue here, Rick. Is they're digging themselves a hole, and they're not out of it yet, but the trends aren't good. The trends are not good.
Yeah, it's not looking good right now. And after this weekend, the fans are really going to get an eye opener as the Giants play the Dodgers, and then they've got the Reds coming up this weekend, who've lost 8 in a row, the Dodgers next week, and then finally this 16-game and 16-day stretch ends. So, Rick, thank you for the phone call. Appreciate your thoughts this evening. Always enjoy talking to you. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Let's head out to Brett in Walnut Creek. Brett in Walnut Creek, you're on Sports Phone. Brett, how's it going this evening?
Hey, it's not going too bad. Certainly, I think I'm doing a lot better than the Giants team. And
low bar there, bar right now.
And in utter disarray. I mean, they're on a ship without a compass. They don't have a vision, a plan. They don't have an identity. And when you ask about blame, it goes all around. But I think ultimately it does kind of start at the top. Again, setting an identity for who you are as an organization, as a team, who you want to be, who you want to build. And granted, Farhan has done some decent things, but he's also the same guy that has Yaz on the team still, has Slater on the team still. Guys.
I'll tell you, Yaz isn't the issue right now. Yaz has had a solid 3 weeks of baseball.
Again, he's had a solid 3 weeks of baseball to get his average up to 230. Yeah. So that's not what. The Giants don't have an all-star on their team. They don't. And the reason why we bring the thing about attitude and starts from the top. They're the Chris Cohen Warriors. They're the Trent Baalke 49ers with Dennis Area, teams that had no direction, they had no identity, and they were out there floundering, trying to put square pegs in round holes and hopefully roll the dice and get lucky. Obviously Chapman, but it's not like Chapman had been tearing it up the last 3 years and he was going to suddenly be revitalized, in 2024. Yastrzemski hasn't had a decent year. I don't think he's hit above 240 in 3 years. So, that's Flores. I love Flores, but Flores should be, a bench guy. It's time to say, let's let our guys play. Let's let our guys play and maybe get some identity. Does it mean you bring up you? But unfortunately, we're stuck with what we have, right?
Yeah.
You can't put Chapman and send him to the minors. Could you maybe DFA Yaz or something? Yeah, you could. And then does Matos come up? Does Ramos maybe start to get a chance to play a little bit more? I mean, I
certainly would have liked to see him start in the outfield today. I'll tell you that much.
Right, and then and the other thing is the Giants. You can almost argue, Kerry, that at 5 games under 500, they've actually overperformed. Yeah. They could be easily 8 or 9 games under 500. I mean, we saw with the Phillies the difference between a good baseball team and not a very good baseball team. We've played the 2 top teams in the National League, the Dodgers and the Phillies. We are 0-7. Haven't won one. And despite the fact that we took 2 out of 3 from the Rockies, we still got outscored 15-14.
Yep.
I mean, the Giants are like -50. I don't know what the exact number is in run differential, which basically says you every now and then you win some close games, but every now and then you get your ass smacked around. They're and we haven't even again we've got to play the Dodgers more. We've got to play the Braves still. We've got to play Milwaukee. The Reds. Granted, they've lost 8 in a row, but you know what? Who's going to probably make them hot? The Giants.
As we said earlier, they're due. They're due for a win. So that's not what you want to see. Thank you for the call, Brett. I appreciate your thoughts this evening. We're going to keep things rolling because the phone lines are hot right now. 415-808-KNBR is the number. We did have a texter point out, the bar is low when you say that a player had a good 3 weeks of baseball. But that really truly is where the bar has been at for the Giants offense so far this season. The Giants lineup has really struggled. Stringing together solid performances has completely evaded this team, and I thought they had a great opportunity on their hands to try and change the momentum of this season, roll into Coors Field and sweep the Rockies, and instead they lose by 8 runs on getaway day. And so now they've got to come back and start over again against the Cincinnati Reds and the Los Angeles Dodgers. 6 games in 6 days to end this 16-game-in-a-row streak. Let's go out to Jeff in Rockland. Jeff in Rockland, you're on Sports Phone. Jeff, how's it going this evening?
Terry, how are you today, sir?
Oh, doing well on my end. How are you?
Outstanding. So I see everybody's in a panic. I'm like, we're only in 10th of May tomorrow. Like we're used to anything else of the Giants lighting it up. We're always used to guys, good pitching, defense, and even when they won the World Series, they weren't batting but 230, 240 as a team. Let's have a little patience. And I got to say, with Farhan, when Robbie Ray and Snell comes back, I think that's a really, really formidable pitching staff.
But where do they get their runs when that happens, Jeff? I think that's why people are concerned, is because you can see a path for the pitching staff to be good. You can understand, Kyle Harrison's going to continue developing. You're going to get Blake Snell back, and he's got to be better than he's been so far. Robbie Ray, he's coming off Tommy John surgery. There's a question mark there. Alex Cobb will come back, but where do you get your runs? That is the big question for this team right now.
Well, we don't run. According to Baseball Savant, we don't swing at meatball pitches down the middle of the plate either. And I don't know. I still got hope. And it's a tough division we're in with San Diego, the Dodgers. And but I'm not giving up hope. And remember, we're no better than what our record says we are right now.
Yep.
And remember, I'm going to leave with a joke. I'm going to let the Giants babysit my kids because I know they don't hit nothing. Have a good day.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you. Thank you for the call, Jeff. Appreciate your time this evening. 415-808-KNBR is the number. I see Terry. I see Mike. I see Joe. We will get to your calls after we got to take a quick commercial break here. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Your thoughts on the San Francisco Giants? Where do you assign the blame for this team that has started 5 games under 500 through its first 39 games, almost a quarter of the way through this 162-game regular season? There's big concerns for this Giants team, especially amid this terrible road trip. So we will be back right after these quick messages. You're listening. Sports Zone KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Back here on Sports Phone KNBR, Kerry Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock. 415-808-KNBR is the number and opportunity for everyone out there listening to the leader to sound off on the state of Giants baseball. 9-1 the loss today against the Colorado Rockies. Not the way they envisioned finishing this series at Coors Field, and certainly not the way a 17-22 team envisioned starting this first quarter of the regular season. It's a long way to go, 162 games, and you've still got about 75% of them left, but it does not get much easier from here on out. You've got the Reds who are coming to town. They've lost 8 straight, but they've got great team speed, something that always flummoxes the Giants. And then you've got the Dodgers, and of course, they're a juggernaut. They have been, they will be, and they will continue to be for years to come. Let's go out to Terry Z in Fresno. Terry Z in Fresno, you're on Sports Phone. Terry, how's it going this evening?
Well, that's pretty close. It's actually Tony, but that's all right.
My bad. I'm sitting away from my screen here, so I think I messed that one up on my end, Tony.
It's okay. Here's the thing. You got to remember, you're going to win 54. You're going to lose 54. It's what you do with the other 54. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We're not to the first 54 yet, so we got some time. But I'm going to tell you this because I call a lot. I haven't talked to you but once, but I want you to know that when we hired Farhan and he hired Gabe, I said this is not going to go well. I don't see the success. Okay, he hired a 50 manager. That's what he got, except for 1 year when everybody had career years. Other than that, he was sub 500.
Mm-hmm.
And so is Farhan, okay? So I want people to remember that when they take a look at what's really going on here. We have a good manager. We have some great coaches. We've got some good players, but they're average players. The problem that we don't have, that we always have, that we don't, have, the problem that we have right now that we normally don't have is our middle relief and our, other than Doval, we have issues. We have huge issues, okay? And there's no support to that young pitching staff. If you're going to have a young pitching staff, you got to have some serious relief. We don't have it. He needs to go out and find some relief. The other thing is this platooning crap needs to stop. I watched every team we played. They don't platoon that much. They play the same guys that keep score of the games, right? So I'm sitting there and I notice day after day, everybody parades out their lineup. And we change ours quite a bit. And I keep looking at this going, what's the big wish here? We got Lee for a ridiculous amount. We got Snell, who I did not want. And I'm going to tell you why, because he doesn't have his 3 wins that he normally gets every year against the Giants. That's a problem for him. Okay, so I'm just being honest here. He's an expensive.
He had the best 2-month stretch in baseball maybe I've ever seen at the end of last season.
As long as you're good with 6 innings, and I know people are.
Yeah.
But that's the other problem. We have advanced so much scientifically that we forgot how to play baseball.
Well, that's a 30-team issue. That's not just the Giants. We could get into that all night long, but that's a 30-team issue around Major League Baseball. If your name isn't Logan Webb, you're not throwing 200 innings.
Well, that's what I understand that, but the problem is change it up. You have to change it if you want to win. And right now, we're running people out there. You know, like an earlier caller said something about Flores. He's a bench player. He should be relieving first and third and second. And, you know, and we should have 4 outfielders, and the one should relieve all the rest of them to give them their day off. But you know what? We need to stick with a lineup. We put them out there. You give them 54 games. You say, there. At the end of 54 games, I'm cutting your ass. I'm cutting you if you don't get it together. You know.
Okay.
We definitely need middle relief.
More consistency across the board. I get where you're going with this, Tony. Yeah, I appreciate the phone call. I understand the perspective, and I think there's a lot of people out there who certainly agree with that sentiment that they'd like to see fewer platoons. There's certainly fewer platoons than there were the last few years. They'd like to see a better bullpen. A lot of that's on the guys that the Giants paid. Luke Jackson, Taylor Rogers. They haven't lived up to their contracts this year thus far, and I think that that ultimately comes down to the players and the front office for making the decision to sign those guys. So blame can be spread there. Let's go to Mike in San Francisco. Mike in San Francisco, you're on Sports Phone. Mike, how's it going this evening?
Good evening, Kerry. How are you there?
Always good when we hear your voice. Mike, how's it going?
Doing well, and thanks for asking. I just want to preface this by saying I'm happy with the guys we signed because I stopped paying attention to who we were going to sign after Jung-Hoo Lee was signed this offseason. I caught up a little late, and I looked them up, and I said, you know what? I don't really like these guys because of various reasons, but I am happy that we signed them all. And I think they're going to help at some point this season in a major way, and I still believe we're going to get to the dance, but I did have us pegged as, the 4th team in the NL West heading into the season, and I'm wondering, and I'm just going to put it out there that I still wonder if we would have been better off going with the youth movement. But before, I don't really want to ask you that tonight. What I wanted to do was talk to you about some of the possibilities.
Yeah, of course. Let's do that. Let's do that.
Ahmed here.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, if you don't mind.
Of course, no. So Nick Ahmed, and thank you for the call. I'll give you your answer off air here. So he, of course, goes down with a wrist injury today, and I think that the Giants have a decision to make. Could they IL him even if the injury isn't all that bad? Could he be on the IL if the injury is bad? I think the answer is yes to both of those questions. Of course, they'll have no choice if the injury is bad, but it does bring up the possibility that you go with Marco Luciano or Casey Schmidt at the shortstop position right now. And everyone in this Giants fan base wants to see Marco Luciano, and I think the Giants ought to give him a long look. And Casey Schmidt might have had the better stats thus far at AAA Sacramento, and there's something to be said for the guys who produce, but Luciano is the kid with the pedigree. 22 years old. He's been a top prospect in the Giants system for a long time now. You'd love to see him producing with 1,000 OPS and 10 home runs by now and forcing his way to the big leagues and not giving the Giants any other choice in the matter right now other than to say, we've got to have this kid on the team. The reality of the situation is they don't have to. They don't have to because his numbers haven't been that outstanding down there at AAA Sacramento. They don't look like they will translate into great numbers in the major leagues. With that being said, Nick Ahmed hasn't given them much. He's played okay defense. In fact, it's been better than okay at times. He did have the wild throw this week at Coors Field, but Marco Luciano presents the option to have a great bat in the lineup. He's someone who will be here for a long time, and I think he's got a great future at the major league level. And if Ahmed needs to go on the injured list, I think you bring up Luciano, give him 15 days, see what happens, and you hope that you never look back from that point forward. Let's go out to Joe in Burlingame. Joe in Burlingame, you're on Sports Phone. Joe, how's it going this evening?
Hey, thank you, Mr. Crowley. It's interesting. We have, Bob Melvin. It's like it's going to take time. I mean, everyone knows you can't spend money to make a team, okay? Everyone knows that. Look at the Dodgers, right? When was the last World Series they won, right? And look at the Giants staff. The Giants have a good pitching staff. You got some injuries, and look what happened to the catchers. So you look at that there. There's a lot of room for growth, I just see some positive stuff. You need to give this team a time to gel. It's a different team. It's run by a different manager. You do things correctly. You do them slowly. You do them properly. You do not rush to change. There's a couple other things. It's a new era. The Debbie Downers, and I get this. I get the whole, we all want too much too fast. But in reality, the Giants are a lot better off than they were since, the last time Crawford and Posey, laced them up. But, other than that, I mean, that was just the last hurrah. So I see this as they're moving forward, and there's always growing pains. That's my take.
So I got one question for you, Joe. I totally understand your perspective, but how long do you give them? How many games? Is it 81? Is it 100?
Yeah, that's a good point. I think, this year is a rebuilding year, and I think that even though you spent money, sure, you may or may not make the playoffs, but next year is the year. It's a new organization. Bob Melvin is not the same manager as the last guy, right? I mean, it's different. They're giving him some solid players, but now there are a few things that are lacking, and some unfortunate. How many times have two catchers went out like that, right?
Yeah.
They have a young pitching. I see the young pitching staff as a positive. So, to answer your question, to me, I think that they'll finish. I don't think they may or may not make the playoffs. They should finish over 500. But
okay.
that was my feeling from the beginning. So
okay,
there you go.
Good stuff. Yeah, thank you for the call, Joe. I appreciate that. I appreciate your perspective. I would argue about the point about it being a rebuilding year. I think that when you spend $230, $250 million on your roster, you can't call it a rebuild. When you bring in Blake Snell and Matt Chapman and Jorge Soler and Jordan Hicks and Jung-Hoo Lee, you can't call it a rebuild. If you commit to playing the kids, you call it a rebuild. If you spend $150 million on your roster and you wait for some of the older contracts to fall off the books and you bring in a new manager, then you call it a rebuild. But the reality is the Giants have been bad for a while now. Save for 2021, they have been a team that has consistently finished under 500 over the last 6-7 years. It's not going to cut it. And they felt the pressure this offseason, which is why they went into win now mode, which is why they signed all the guys that they did. And now they're feeling the heat to win. And so the fact that they haven't, the fact that they're 5 games under 500 leads to the people who are feeling disappointed, frustrated, angry at the state of the franchise right now, because you were promised better, you were expected better, and so far it hasn't been better. So on the other side, we'll continue the phone calls. I see Matthew on the line. I see Nikki on the line. I see a few other folks dialing us up right now. 415-808-KNBR is the number. I'm Kerry Crowley. This is Sports Zone KNBR. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
With the looming NFL schedule release, Matt Mayoko joined Murph and Marcus this morning and does not believe the 49ers will be playing in London this season. Listen to the full podcast, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
This is Sports Phone KNBR. Dial the digits or send us a text at 415-808-KNBR. We're streaming on YouTube all damn day at KNBR 1045.
All right, we are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock this evening. The Giants lose 9-1 to the last place Colorado Rockies. Not the way they wanted to finish a road trip that didn't go as planned. They lose 2 to the Boston Red Sox, all 4 in Philadelphia against the red-hot Phillies. And today they lose 9-1 to the Colorado Rockies when they had an opportunity to finish the road trip on a high note, potentially sweep this last-place club. They couldn't do it, and now there's pressure mounting against them as they host the Cincinnati Reds this weekend. 415-808-KNBR is the number of the Giants. 5 games under 500 right now here on May 9th. Headed out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Matthew in Pleasanton. Matthew in Pleasanton, you're on Sports Phone. Matthew, how's it going this evening?
Hey, Kerry. I'm literally fed up with how the team's playing right now. Today told me all I need to know about the team. Like, Cal Quantrill's on the mound. Someone who had like a 6 ERA last year in the AL, and we put up 1 run.
Mm-hmm.
I think they need to get rid of Slater. Flores in the 4th spot. He's hitting 204, 570. He's better off lefties. Yastrzemski's starting to swing it, but he's 0 for 3 today. And you're in Coors Field. I mean, it's a place where you need to put up runs. And 1 run today is like, it's really annoying to me because
I'll add to that point just real quick. I'll add to that point. I didn't get Flores in the 4th spot in the order. I know that he was great for the Giants last season, but so far this year, like you mentioned, 204 average, 570 OPS. The problem is that when you look further down the lineup, other things don't make sense. You know, you've got both catchers out right now, so you can't play Patrick Bailey. You've got Austin Slater in center field. I really do believe that Elliot Ramos should have gotten the start in the outfield today. And then you've got Nick Ahmed at shortstop, who's not giving you much offensively. Jackson Reitz, the catcher, again, he's in the lineup because Bailey and Murphy are out right now. The Giants just don't have quality options at the bottom of the order, and it really extends to the middle of the order right now with Chapman not hitting and Soler on the IL.
And I feel like their pitching will keep them in games, so I'm more annoyed at the offense.
Yeah.
Because, like you said, the bottom of the lineup, like today, Slater, Sable, Ahmed, and Reitz. Like, that's not giving you quality ABs right there.
No.
I feel like there's got to be something they can do where they can get better hitters down there.
I agree. Completely in agreement with you, Matthew. Thank you for the phone call. Hey, look, tomorrow when the Giants return home to face off against the Cincinnati Reds, I think Elliot Ramos should be in the lineup. I do, and I've said this, regardless of whether Nick Ahmed's injury is long-term or not, I think that, an IL placement could be in order here just to get a look at Marco Luciano and what he could bring you. Or maybe it's Casey Schmidt. Maybe you bring him up and give him the first crack at playing shortstop. But either way, the Giants need more offense out of the shortstop position. You bring Sable back, have him catch. Reitz isn't giving you much at the plate, but Sable so far has been pretty good despite going 0 for 3 today. He's had some signs of life in the bat since coming back from AAA Sacramento, and you figure it out. But I do think that if Jung Hoo Lee's good to go tomorrow, he was a little banged up today. The Giants didn't want to stretch him too thin during this 16-game stretch. You have him back in the lineup, and that's not transforming this team overnight, but you're giving yourself a better opportunity than they gave themselves today with the lineup that was rolled out there on getaway day. Let's go to Nikki in San Jose. Nikki in San Jose, you're on Sports Phone. Nikki, how's it going this evening?
Good. I wanted to talk about, what we were going to do at a trade deadline. If it's too soon to discuss even the trade deadline, but also quickly shout out to KNBR for talking about Sharks. I never thought you guys would talk about Sharks.
Hey, no Celebrini, number 1 overall.
Yeah, now it took that to talk about it, but I say no bandwagoners, get on board or get out the way. But good for Sharks talk. But a trade deadline, is it too soon to talk about that?
No, because the San Diego Padres just made a blockbuster. They brought in Luis Arias from the Miami Marlins, so it's not too soon.
Well, who should be traded?
In terms of who you want traded off of this roster or who you want to bring in to improve this roster. Is that your question?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me give you your answer here off air, Nikki. Thank you for the call. In terms of who I would try to bring in if you're the San Francisco Giants, I think you look for a major league bat, and I think you look at, potentially shedding some salary somewhere on this roster. I don't know what that is yet, but I think that what is challenging about this Giants team specifically is so many of these players are plugged into their positions and or have no trade value. So take a look at third base. Matt Chapman right now, you have to just have him heat up. There is no trading Matt Chapman because no one would take on that contract. And there is no cutting Matt Chapman because you would owe him the remainder of his contract, which is 3 years and $54 million. And you probably only paid out about $2 to $3 million of that thus far. So you're not doing that. You've got Jorge Soler, the designated hitter, who's not producing with runners in scoring position or runners on base. He's locked in, and he's on the IL. And so when that happens, when you get a guy on the IL, you have to dip down to AAA Sacramento. And, you look around, Michael Conforto, maybe he's someone you could move at the deadline. But if you're trying to win, or are you moving the guy who's got the most home runs on the team? I think they're just locked into a very challenging position at this point, to the point where, maybe they're able to trade some of these young pitchers in their farm system, which a lot of teams would be interested in acquiring because pitching is so scarce across Major League Baseball, and you need so many arms to get you through a season. But where do the Giants plug in someone? Is it at the shortstop position for Nick Ahmed? Is it the catcher position? Well, Patrick Bailey's out. Probably not. Is it the outfield where you find an upgrade for Yaz and Slater and decide, hey, you just need an everyday right fielder? I don't know, but I'd love to hear your thoughts. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Let's continue out on the phone lines. Let's go out to Jim on 580. Jim on 580, you're on Sports Phone. Jim, how's it going this evening?
It's Chip.
Oh, Chip, my bad. I need to put my glasses on for this. My screen's too far away right now. Chip on 580,
no
how are you?
I'm good. Just a couple of quick observations about this team. First, they're average. This team is just average. They remind me of the team in like the early 90s, where you've got a couple guys that are pretty good, you got a bunch of guys that are okay, and then you got a couple guys that stink. And that's what we got, and that's what we're going to have to deal with. I think the expectations that we had going in to spring training and coming out of spring training were way overblown. Everybody's hung over from that 2021 season, think it's going to happen again real soon, and I just don't see it. We spent a lot of money that we probably shouldn't have spent. I was listening to Papa yesterday, and it sounds to me like Chapman was damaged goods to begin with. So we brought on that big old contract that now we got to suck it down. So I think we're in for an average season. If we make the playoffs, I'll be really surprised.
Okay.
500, I think, is a pipe dream. Wow. I mean, 500 would get us into the playoffs, but I don't see that happening this year.
Okay. Thank you for the call. I appreciate your thoughts. And right now, if the Giants were 500, they would be tied for a wild card spot. Believe it or not, the National League is so mediocre right now that you've got the San Diego Padres 20-20, tied for a wild card spot. The New York Mets 18-18, tied for a wild card spot. And the Washington Nationals 18-18, tied for a wild card spot. So the Giants aren't that far away at 17-22. In fact, 2.5 games out of the wild card. But again, it's May 9th. It's too early to be looking. And they need to focus on themselves. They need to focus on getting more out of these bats right now because the bats have not been good. There's a lot that needs to change about this lineup. And quite simply, the guys who are paid to produce need to start producing. Let's go out to Tom in Lafayette. Tom in Lafayette, you're on Sports Phone. Tom, how's it going this evening?
Hey, Kerry, how are you?
Oh, doing well on my end. What's on your mind tonight, Tom?
This lineup is mediocre top to bottom, and that's the problem. There's too much mediocrity. There isn't one star in this everyday lineup, not one. Every other team that is over 500, near 500, has at least one star. No stars on this lineup whatsoever.
Yeah.
So they either got two choices. So they either got to dig in the minor leagues and start drafting some kids, because somehow the Gunnar Hendersons and the Bobby Witt Jr. seem to slip under our noses because we didn't put it on the radar.
Well, those guys are top 3 picks, and the year that the Giants had a top 2 pick, there was no one in the top 10 outside of Alec Boehm who ended up being very good.
What about
so they had the wrong year?
What was his name? Pages?
Yeah, Andy Pages. Yeah.
You you complain all you want about Dodgers spending money. Will Smith's homegrown, Paz is homegrown, Gavin Luck's homegrown.
Yeah,
so
you're right.
There's got to be some value of getting out and scouting again. And
yep,
they're out there somewhere, and they got to start focusing on that because all they do is draft pitchers. Well, what good is it to have a pitching staff if you can't hit? I mean, the object of the game is to score runs. So.
Now, I've said it a lot, Tom, that the primary issue of the Farhan Zaidi era in San Francisco is they have not developed homegrown position players. You've got Patrick Bailey at catcher, and nowhere else on this roster do you have a homegrown position player starting, and that is the biggest problem with this Giants roster right now.
Since Jack Clark and Jeffrey Leonard. Not one outfielder. I mean, how does that happen? How in the world does that happen?
Yeah, 40 years since the Giants last drafted an all-star outfielder, Chili Davis. So there you have it. Thank you for the call. Appreciate your time this evening. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Anyone who's listened to this show over the last several weeks knows I've talked about this. The biggest issue for the Giants of the last 10 years is that they haven't developed homegrown position players. That is what's holding this roster back. It's not free agency, which is always hit or miss. Brian Sabian didn't hit on every free agent. Bobby Evans certainly didn't hit it on every free agent. And Farhan Zaidi's not going to hit on every free agent. But the way to build a good Major League Baseball team is through drafting and developing talent. It's through signing guys at 16 years old in the international free agent market. The Giants simply won't be a sustainable winner until they can prove that they can sustainably draft and develop their talent. And anyone who's listened to this show over the last few months knows that I say that just about every night. So I don't want to repeat myself for those of you who are out there who listen regularly, but I do think for anyone who questions, where I stand on the status of the Giants roster and how they get good again, it's all through the draft. We know this. It's through developing homegrown position players. How did the Giants win in 2014? Pablo Sandoval at third base, Brandon Crawford at shortstop, Joe Panik at second, Belt at first, and Posey behind the plate. All homegrown position players. You supplement a homegrown roster with talent from the outside. That is how you win. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Let's go to Nick in Oakland. Nick in Oakland, you're on Sports Zone. Nick, how's it going this evening?
Kerry, you just hit the nail on the head. But the only way to get position players up is to play them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yeah.
Slater's got to go. I love Slater. He's got to go. Yaz got to go. Ahmad got to go. We need to see Luciano. We need to see Matos. We need to see Ramos every single day, and that's how you get position players up into the major leagues. You don't get them up in Sacramento. What Farhan has done is he's created a team for Gabe Kapler. He's created a right-handed hitter in Chapman. I mean, Chapman should play third every day, I guess. But
he is playing third every day.
Okay, all right. No, that's what I'm saying. He's created two right-handed hitters. He's got Soler and he got Chapman. Well done, nicely done, but those are platoon players. It's a Kapler. You need Gabe Kapler as the manager of those guys and platoon them with left-handers against a right-handed pitcher. They can't hit anymore. So I agree with you 100%. You bring up the guys. You see if we can produce somebody other than Bailey, and you just throw your chips in the middle and say, we got the pitchers. Let's run with our young guys. Let's see what Matos, Luciano, and Elliot Ramirez have, and then we can make a decision if we can bring up young hitters.
Okay.
It's really I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you.
I
they're
see
not
where you're
letting
going.
them up there. They're not letting them up.
Here's the issue.
I just throw away the season. I would just give away the season just to see.
No, it's way too early to do that. But Nick, here's the issue. If you want to bring a guy up from AAA Sacramento, you'd like to have him have 1,000 OPS. You'd like to see him ripping the cover off the ball at AAA. You'd like to know that at least he can handle AAA pitching. Right now, I question whether Matos, Schmidt, Luciano, whether they have mastered AAA. You would like it to be a situation where they give you no choice. You, in fact, need it to be a situation where they give you no choice, because if they come up and they struggle, then you're stuck with players who are even worse. Then you've spent all that money, discarded that talent, and then you're stuck with players who can't produce at the major league level. And like you said, maybe you throw away the season. Maybe that's a valid option for some fans. I don't think you throw away the season in May. I don't think you do that.
And Slater and Yastrzemski's OPS.
Okay.
Not to say AAA is the same, but let's give some of these 600 OPSs in AAA.
And that's where I'm with. That's where I'm with you on Elliot Ramos. That's where I'm with you on Elliot Ramos. He's got to play. Games. Yeah. So I appreciate the call. Thank you, Nick. 415-808-KNBR is the number. I truly do believe the Giants will be in a good position if they can get their prospects to force their way up to the big leagues. Elliot Ramos, in my mind, has forced his way up to the big leagues. He has given the Giants no choice but to play him. He should be taking the reps that Austin Slater's getting right now. He should have started today's ball game. 100% in agreement with our friend Nick on that front. The challenge for the Giants is to find other guys who force their way up to the big leagues. Because an 800 OPS in Sacramento is a 650 OPS or a 600 OPS in the majors. And so if you spend all this money and then you discard those players, and then you bring up players who still aren't producing, then you're stuck in a cycle. And it's a cycle that the Giants know all too well, as they've been in it for the last several years. 415-808-KNBR is the number. A few more calls on the other side. 415-808-KNBR. Someone chiding me on the text line saying, great call. I talked the whole time, indeed. You're listening to Sports Zone KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Sound off on the sports leader. Sports phone KNBR keeps rolling right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
Phone lines are hot, folks. 808 KNBR is the number. I'm Kerry Crowley, your host this evening. A reminder that Sports Phone KNBR is presented by Industrial Metal Supply, online at industrialmetalsupply.com. It's metal made easy. The Giants lose 9-1 today. They're 17-22 on the season. And I get it, folks are hot. We're going to bring on Steven Risotto to break down this Giants team around 7:30 this evening. So we're going to get through these calls, get to you quickly here on the leader. Let's go out to Truth on 101 South. Truth on 101 South, you're on Sports Phone. How's it going this evening?
Hey, Kerry, thanks for taking the call.
Of course. What's on your mind tonight?
So, I'm going to sound a little bit contradictory, and I don't mean to gloss this up too much because I'm not trying to be optimistic, but I am trying to be reasonable. I mean, you kind of just have to look at the context. I mean, their team is not that good, obviously, offensively, but they're not as bad as they've been playing, and it's a 162-game season. You can't expect the same veteran players to slump together at the same time for such a long period. And when you've got, Snell, Cobb, and Ray coming, they really kind of just need to tread water, and I think they know that inside the locker room. That's not something you say to the media, but if they can float around 500, that team becomes one of the most formidable starting pitching, in baseball, if not at the very top of that. I mean, in theory anyway. So, and the reality is, acquisition-wise, they're kind of stuck. There's not a lot of places to go because there's not going to be a lot of sellers. I mean, early in the season, you might be able to get something done with the Cardinals or the Angels. I think Paul Goldschmidt is an interesting thing because also, to your point, they're kind of locked at a lot of positions. It's going to have to happen at first base and you move Way to the outfield, right? Mm-hmm. Or it's going to have to happen in the middle infield and you move Estrada to short, or you can't keep playing Abed. This is an absolute joke. You cannot have a major leaguer with no OPS playing shortstop every day like this. It's atrocious. But it's right field, first base, middle infield. Otherwise, they're pretty much stuck. But, you could maybe I think Goldschmidt, he's struggling. He's getting a lot, but he's certainly not washed, So, and they don't have a lot of, prospects to unload, but there are some interesting people that they have in their system. And I'm with you. Like, we know what we're later. Like, it's not that if Ramos is gonna play, then if he's gonna be on the roster, he's got to play.
Yeah,
he needs
exactly.
to be there every day. So, overall, I just think fans need to chill out. Like, that they're not going to be able to make a lot of moves, but if they can just tread a little bit and get their starting pitching in order, it's not so bad. And then as things start to shake out, maybe you could make a deal with a Marlins or or Cardinals or the Angels or the White Sox.
I do see where you're coming there, Truth. I appreciate that thought. And look, you kind of nailed it. I think one of the pivots that the Giants could make is moving Lamont Way Jr. to the outfield and adding a first baseman via trade. But again, way too early to start thinking about that. You don't want to think about a team buying 5 games under 500. They have to prove that they're worth it first. So you've got to get these guys who are in the order and paid to produce hot before you think about that extra addition. But I do think, bring up someone to play shortstop, Luciano Schmidt, get that done, and you start to see how you could tread water at least into the month of June. Let's go to Jonathan in Burlingame. Jonathan in Burlingame, you're on Sports Phone. Jonathan, how's it going this evening?
Hey, Kerry, enjoy your stuff. Thanks for taking my call.
Of course, thanks. What's on your mind tonight?
I was thinking back about I agree. I mean, they're pretty much stuck. They've got to stay the course. I feel a little bad for Farhan because I was thinking back about Sabian's track record. I think he joined in '94. What was the first player that he developed, either pitcher or position?
It's funny, Jonathan, because I was going back the other day, and 2008, 2009, there were a lot of people who were surprised that he still had a job at that point.
Yeah, I think it was 10 years. Like maybe Kane in 2004 or Noah Lowry, like 10 years of drafts before he hit on somebody, and then they didn't show up until 2 or 3 years after that. Of course, he had the great run with all the guys from then 2004 to 2010. Yeah. You had sort of Belt, Sandoval, all those guys. I give Tidrow a lot of credit for the pitchers.
Absolutely.
They found, but I think it's like are we going to give Farhan 10 years to hit on? He's already hit on Bailey. He's already hit on Harrison. I mean, he's got a significantly better track record of drafting, developing than Sabian does at the same stage. So I feel a little bad for him. What he hasn't done is Sabian really shook things up, like traded Matt Williams, really took some risks when he had some assets to work with.
Yeah.
And I think Farhan got a little unlucky in that I think he could have done that with Bart. I don't think they ever believed in Bart, but I think he got pressure to bring Bart up in the pandemic year, and he wrecked his development and he wrecked his trade value even more significantly.
No,
so I think in a different universe, you see him trade Bart, you see a bunch of other things happen. I don't know.
No, it's an interesting thought. No, it's a very interesting thought, and I'm glad you brought that up, Jonathan, because I talk all the time. Thank you for the call. I talk all the time about how the Giants drafted and developed to get their World Series titles, how the best teams in baseball right now draft and develop, sign international free agents when they're teenagers and have them pan out. That's exactly what the Giants need to do. But it wasn't immediate success for Brian Sabian. It did take him some time, and you go back and you read those, Chronicle or Mercury news stories from 2008, 2009. There were people really wondering why he had a job, and I remember listening to Ralph Barbieri on these airwaves, wondering, asking those same questions. Let's go out to Monterey Dave in Monterey. Monterey Dave in Monterey, you're on Sports Phone. How's it going this evening?
Good. How are you?
Oh, doing well on my end. What's on your mind tonight?
I'm still really upset over something that I quite frankly just need to get over, but I'm having a hard time doing it. I called you last week and proposed the Giants go out and trade for Luis Ariz. You might remember that.
I do. You were right.
And 2
I was
days
wrong.
later, and you know how I knew that? Not because I have connections in baseball. It's because the guy's a Miami Marlin, and they trade everybody and they sell everybody off. So. Yeah. Anyway, water under the bridge. He's hitting 312 now. But, we got the Reds coming into town, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're not doing so well. Why not contact the Reds and say, hey, is Eli De La Cruz available? Or what about over in Houston? You got Yordan Alvarez and even the little guy, Altuve. They're not doing well. Make a blockbuster trade where you can get somebody that's a bona fide hitter, because, the caller a couple of minutes ago that was, I appreciate his optimism, but I don't know if the Giants can tread water. I mean, they have a 5-pound weight around their waist, and and I'm totally in agreement of bringing up the young guys and see what we have in them and see if anything sticks to the wall. But
I got to give you credit, Jonathan. Your Luis Ariz call last week might have been the call of the year.
I'm going to be upset over that for a very long time.
I get it. Well, thank you for the call. Keep dialing it in. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Jonathan proposed Luis Ariz last week. I said, no one's going to make that deal. Now I'm thinking, no one's going to. Ellie De La Cruz is not available. Cincinnati Reds are going to keep him forever. Yordan Alvarez, come on. The Astros are going to keep him forever. But I didn't think the Marlins would trade Luis Ariz this soon. I thought he'd be gone by the deadline, but this soon? No way. So credit to Jonathan for making that call. And the Padres got the deal done, and they're kind of rolling back at 500 now. Let's go out to Dwayne in Merced. Dwayne in Merced, you're on Sports Phone. Dwayne, how's it going this evening?
Hey, it's going well, and I enjoy your show.
Oh, thank you very much. What's on your mind tonight, Dwayne?
Hey, I just think that the Giant management doesn't spend money on good enough players. They usually wait until the end of the season or before the season starts to pick up any free agents, and then the guys they get, well, they're just average at best.
Yeah.
And since the president of baseball operations has been in control, that's all I've seen him do. And the position players that they got down in the minor leagues, maybe they'll develop, but from what I see when they bring them up, they just seem average at best.
Yeah, lot of average players right now.
But the other part of it is, it's the ownership doesn't want to really spend. I know they spent money in the offseason and second to the Dodgers, but they've never really spent money for a good team. I just and it's a pattern. I mean, it's been going on for 5 years.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. Thank you for the call, Dwayne. I understand the frustration. They have dipped into luxury tax, and I think if it was up to ownership and up to Farhan Zaidi, they would have signed Yoshinobu Yamamoto. who just wanted to go to the Dodgers, and maybe they should have given him $325 million. The biggest issue that haunts this franchise is not paying Bryce Harper back in, what was it, entering the 2019 season, when he could have given him $350 million over 13 seasons. Said they offered $310. He signs for $330 with the Phillies. Not signing Bryce Harper is the biggest one that haunts this franchise, because he would have changed the trajectory of the franchise. You know, you can look back at Carlos Correa and say maybe they're fortunate they didn't get that deal done. You look back at Aaron Judge and look at his numbers this season and say maybe that's not a deal that's going to age well. But I still maintain this. You need to sign, draft, and develop players from a young age and bring up homegrown talent, and then you win in free agency on the outside. And the Giants have tried to win on free agency because they haven't done enough internally, homegrown talent, and develop that. Let's take one more call before the break here. Big Tito in Sacramento. Big Tito in Sacramento, you're on Sports Phone. How's it going this evening?
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, doing well. Always good when we hear your voice. What's going on this evening?
Thank you, sir. Same thing like I was talking about. I blame Farhan for everything. You know, a lot of people want to give him the benefit of the doubt. So, yes, they spent a lot of money this year. I will give him that. But what did he do last year? And actually, I have a question for you real quick.
Yeah.
When, at the end of the game, you know how they did with Gabe Kapler, did they still talk to the manager in the dugout, or did they go into his office?
I think they go into his office.
Okay,
but I don't know for sure, because I haven't covered the team since 2021. So,
okay, the reason why I asked is I was hearing that because Gabe Kapler kept doing his press conferences in the dugout instead of his office, because that room now is full of Farhan's little nerds. And if I'm correct on that,
you're talking about a different press conference room at Oracle Park. Yeah, I understand.
Okay,
and
so
that's full of the analytics people.
Guys. Oh, yes, the analytics people. All these guys in there. You're telling me that they're so bright, but the best thing they can do was get A.J. Pollock last year?
I mean,
you know what I'm saying?
Here's the deal. They didn't have the authority to spend the money. Ownership wasn't going to go in on that team. So it was a terrible move at the time. I don't defend that move, but if they weren't going to make a win now move, they were trying to do something. And so that's who they chose. It was the wrong move, of course, but they didn't have the authorization to go out and get a big fish and give up prospects.
Well,
that's an ownership level call.
Well, then again, so the ownership is doing this. This is why this team is not good. That's why all the Giants fans were upset.
Yeah.
And you had the ownership say, well, as long as we break even, we're okay.
Yeah.
That's all they're looking for. So, you know, if people don't go to their games, then it'll be up to the Johnsons, because that's what he said.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as far as for the team, you know, to me, this is right before the season started. I thought Matos should have made the team. But they kept Slater and they kept Yes. I don't know why. I think Matos would have been good. So again, if this is Farhan's move, he doesn't know how to get talent. Yes, he got Bailey and he got Kyle, but that's about it. You know, I think you're right. I think they should put Ramos in, Luciano, and Matos and see what happens. You know.
Okay.
But that's just my thing. I just blame Farhan and his team for not maybe identifying talent.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing with Luis Matos. Luis Matos has a 219 average and a 670 OPS at AAA right now. So if you can't hit AAA pitching, you can't be in the big leagues yet. That's the issue right now for the Giants. And thank you for the call. I agree with a lot of what you said, Big Tito. I think that the Giants have had issues with choosing when to spend. They should have spent after the 2021 season. They didn't. They could have done a lot of different things after last season. They didn't. I personally like the moves this offseason, so I can't defend that. I mean, they have not panned out, but I personally thought that they did a much better job this offseason than in recent offseasons, and I've proven to be wrong so far. Maybe that'll change. But for anyone saying, bring up Luis Matos at this moment, he's got a 219 average at AAA. It's a hitter's league. And so that's the biggest challenge for the San Francisco Giants right now. Their prospects aren't forcing the issue. If you want to replace the talent on the Major League roster, you can do that if your prospects force the issue. Their prospects aren't doing that right now. Now, I think Elliot Ramos should play. I think Marco Luciano or Casey Schmidt should be up and playing shortstop. There are a few guys who you can make that case for. But it's not just, replace 9 players on the roster with guys from AAA Sacramento. Because you look down at the River Cats, and most of those guys are still struggling. I'm Kerry Crowley, the show Sports Phone KNBR. On the other side, Steven Risotto will join me talking Giants baseball. Love getting Steven's perspective. We're coming back here in just a few minutes. You're listening to Sports Phone KNBR, KNBR 104.5, 680 D, Sports Leader.
Speak your mind on the sports leader. Sports Phone KNBR keeps coming at you. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
All right, we are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock this evening. It's my pleasure to welcome in our next guest, the founder, the leader of Bayside Baseball. You can hear us every week on YouTube together, chopping it up, talking San Francisco Giants. It's Mark DeLucchi. Mark, how are you this evening?
I'm doing well. I'm enjoying a beautiful San Francisco weekday. You got to take advantage of it when you get the weather like this.
Absolutely. So let's talk Giants and Rockies today. I think that this will go down as one of the big missed opportunities for this team, not just, Mark, because they had an opportunity to sweep the series, but because it was uncompetitive against a really bad Rockies team, and that will lead to doubts, it will lead to concerns, and it will lead to questions that the Giants were hoping to avoid after this Coors Field series.
Yeah, it's another frustration for the Giants, right? Given how the season has gotten off to a rough start. Obviously, I don't think anyone on the team would disagree with that. You're waiting for that sweep, right, to turn the momentum. Just that rip off that 5-game winning streak, right? Rip off that 4 or 5 games in a row, even 3 to 4 games, honestly, at this point, right, of great well-rounded baseball, secure some easy wins. And Colorado, right, if you were going to pick an opponent to do that against, it's probably Colorado. Coors Field is always a weird kind of X factor that makes it a bit hard, but the Rockies are a team, despite Giants fans' understandable frustrations with the Giants, you look at the Rockies team and what they have right now, it's a whole nother ball game of problems. And the Giants were hoping to come out of it with a sweep, and they weren't able to.
Yeah, I wonder your thoughts on Keaton Winn today, because things got out of control really quickly. You know, he started the game pretty well, gets through 3 scoreless against the Rockies, and then, bam, just in a matter of 10 pitches, the game changes for Keaton Winn. It's like, you know, when things go south, they go really south. He wasn't missing bats today, and this is someone who I'm still really high on. I do believe that he can be a starter with that fastball split combo, but I wonder your thoughts after seeing this kind of unravel at Coors Field. Now you've got back-to-back rough outings for Winn.
Yeah, you know, and you know, think about too Keaton, who early last season, or not early last season, when he made his debut last season, right, had a fantastic outings at Coors Field, right? Someone who's been able to be effective in that difficult environment. You know, I think the thing that's difficult, sort of confounding with Winn right now, right, is that he has this stuff that you look at and you say, man, this is high-powered stuff. The fastball with the velocity, the splitter, and you know, you just looking at that splitter, it looks nasty, right? But he hasn't turned that quite into the strikeouts, into the swings and misses you'd expect. Obviously, at the big league level, we saw the flashes this year, maybe as he's integrating his slider into his mix, right? Maybe that third pitch can kind of unlock the arsenal. But I think that's the thing with Winn, is that right now, he's a lot more living on the edge than you'd expect for someone who seems to be able to find the strike zone fairly consistently, with some pitches that on the surface you'd think are closer to elite than the numbers suggest. And so that's what I think is a bit weird with Winn, right? You see him have these flashes where he breezes through a few innings, you know, easily inducing a ton of soft contact, honestly looking a lot like Jordan Hicks has looked, right, at times this season. And then there's other times where, you know, you see the player who folks were saying would be a future closer because he's getting the swings and misses. And you just wonder, man, if he can put that together for an extended stretch, that could be huge for the Giants.
Absolutely. But, you know, even if Winn pitches well today, the Giants still lose, Mark, because this offense, after scoring more than 5 runs in back-to-back games for the first time in what felt like a long time, this offense falls apart today. Just 7 hits, 1 run against the Rockies. I didn't really understand the lineup construction. I know that Jung-Hoo Lee was out with a mild injury. He was out for precautionary reasons. Nick Ahmed has to come out early because of a wrist injury, and maybe that could open the door for Marco Luciano. But Elliot Ramos did not start today's game. You have Wilmer Flores over at third base. He's been really struggling. You had Slater in center field, which is something the Giants haven't done a whole lot of, if any, this year. Just what did you think about the way that they came in approaching this game, and maybe your big picture concerns about the lineup after this game?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the concerns remain, right, that there's a lot of name talent on the team. There's a lot of guys you expect to be better hitters than they've been so far this season. But, you know, we've been kind of saying that for some time with the Giants. We said it toward the end of last season with obviously a different roster, and now we're saying it again, even with the offseason acquisitions in the mix. And for a lot of them, it's been more of the same. It's been a lot of mediocrity. You know, I don't know, you know, what to make of the lineup construction. I think I agree with you. There were some things I probably would have opted differently, but I think there's no doubt in my mind that the one thing that would be different, and you know, I know you've been on this train for a while, I've been right there with you, that Elliot Ramos, just let this dude play every day for a bit. Just give him an extended look. And even if you don't think he's ready, even if he's not ready, I want the Giants, if there comes a time where they do move on from Elliot Ramos, whether they designate him for assignment, they trade him, whatever the case may be, I want them to be sure that they didn't miss something that was capable of changing the life, that was capable of making an impact every day. And again, I understand they have their evaluation of him. They think he's fairly platoon heavy. There's a lot of swing and miss in the game. There's a lot of, you know, there's not as much power to the pull side as you want. He goes the other way a lot. Sometimes hits the ball into the ground more. But at this point, Elliot Ramos has been the best player the Giants have had at AAA this season, right?
Yep.
And, you know, there was a world where maybe it was Marco Luciano, Luis Matos. They haven't gotten off to great starts at AAA. Casey Schmidt hasn't either. Elliot Ramos has been the guy. And at some point, I want a team to reward guys who are performing well at AAA, especially when things aren't going well at the big league level. Because, again, your evaluations are wrong a lot. You know, it's really difficult to be a scout. It's really difficult to figure these things out. And again, when nothing else is working, why not give this dude a shot? Because, hey, maybe you find lightning in a bottle.
Yeah, absolutely. And furthermore, I really feel like he's earned it. I mean, he's been down at AAA crushing, and he's been the one guy setting the tone for the Sacramento River Cats. So appreciate that thought. And I know we always line up on Elliot Ramos, Mark. Mark, of course, covers the Giants and all of Bay Area baseball with Bayside Baseball, does a great job online, does some great stuff on YouTube where I join him weekly. Mark, let's talk a little bit about where the Giants go from here, because you've got the Cincinnati Reds coming to town. You've got the Los Angeles Dodgers. I said this earlier in the show. I really believe that this team is in need of a 4-2 homestand. And I don't know how they get it. Maybe it's a sweep of the Reds and then one win against the Dodgers. Maybe it's 2 series wins. But I am really of the belief that after the road trip that this team put together, I know that you don't lose the division in the month of May, but they need some positive momentum, and they need their home fans to see that created.
Yeah, I mean, you don't lose the division in the month of May by the sense that, yeah, you aren't mathematically eliminated. But the losses in this month count just as much as the losses in September and October, right? Like, that's what ultimately, as bad as the end of their last season was, part of that was they left a lot of meat on the bone early in the season, right? And they had that hot June, that hot May that they were able to catch up somewhat and get back in the mix. But it was slow start to the season and a late season collapse, right? Both of those were equally responsible for the Giants not making the playoffs, right? And that's where they find themselves this season. Again, the division hasn't gotten off to as good of a start as, maybe it could have with the Padres and Diamondbacks. Obviously, the Dodgers are the Dodgers. But it just feels like, man, the Giants need to pull some upsets in series because they haven't been able to take care of business against the teams they've been expected to do damage against, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Really well said. So I'll leave you with this, Mark. Obviously, Jorge Soler is on the IL right now. Matt Chapman didn't play today, but he's been grinding through a tough start to this season. We both know that if the Giants turn things around, it's on these two guys to lead the offense. Which one do you have more conviction in being able to do that when they're both in the lineup? And let's assume that Soler gets healthy relatively quickly. Which one do you think, based on what you've seen so far this season, is closer to turning a corner?
Well, it's tough because I think Soler is always closer, but that's also because Soler at his best isn't as good as what Matt Chapman has been at his best, even if it's been some time since we've really seen that from Chapman at a consistent level. So the fact is with Soler, even at his worst, you see moments where the power pops up, right? Maybe it's a foul ball, right? Maybe it's a high pop up on the infield when he's slumping, but the power is always there. Whenever you have a guy who's shown the ability to make enough contact to get into the power, whenever you have a guy who has some of literally the best power in baseball, right? That player is always, right, a couple hanging sliders away from having a 2-homer night, and so I have more confidence. If you ask me which one of them am I more confident will finish the year with an above average triple slash, right? We'll get closer to expectations. It's Soler.
Yeah.
I say that, though, I am not very optimistic, or I don't think there's a great chance that Soler is, going to be some elite guy who can carry this lineup over a long period of time, right? Like, Matt Chapman hasn't really been that guy other than the first month of last season and the last couple of few seasons, but he's still been that before, right? And we talk about last season, when you look at how he sort of fell apart as the season went on offensively, a lot of that was put on. He was playing through an injury, right? He was dealing with some stuff that hampered him offensively. The Giants were betting that, hey, he's going to get healthy, and maybe we get some more of the Matt Chapman you saw in Oakland. That was someone who wasn't just in the middle of the lineup, but was, MVP contender type. And that's what the Giants need in this lineup. So, again, I think there's a case for both. I'm more confident that Soler will be, making a contribution, will be impactful. But there's no doubt that if you're talking about who's the player who's most likely capable of carrying this lineup, you got to lean on Chapman.
Yeah, I think I agree, and you've talked me into that. So, Mark DeLucchi, we always appreciate your perspective here on KNBR. Look forward to doing more on Bayside Baseball with you throughout the regular season on YouTube. Always appreciate your time, my friend.
Appreciate it, Kerry. You have a good one.
All right, Mark DeLucchi, always have a good time talking ball with Mark. It reminds me of, my early days of sitting out on the public house patio with Marty Lurie back in 2017 when I was first getting acquainted with covering the San Francisco Giants, where you can really get inside baseball on KNBR. A lot of folks can talk on surface level about the team, and, you've got different things that you're learning from an advanced stats standpoint, but, there are just some people who dive really deep into the numbers, dive really deep into everything that's happening around the game and, develop well-informed opinions. And I've always respected what Mark does on that front. So really appreciate Mark stopping by and look forward to our next conversation. We do some stuff on YouTube together throughout the regular season at Bayside Baseball on YouTube. So if you're interested in hearing more of us together, please do check that out. We got plenty more coming up for you here on Sports Phone KNBR. I'm going to dive into a few different things with regard to the San Francisco Giants. We talked about some of this earlier. Who takes the blame? Farhan Zaidi, Bob Melvin, the players themselves for where the Giants are through 39 games this season. Of course, sitting at 17-22, fourth place in the National League West, not where any of us anticipated this team to be, but quite frankly, where they've been for the last 3 weeks. This is a Giants team that has a ton of room for improvement, has not impressed all that much, and even though they do win this series against the Colorado Rockies, I still stand by it, a missed opportunity not to walk out of Coors Field with a sweep. So we will do much more on the Giants later on in this show. Greg Silver will stop by, talk NBA, talk Golden State Warriors. It's now been nearly a month since the Warriors were eliminated in the play-in by the Sacramento Kings in just a beatdown up at Golden 1. Their season ended abruptly when most of us thought that they might have a path to getting into a first-round series. That was not the case, so the Warriors still picking up the pieces. They're now focused on the NBA draft lottery. We may touch on that with our friend Greg Silver, but also want to look at the NBA postseason today, because there are some really interesting and fun teams, including the Minnesota Timberwolves, who've really caught my eye. I talked about them with Tom Tolbert yesterday when I was filling in with Adam Copeland. So want to pick the brain of our basketball expert around here. Alongside John Dickinson, it's Greg Silver. Those two do a great job on Dubs OT, a show that I thought way back in October that we'd still be listening to at this point in the year, but alas, that's not the case. They're getting some much-needed rest, but we will call in Greg for this evening's show. You're listening to Sports Zone KNBR. I'm Kerry Crowley, rolling with you until 9 o'clock here on KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock here this evening. Want to thank our friend Steven Risotto. Does a great job with the RizzoCast for stopping by. We got Mark DeLucchi coming up shortly. We got Greg Silver in the 8 o'clock hour as well. So jam-packed night of guests here on Leader. Want to thank everyone who's dialed in so far. We'll probably be shutting down the phone lines right now, though, because we've got so many guests to get to here this evening. So one thing that I did want to do before we bring on Mark is just touch on kind of the state of the Giants lineup right now, and what I feel is maybe the biggest issue with this team at the moment, because I think coming into the season, we understood that there would be up and down performances at the back end of the rotation. We didn't quite understand the level to which that would happen. I think that, when you sat there right after the Blake Snell signing and you pondered what could be for this rotation by the start of May, you thought, okay, you're going to have Logan Webb, you're going to have Blake Snell, and you're going to have Alex Cobb back from hip surgery. And Alex Cobb was a key piece for the Giants last year. He was someone who was blazing his way through spring training, was throwing great bullpens. Everyone thought early May could be the time for Alex Cobb, and that didn't materialize. And so despite that, there were still questions about the back end of the rotation. You didn't quite know what Kyle Harrison would give you. You weren't sure if Jordan Hicks could make his way as a starting pitcher after converting from the bullpen with the St. Louis Cardinals. And by and large, the Giants have gotten the results that they probably expected from the rotation. Now, not in the order that they expected. Logan Webb has been pretty good, although he's had some rough outings lately. Blake Snell has not been a part of the rotation much at all. He's been bounced from his starts that he has made early. He's been on the injured list now for almost more time than he's been on this Giants roster. And I think that you just replace what you've got from Blake Snell with the production that you have received from Jordan Hicks and Kyle Harrison, who to date have been very good for the Giants, and they enter the season as question marks. So, the Giants had these three spots with Webb and Snell and Cobb that they kind of viewed as certain by the month of May. And right now it's Webb, it's Hicks, and it's Harrison who've been those guys for the San Francisco Giants. And, Keaton Wynn has had some good starts. Obviously today was a bad start, and that fifth spot in the rotation that Blake Snell's occupied a few times has been a total black hole. But I mention all of these spots to bring up the fact that for the most part, the rotation has been what the Giants anticipated it would be. The results haven't come from the people they expected, but the results are somewhat similar to what I think we could project before this season, which means that it is on the lineup, because we all expected this lineup to be better. After watching this group in August and September, we knew that Farhan Zaidi had his work cut out for him this offseason. We knew that he had to make impactful additions and that he couldn't miss in free agency the way he did last offseason, the way he did by bringing in Mitch Haniger and Michael Conforto, who last year didn't give the Giants enough at the plate, and by not patching up an offense that clearly needed upgrades. And so far this season, the offense is underwhelmed to a massive degree. And it's not as if the Giants have reinforcements at AAA who are forcing their way up to the big league level. I've said it before on tonight's show, and I'll say it again later. Look, Marco Luciano could come up this weekend because of Nick Ahmed's injury, but he hasn't really forced his way to the big league level. Everyone wants Luis Matos at the big leagues, but Luis Matos doesn't have a 1,000 OPS at AAA Sacramento. He's not hitting a ton of home runs or a bunch of doubles. He's had some nice games, is on an upward trajectory there, but he is not busting down the door to the Oracle Park clubhouse and giving the Giants no choice. And the greater issue at play is the Giants have got this offense right now where Matt Chapman, who was out of the lineup today, has not been producing. Jorge Soler, who's on the injured list, has not been producing. Jung-Hoo Lee, who has put up really good batted ball statistics on StatCast. Andy Baggerly did a great job breaking this down on The Athletic today. Well, the batted ball has not translated into balls that have fallen in the outfield for base hits. And a quarter of the way into the season, you start to get a little worried. The Giants are encouraged by Jung-Hoo Lee. They believe that he will turn it around. And of that trio of Lee, Chapman, and Jorge Soler, there's no question in my mind who's the most exciting member of that trio right now, who's taking the best at bats. It's Lee. But the bottom line is they don't have someone who they signed this offseason with a 700 OPS. And that is not going to cut it. For a group that was so dismal in August and September of last year, the one way that the Giants can turn things around is with their offense. Steven Risotto just got talking about this. The one way that you can see a path forward for this team, and maybe it happens against this Cincinnati Reds team that just went 0-6 on a homestand, but I still think presents tremendous challenges for this Giants team just because of the makeup of the Reds roster. Maybe it's getting this offense going against a couple of lefties who will come in, Lodolo and Abbott. Maybe it's Austin Slater, Elliot Ramos picking things up. Slater getting the start today over Ramos. Didn't necessarily agree with that decision from Bob Melvin, as we touched on earlier. Maybe it's, the catcher you saw today, Jackson Reitz, providing some unexpected production. Maybe it's Luciano coming up from AAA Sacramento in place of Ahmed, never looking back. But the Giants are in desperate need of a jolt. They haven't had it yet. They haven't had the one guy get extremely hot. And maybe Michael Conforto's week at Coors Field changes that. He was hot during the first week of the season. He's hot right now after playing in Colorado. Maybe he's a guy who can lift this offense. But I think the reality for the Giants is this. It's not just one player who can carry this team. It's not just one player who will change this team. It's got to be 3 or 4. And until that happens, the Giants are going to be stuck. They're 5 games under 500 right now, and it's easy to see how at the end of this homestand, it could be worse. telling you, this Cincinnati Reds team that's lost a bunch of games in a row, they will challenge the Giants. This Dodgers team, yeah, I think we all know they will challenge the Giants. And so it can't just be a hot week from a Michael Conforto or Matt Chapman finding his groove again or Jorge Soler coming off the injured list and hitting 3 home runs in 4 games. It's got to be all of that at once. It's a big ask, but quite frankly, there were big expectations at the beginning of this season. The Giants spent big money to make sure that this would not be a repeat of last year, and right now, it's looking all too similar to last year. 17-22 through 39 games right now. A quarter of the way through this regular season, and the Giants are not producing as they might expect. The Giants are not living up to the salaries they were given. The Giants players are not meeting the back of their baseball cards the way that you might anticipate, that I anticipated heading into this season. And reinforcements may be on the way in Luciano and Schmidt and Matos, but they aren't exactly inspiring a world of confidence down at AAA Sacramento. They're playing well, playing good baseball, but they are not forcing their way, forcing Farhan Zaidi and Bob Melvin's hand right now. And so, at some point, a number of guys in the organization just have to get hot.
Giants fans, this is your hub to have your voice heard. Sports Phone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, we are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock here on The Leader this evening. And it's a pleasure to welcome in our next guest tonight. He does a great job covering the Giants, covering the Bay Area baseball scene. SF Bay, Rizzo Cast podcast. He's all over the place right now. Final weeks at Golden Gate News. Steven Risotto, how are you this evening?
I'm doing good, Kerry. Thanks for having me on. It's warm in the Bay Area today, and it's a warm night on Sports Phone 680. So
we absolutely love it. We always love having you on. So let's start with this. Giants get to the quarter point of the season this week. They lose 9-1 to the Rockies today. They're sitting at 17-22, fourth place in the National League West, not where anyone thought that they would be. What, in your opinion, are the main things that they need to do to get this ship turned around and head in the right direction?
Well, I think one of the things that we're seeing is that they're not getting the big hit. And, that there's some flashes. There's a few games, especially some of the games in Colorado, where they might have gotten a few big hits. But there's some of those close games where they're just not getting the big hits. And not only are they not getting the big hits, they're not getting a lot of production from guys that they are expecting to drive in runs. And I'm talking about Jorge Soler, who I know went on the injured list, and also Matt Chapman. These are really important pieces in this lineup, and they are severely underproducing. I mean, Matt Chapman has a 600 OPS heading into this game, and Soler his numbers with runners in scoring position are just atrocious. And I mean, it's tough to have any depth in a lineup when the guys you brought in to count on you can't count on, and you're relying on guys like Lamont Wade Jr., who, yeah, he's hitting well and he's having another career year, but he's also a guy who, if he plays enough against left-handed pitching, those numbers might seem to even out pretty soon. So it's a lineup that could get thin very easily if any of those guys are not producing. And it's a bench maybe that hasn't produced either. I know Slater's gone through some rough spells. Flores is scuffling a little bit. The lineup, I think, for me, I think the rotation's been good. They've done what they needed to do. The bullpen's a work in progress. I think they're still trying to establish some roles in there. But to me, it's the guys that need to be counted on in the lineup, and they're not being counted on right now because they're not doing much.
Yeah, very well said, and I think that everyone would agree with that statement, that it is the lineup, it is Chapman, it is Soler when he gets healthy, it is the guys who are being paid to provide production to just start providing that production now. So, Steven, I mentioned this earlier in the show. I think the Giants are in a dangerous position because they're teetering on the edge of being boring to the casual fan right now. At 17-22, if they don't start winning some series, and they did get a series win this week in Colorado, I think that there are some people who may tune out over the course of the summer summer that the Giants were hoping would be at the ballpark and paying concession stand fees and, putting some money in the pockets of ownership this summer. If that doesn't happen, what do you think does happen for this franchise? Or I guess let's ask it this way. What's more likely to happen? Do the Giants get this turned around and get people coming back to the ballpark with their guys who are in the lineup and the Chapmans and the Solairs of the world, or are they going to need to turn to prospects at some point to generate some excitement?
I think either one is definitely a possibility, and I like this question for a few reasons. But one of the reasons I would lean towards the first option and getting those veteran guys kind of going again is because the prospects that you've had or that you have in the minor leagues are guys that, probably aren't on a lot of fans' radar. I know Marco Luciano is a guy that everybody's been kind of waiting on. And, I think I said at the beginning of the year that, Nick Ahmed, if he's in the lineup on May 15th, then that would be shocking to me. But Luciano hasn't exactly had, a ton of power in AAA. I guess he would be the prospect you would turn to. I know Reggie Crawford is a ways away. They have some guys in the minor leagues who could pitch. Hayden Birdsong. We've seen Landon Roop. There's we're seeing Mason Black. But there aren't a lot of position player type players you could turn to. I know Matos is the one that everybody's pointing to as well. But outside of that, I don't know if there's anybody that somebody would be extremely excited to see coming up. There's no Jackson Holiday in this system. There's guys that we've seen before, like Matos and Luciano, but there's nobody that's going to, oh my God, I have to go to that debut. Maybe it's Reggie Crawford. Maybe he's the closest thing. I know there's a group behind that includes Bryce Eldridge, a few other guys, but that's still a ways away. Bryce Eldridge is a teenager still, I think. And, it's difficult to project there, but, I would lean towards the veteran guys kind of getting going, because when they do get going, there is, it's kind of a sight to behold. Matt Chapman, if his defense is good, it's a sight to behold. If Soler is hitting moonshots, it's a sight to behold. We haven't seen Jung-Hoo Lee hit the ball or drive the ball in the gaps. He's making hard contact, but we haven't seen him use Oracle Park the way that maybe we thought. So when all of that starts to happen, I think we're looking at the team that we were excited about, at opening day. And I think and I know a lot of this is if, and that's just that's the baseball season though. It's a lot of ifs. And the beauty of baseball is that it's different from basketball, to where, I could close my eyes before the basketball season and draw up an NBA Finals matchup, and I'd probably have an 85% chance of being right on who those two teams are going to be. So a lot of it is ifs, but I would lean towards more of the veterans getting going. I think that is something that fans would come out and see. If the Giants get on a 6-win streak with this group, you're going to see fans. And I think, especially in this National League West, that, aside from LA, everybody else is pretty mediocre.
Yeah, it's well said. And now, you mentioned all the ifs. So what percentage do you put it that can happen? Because I don't even know that I'm confident that there's a 50% chance that the Giants can start going on a win streak and start turning things around. I think that, if you told me at the outset of the season that the Giants would get to, May 9th and not have like a 3-game win streak under their belt, I would have been shocked. And so we're now getting to the 40-game point. And I just wonder, are these ifs going to persist all season in your mind, or what percentage chance do you give the Giants of actually hitting a groove here and finding a rhythm?
Well, I think it all depends on, the teams that you look at that they have coming up. And I think the Reds, as much as we think of the Reds as, maybe not as great, they have some young talent. And we've seen teams with young talent sneak up on the Giants. We've seen it the past few years with the Marlins, and it seems like the Marlins are always putting on good at-bats against the Giants. And we saw it with the Diamondbacks in the 2 years prior, before they got really good. And we're seeing it more often where, bad teams, the Nationals have always given the Giants fits. It seems like they have 10 pitch at-bats every time they come up to the plate. So that's why, I don't think the Reds are that level of bad. They're throwing their two young lefties, Abbott and Lodelo, out there, against the Giants, for this upcoming homestand. And then it's the Dodgers. So it's not an easy homestand by any stretch. Then you have the off day, and then the Rockies come in. So I think it's all a matter of, figuring out how you could go on a run and, not evaluate these teams as being bad that you're going to play, but there's some opportunity to win some games here. And I think against Cincinnati, they go on another road trip to the East Coast teams, and they visit Pittsburgh and they visit Queens. And the Pirates and Mets, they have talent, but it's nothing to write home about. So it's a little bit of a stretch there where you could see them maybe catching fire a little bit. I don't know how this Dodger series is going to go. It seems like there's a game, bound to be penciled in there where it's, Mookie Betts is 3 doubles and a homer. So I don't know. I think it depends on schedule, but it also depends on, guys and, getting at bats and catching fire. I mean, that's all it is, catching fire, and that's baseball over the course of a year. As Marty Lurie likes to say, it's the mosaic. But, I don't know. I think, you have to look at the schedule a little bit and figure out where there's an opportunity to strike.
Yeah, no, I do think that that's good perspective to have, because the Giants are coming off a really difficult portion of the schedule, and even as bad as the Rockies are, ending a 10-game road trip at Coors Field is always challenging. So Steven Risotto joining us here on SportsPhone KNBR does a great job covering the Giants, the Bay Area baseball scene. And Steven, let's discuss this. When the Giants get Blake Snell back in this rotation, how confident are you that he can look like the Blake Snell of old, and that can fix things for a group that, Keaton Wynn's starting to struggle a little bit. Jordan Hicks, hasn't pitched as well in his last few outings. Like, how much do you think that Blake Snell can be a difference maker for this Giants team? Or is it just simply a matter of, it doesn't matter who's on the mound, they need some offense and they need it fast?
I think, as much as they need offense, they also need some production out of that rotation spot. And that rotation spot has been very bad. There's been no production whatsoever. And I think Tyler Fitzgerald has pitched in a bunch of those games, in a few of those games where, it's Blake Snell's rotation spot. And, I think the one thing is that, this is a time where, or I guess it's a trend for Blake Snell. We've talked about the slow starts, and we've talked about his historic runs in the second half, and he's a notorious slow starter. But the question I think that needs to be asked is, when does something stop being qualified as a start? When is the middle of the season for Blake Snell? When would we consider that? And I think, the answer would be probably a few starts when he comes back. And I think that's when we could evaluate it. And I don't know if he's going to have a rehab start, and I think he needs one. I think he maybe should have had one before he got activated. A chance to go to Sacramento, face guys that aren't 16, 17 years old. He wasn't facing hitters that young, but he was facing AA hitters. Just a figure of speech. And he just didn't get real competition when he did that. And, of course, guys are swinging and missing at pitches right down the middle of the plate, and you don't get a good feel for, how you're actually throwing when you're facing hitters that just aren't major league caliber hitters. So I think a stint in Sacramento would help. I know the Giants probably want him sooner rather than later, so maybe that's not even an option at all, but they got to get production out of that spot. And I think the question has to be, when is the time for Blake Snell to be considered, has the time passed is what I'm trying to say. Has the time passed for us to say, okay, he's just starting slow? Is he just starting slow turn into he's just on track for a rough year? I just don't know the answer.
Yeah, and I think that when you get to the quarter pole, which is where the Giants are pretty much at right now, those are the questions that get asked. And injured guys get a little bit more grace. They get more time bought for them. But that is absolutely a concern on the minds of Giants fans right now. So, Steven, let me ask you one more Giants-related question. That is Kyle Harrison. 7 innings of shutout ball at Coors Field. This is the one real big positive that I think the Giants can take away. He looks like he's really blossoming into a great starting pitcher, and I don't think he's scratched the surface yet of what he can be, because it's still so fastball dominant for him, and he doesn't have a great changeup or an elite slider to get him here, and yet he's still producing for this team.
He is still producing, and he's been impressive. And I think once you see Kyle Harrison in the first inning and he's getting the outside part of the zone to right-handed hitters, I think that to me has shown when a night could be really special for him. Because if he's not, he's got all of those arm side misses up and away. I mean, you notice it every few starts from him, but he's getting better about limiting those arm side misses where, it would be an automatic 2-0 count. And he's getting outs early. He's inducing contact early on in at-bats, and that's really important for this Giants staff, which has a good defense behind them for the most part. You know, and he's getting outs early, and his pitch count, which had been an issue in the past, you know, we look at some of the pitch counts when he was in Sacramento last season, and he'd throw 3 innings, just like all the other pitchers in the organization. He'd throw 3 innings, and then he'd have like 60 pitches, and it's like, what's going on with this guy? And now it's like a completely different look. He's pounding the zone early, and I think that off-speed stuff is going to come. You know, I know the fastball is one of those fastballs where, you know, maybe he's not hitting 97, 98, but it's a fastball that has life throughout the game, and it's a fastball that just jumps on hitters. I think Inamaga from the Cubs has a fastball that's like 92 miles an hour, and he's, you know, it's one of the best fastballs in the National League according to like Baseball Savant. So the 4-seam fastball, as much as the Giants staff kind of disregards it at times with none of their pitchers really throwing it, Hicks has the sinker, Webb has the sinker, Cobb, when he's there, has the sinker, Keaton Winn has the sinker. Harrison's got the 4-seamer, and like it's a different look that teams are getting. And, you know, maybe it's a matter of time before Harrison develops the sinker from the left side, but because the Giants have a carbon copy of the same guy, it seems like, all the time. But for now, it's a fastball that just jumps on guys, and he's been really, really impressive. And I think once he gets the slider and the changeup kind of, you know, in you know, I guess brought up to that fastball level, I think he's gonna take off even more. But anytime you throw 7 shutout at Coors Field, I mean, I think of Barry Zito. I know you did too, Kerry. You thought of Barry Zito.
Always. And I think about Andrew Suarez having a great start a few years ago that was actually more than a few years ago now, where he ended up giving up a run but came very close to throwing a shutout against the Rockies at Coors Field, believe it or not. So, Stephen, let's end with this. You won't be watching Giants-Reds tomorrow night. Instead, you'll be taking on the greatest traveling show in baseball. Tell us all about it.
Yes, tomorrow I'm going to go see the Savannah Bananas. I saw them last year in Sacramento, and it's funny because, you know, I know the A's are set on playing there, and they've committed to playing at Sutter Health Park in Sacramento. But just a note, last year the lights went off at about the 5th inning, and they didn't resume the game. And so I don't know what the A's are in for, but I also don't know what happened. It might have been a PG&E thing. That wouldn't shock me either. Anyhow, yeah, tomorrow the Savannah Bananas in Sacramento. It is a great show, and I think the cool thing that I noticed last year going is the amount of kids and families that go to this game and who know the players. Like, they know the players, they know their little tricks, what each player has. They know the guy on stilts. They know the guy that does the backflips in center field. They know the breakdancing first base coach. They know these guys, and they watch every game, and by the time that the Bananas come to their city, it's like, oh my God, there's D.R. Meadows. And D.R. Meadows is not a name that every baseball fan knows, or probably, you know, that's a name that probably nobody knows. But he's a legend in the Bananas world for doing the backflips in center field. So that's the kind of example that's really cool. And, you know, it's a gateway to baseball. You know, if you get kids involved in banana ball and they see baseball being played in that manner, it's that much easier for them to pick up the remote control at night and turn on a Giant game or turn on a baseball game. So it's kind of a gateway into getting kids involved, and it's a fun thing. And anybody complaining about them, you know, I know there might be some listeners out there that are so turned off by the idea. It's fun. It's supposed to be fun. It's not supposed to be taken seriously. You know, the Globetrotters have done this and have dominated the landscape at this for you know, decades and decades. And I saw them last time. I saw them when they came to Golden to Chase Center and during the summer, and I wasn't amused by the Globetrotters. Like, I think it was old. It got old. The Bananas, they don't get old. So I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be hot in Sacramento, which is insane.
It will. So enjoy the Savannah Bananas. Enjoy the night off from Giants baseball. And thank you so much for joining us here on KNBR, Stephen.
Thank you for having me, Kerry. I will be probably checking in on my at-bat app, but I will not be locked in. I'll be locked in on Banana Ball. Thank you for having me, man.
Thank you. All right, he is Steven Risotto. Make sure if you're not listening to him yet on RizzoCast, check him out. Has done a great job forging relationships with former players, current players, people all around the Bay Area baseball scene. I know that Ron Wotus, who we had on with Tolbert and Copes yesterday when I was filling in for Adam Copeland, he's been a multi-time guest on Steven's show, so does such a great job cultivating an interest in baseball, and especially the big Bay Area baseball scene here. So more coming up next. We're talking Warriors basketball and the NBA at large. You're listening listening to Sports Zone KNBR, KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
This is where we feed the faithful. Sports Phone, KNBR. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the Sports Leader.
All right, we are back here on Sports Phone KNBR, 8 o'clock hour here on the Leader. Hanging out with you, Kerry Crowley, and it's time to welcome in my friend, as promised this evening, Greg Silver. You hear him all the time on KNBR. Greg, how are you tonight?
I'm great, Kerry. You know, it's good to be back on Sports Phone with you. We've gotten to do a few of these hits now, and my ego was really bruised after the Warriors lost on April 16th, and I haven't been on quite as much. So it's really great to be back tonight, and shout out to the nighttime The Sports Leader crowd.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been a fun crowd this evening and a riled-up crowd after the Giants lost today. But I did promise our audience tonight that we would talk Golden State Warriors, we would talk NBA. And I think one of the interesting things, Greg, now that we're nearly a month after this NBA season ended for the Warriors and the playoffs are obviously ongoing, is we've had the opportunity to assess the teams that have succeeded in the playoffs and compare them to the Golden State Warriors. And I wonder, from your perspective, what did the teams that are doing well have right now that the Warriors didn't this year?
Well, before I actually get to that answer, I'll kind of lead into that by saying that it has been a really chaotic end to the season for a lot of the teams in the West that are already out. And I think chaos favors the Warriors because they're in kind of a position of urgency and desperation, and there's a ticking clock on these Hall of Famers, and we don't even know if they're going to all stay together as a trio next year. And what do you do about the players that are both too young and too old?
chaos is good because there's going to be more movement, and then there's a chance that the Warriors can actually get in on some of the action. Now, to transition that to what you originally asked, I think what I've taken away from round one is that you need 2 stars and a team. And I think that the Warriors figured out that team part of their roster with that 27-12 finish to the regular season, and everyone was sort of more comfortable in their role. You saw Trace Jackson-Davis really come along, getting minutes at the 5. Draymond came back and was sort of that head of the snake on defense that this fan base has always known him to be. Steph Curry was still the guy, even if he had a little fatigue there down the stretch, which is understandable for a 36-year-old man carrying the load that he did. And I think that they did figure out the team part, but they lacked a second star all year, and that never changed, and it never got them above the 10th seed. It was a big reason why they did not get into the postseason. You need to have both. Phoenix was kind of the opposite of the Warriors in that they had 3 big-time names, but the coaching situation didn't work out as Frank Vogel was dismissed of his duties just a few hours ago. Then you had no point guard. You lost Chris Paul in your distributor. You didn't have a DeAndre Ayton. And so none of it really fit together, and they couldn't stop anybody all year long. So I look at Oklahoma City, I look at Minnesota, and I look at Denver, and they have the element of a cohesive lineup that all fits together with 2 all-star caliber talents on the team. It's hard to get both in this league, and on top of that, I think the coaches of said teams are doing a tremendous job.
Yeah, very well said, and I think great perspective because it leads right into the next question, which was kind of the dilemma that the Warriors were considering throughout the second half of their season, even as they played well, Greg, and that is that second star coming internally? Is it going to be Jonathan Kuminga? Can he take that leap? Or do the Warriors need to go outside the organization this offseason and somehow, despite their cap constraints, find that second star from elsewhere? Have you come up with a thought on that since the start of the offseason?
Well, my main thought, and what fans are going to have to accept, regardless of where their personal views on the team lie, is that Steph Curry is going to decide what is best for Steph Curry. I don't know if he's going to have a Kobe Bryant, Dirk Nowitzki-esque end to his career with one franchise where there wasn't a lot of talent around the team toward the end of their time and they were content with not being a super competitive team, or maybe they want to try to be competitive with the guys that they have and continue to develop. Or maybe he says, you know what, I only have 2 to 3 years left at playing at a high level and we need to change something now. Sorry, I'm not too worried about 2028 at Chase Center. He's going to have to decide. He's got to have some hard conversations, and whatever moves they make or don't make, I think there's about a 98% chance he co-signs on it because the NBA is such a rare league where stars have a certain level of influence compared to some other team sports. I don't know what is necessarily right. I think, to be fair to Jonathan Kuminga, first and foremost, he did have a really nice leap this year. He was probably the second most consistent offensive player for a large part of the season. I think his attitude and maturity really came along after that crisis mode in January when he publicly announced he'd lost faith in Steve Kerr, and that was reported by Anthony Slater and Shams in The Athletic. So I think that there's not a lot of people in that building that aren't believing in Jonathan Kuminga. I think the concern is more so that the kid is 21 years old and his timeline does not align with the aging timeline of a Steph Curry or what's left of a Draymond Green. It's not a knock on the kid and him playing. I do think he can blossom into somebody great for the franchise. He had really great flashes. There are still some obvious holes in his game. I don't think it is disparaging of the player to say that when he's still so young and hasn't gotten a lot of big postseason reps. Like, you know, Moses Moody is an example of someone that I think deserves either a role or to be traded. Kuminga was getting a little bit more of his role, but he also had games in which he kind of disappeared. So this is going to be a really big offseason for him. And, you know, I'm not going to sit here and say that they should trade him or shouldn't trade him because I think a lot of it's going to depend on other teams' needs and how they decide to attack the offseason and what other lower-end Western Conference playoff competitors end up trying to do. So we're going to see how they all attack it as a coaching staff, front office, the star core, but they can't stay put with where they were this year, and I think that is one thing that's plenty for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. The voice you hear now, Greg Silver, producer here at KNBR, of course, co-hosts on Dubs OT with John Dickinson regularly. You can hear him all the time here on The Leader. And Greg, I guess my next question for you, before we open it up to the NBA chaos that I think will ensue over the course of this offseason, already has ensued a little bit with some of these coach firings in different places, including LA and Phoenix, is what happens with Klay Thompson? Because it does appear that the Orlando Magic are interested, and he might be interested in going to the Orlando Magic, the Sixers, the Spurs. Who knows all the teams that could express interest in Klay Thompson, and who knows the Warriors' level of comfort signing him to a bigger deal than they might feel, is necessary to bring him back. So what do you ultimately see happening in this instance?
Well, I said that Steph Curry is going to decide what is best for Steph Curry. I think that same statement applies to Klay Thompson even more so because he has direct control and agency in his situation. I don't think it's a secret that Klay is going to be offered more money elsewhere than what the Warriors are probably willing to offer him. It's going to be a preference situation if he decides to stay, where he has built a legacy and he's built a life and he has his two Hall of Fame brothers with him in Draymond and Curry. But you look at a team like the Orlando Magic, and as Marcus Thompson said on our airwaves, they could use Klay like crazy. The Magic shot 31% from deep in the postseason, just 42% overall. They only got above 100 points on the road in the postseason one time. It was kind of a struggle for them to get scoring runs. But on the other side of that, their defense was great. They were second overall in opponent turnovers. They have length, they have youth, they have size, they have athleticism, to a point where the fact that Klay is not the same lateral movement defender on the perimeter that he once was before the injuries, well, that can be more covered up by the roster that Orlando has. But what he still brings, which is getting to his spots, getting a shot off quick, and going on heaters from time to time, you don't really get that elsewhere in Orlando. So I'm using the Magic as my prime example because I think that it's the most glaring fit for a team like Klay Thompson from what we've seen in the postseason. But you're right, Kerry, in that there are other teams he could theoretically end up at. The Warriors, I think, as far as to put a number on it, what John Dickinson told me is $25 million is the number he would not go above if you're going to re-sign Klay to a contract. So is that 2 for $50? Do you go all the way for 3 to $75? I don't think they're going to attach a 4-year contract to him, although they did do that for Draymond Green last year, so who knows? But I don't think they bend that far into the negotiation discussions. He turned down the 2 for $48, which would be the 24 average last year. I think that's about the range at what he gets offered. And maybe you do the 25 because if you lowball him compared to what he was offered last year, that might not go so well with a guy like Klay Thompson. But ultimately, Kerry, this is going to be up to him. If he wants the maximum amount of money or a change of scenery and he decides that's what is going to be the best for this last chapter in his career, he will do so. If he wants to finish alongside Steph Curry and Draymond Green, he'll be able to make that decision for himself as well.
Yeah, very well said. And I think a good perspective on where things stand with Klay Thompson, why maybe a 2 for $50 or maybe even a little bit more than that in a 2-year deal would make sense to align him with Steph Curry, to align him with Steve Kerr, and allow them to figure this out together as they get toward the finish line of their run with the Warriors. So, Greg, let's open things up and talk NBA in general. One of the teams that has most impressed me during this postseason is the Timberwolves. I quite frankly did not expect them to handle the Nuggets as well as they have. You've got Jokic bottled up the other night. That was crazy. You've got Jamal Murray throwing a heating pad on the floor, something that only happens when someone is extremely frustrated in the NBA. What if the Wolves proved to you, and maybe let's throw the Thunder in there as well, because they've been such a good story despite being the 1 seed in this Western Conference?
Well, they've proven something. They've proven 2 things. One is that despite what anybody says about the modern NBA being a game that is ruined and just a 3-point jacking up contest, which there is some truth to it, it still shows you that playing real defense matters because you look at the Timberwolves and you look at OKC, and yeah, those teams were as highly seeded as they were for a reason. And I don't blame people for saying you'd rather play them than a Denver team because being unproven on a bigger stage, look, playoff basketball, it's a different animal. What you've learned, though, is that they don't give an F about any of it. And I'm talking about Anthony Edwards, of course. I'm talking about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I'm talking about Jalen Williams, Chet Holmgren. I feel like I'm going on a Marcus Boucher level rant where I could be listing off names and names to be providing the best examples possible. But, yeah, I mean, they are not to be taken lightly at all. Neither OKC or Minnesota has lost at the time of this phone call. And, yeah, I mean, you need a team to play in the NBA. Just look at the Warriors' first team. A lot of people will remember the dynasty by Kevin Durant coming over and how dominant they were during those 3 years when they were all healthy. But that first team, the second unit, you had Sean Livingston, Leandro Barbosa, Andre Iguodala at an older age, Maurice Spates, and Festus Ezeli. I wouldn't say that's a whole, like, Hall of Fame level second unit, but they were fantastic together, and it made it so that the style of play that the Warriors played with could thrive, and not only just keep them afloat, but they were thriving to the point where your starters on that team weren't playing a lot in the fourth quarter. And so you look at like Nickeil Alexander-Walker and Mike Conley and Jaden McDaniels and these guys who on their own aren't the sexiest names in the NBA playing in a market like Minnesota, which has never won at this level before. But this isn't some weird fluke that they're going out and dominating teams. I am stunned that we saw Denver look as frustrated as they have when this starting five has looked cohesive and just like they can do whatever they want when it matters all year long. Yeah, my eyes are open.
Yeah, absolutely. And so let's leave it with this, Greg. There's a big belief that because you've got Steph Curry, you've got LeBron James, you've got Kevin Durant, and some of the older guard out of the playoffs that, NBA fans aren't as inclined to tune in right now, and maybe interest is down across the league. Do you think we're at a change? We know that we're at a point when the guard is changing in the league, but do you think the next generation, led by an Anthony Edwards, led by some of those other players that you just mentioned in that last breath, do you think that they can be as compelling? Like if you get 3 years down the road and Victor Wembanyama is in the playoffs and dominating, do you think all these fans who might not be watching now will be coming right back to the NBA playoffs?
I do, but I'm also saying this as somebody who was glued into my TV in the NBA playoffs as a Warriors fan when the Warriors weren't in the postseason. Then I lived through the glory days of Golden State and saw things I never thought I would get to see for the team that I grew up rooting for. And now the Warriors are back out of the postseason this year, and I'm still finding ways to watch games all the time. So I might not be the best representation for just your average basketball fan as kind of a real addict and like borderline ill when it comes to my sports consumption. But I do think that it is going to be compelling, and I'll say it for this reason. I think repeating as champions is going to be really, really hard in this next era. Mm-hmm. And you can't ever predict what moves are going to be made or what players really come out of nowhere or free agency and trades and any of that. But we kind of took it for granted seeing the Warriors have their run, and we saw the Spurs have their dynastic run, which kind of came in two separate phases. And in other sports, you saw it with the Patriots. And I mean, heck, even in the Bay Area, we got 3 and 5 years here with the San Francisco Giants, and we're lucky enough to witness that. But yeah, the Timberwolves could maybe win a championship this year, or maybe it's the Oklahoma City Thunder, or maybe the Boston Celtics finally get it done, having the best record in the NBA. But when you look at the talent that's coming up through the league, I think we are entering an era in which repeating is going to be really damn hard, as you're seeing with what Denver's going through right now. And I think that there's going to be always more and more players coming up, and the hunted are going to be hunted hard. So the West alone is going to be a gauntlet to get through every year. The East, the Celtics, will see if they get it done. They're a team that's not going to go anywhere in the immediate future. And then you have up-and-coming teams like the aforementioned Orlando Magic, and now the Knicks are doing some pretty special things, and the Pacers seem ahead of schedule in their rebuild. So I could really go on, but yeah, I do think it's going to be compelling for the main reason of I think you could take about 9 to 10 teams heading into every postseason and say, Yeah, they got an outside chance of winning the title or better.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very well said, and I couldn't agree more because I'm still up in the air on what's going to happen. We promised we'd talk basketball tonight, and Greg Silver helped make it possible. Greg, thank you so much for joining us here on Sports Phone KNBR.
Oh, absolutely, Kerry. You know I'll do it anytime, and I'm always willing to take a couple of bullets of insults from our fellow producers just to make these segments happen.
All right, he is Greg Silver. Always appreciate his stuff on the Golden State Warriors. When we come back, I will be here to wrap things up. One final word on the San Francisco Giants. Appreciate Greg talking NBA with us, but on the other side, we'll discuss today's 9-1 defeat to the lowly Colorado Rockies. Not the way the Giants wanted to end this trip at Coors Field, not the road trip the Giants envisioned for themselves. And when we come back, I will discuss what the Giants must do on this upcoming 6-game homestand against the Cincinnati Reds and, of course, the Los Angeles Dodgers. They're playing a young, exciting Reds team, a team that, yes, still has its flaws, so there are opportunities for the Giants. We will wrap things up on the other side here on Sports Phone KNBR. I'm Kerry Crowley. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader. All right, we are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley wrapping up this evening's show. I want to thank Greg Silver for stopping by a moment ago to talk Golden State Warriors, talk about the NBA. Promise we want to talk some basketball tonight, and I'm glad that we did so. But we do want to finish this evening's show by turning our attention back to the San Francisco Giants, who return home on Friday evening with, quite frankly, a lot to prove. I mentioned this with Mark DeLucchi earlier this evening. The Giants, of course, do win this series against the Colorado Rockies, but once again take a lopsided defeat to end a series. This one, 9-1 today against the Rockies. Things really got out of hand in the fourth inning. It was about 10 pitches. I think the Rockies scored 6 runs against Keaton Winn in just a span that spiraled out of control. The Giants had no answer for it. And when you're at the end of a difficult stretch, as the Giants have been, 10 days, 10 games, all away from home, there sometimes just aren't answers in your bullpen. And Bob Melvin couldn't get someone up fast enough. The Giants offense wasn't going to be able to claw its way back into this game anyway. And so I think the Giants are staring at a situation where they come home with a lot to prove, because you think about the preseason expectations for this Giants club, and all of us, what we had in terms of preconceived notions after the Giants go out and sign Jung-Hoo Lee, Jordan Hicks, Jorge Soler, Matt Chapman, Blake Snell. I think everyone anticipated that this team would be more exciting, more entertaining, and more compelling. And I've hit on those notes a lot in recent weeks, especially as we've wrapped up these KNBR shows in the evening. You know, I like to end things with a closing monologue, and I've talked about, you know, the dearth of prospects in the farm system who can help this team this year. I get a lot of texts throughout the course of these shows. Call up Luciano, call up Matos, call up Schmidt. And those are all good ideas. And right now, I'm kind of in favor of that. I think that the Giants should put Nick Ahmed on the IL. Regardless of the severity of that wrist injury, I think they need to take a look at a Casey Schmidt or a Marco Luciano at shortstop, because this team just needs to get younger. But the reality is there aren't prospects forcing their way to the big league level. There aren't prospects with a 1,200 OPS at AAA Sacramento, homering every other day, which is oftentimes what happens when guys get hot in the PCL, who are giving Farhan Zaidi and Bob Melvin no choice but to say, hey, we've got to create room for you on this roster. There are guys down there having nice seasons. Casey Schmidt's off to an okay start. Marco Luciano's gotten better since the first few weeks of the season. You like to see that type of progression, especially for a 22-year-old kid. But you look down at AAA, you look past AAA into AA, high A, low A, and there just aren't hitters in this farm system right now who project to be above average major league players. And that was the case last offseason. The Giants realized that, and so that's why they went out and they signed Jung-Hoo Lee. That's why they went out and they signed Matt Chapman and Jorge Soler, because they knew they needed external additions to patch this thing up. And so I've talked about, look, if you bring in all of these players who fans are clamoring for and they don't hit, you know what? Some of that is still on the general manager, some of it's still on the president of baseball operations, and they get some of the blame. But if you're also not developing the guys who are going to come up through the farm system and help save the day eventually, whether it be 2025, 2026, or beyond, then it's really on the front office. And I think that a lot of the production this season, or lack thereof, is on the players. I think that Matt Chapman certainly hasn't been what the Giants expected him to be. Jorge Soler, injured right now, has not delivered with runners on base. That's a huge issue, and that's not something that, you know, the front office or even the coaching staff can address. At the end of the day, Jorge Soler is just going to have to get those hits. He's going to have to be the player that the Giants signed him to be, which is a far more reliable, far more consistent version of the designated hitter who's now on the injured list has been in his career. And so I say all of that, noting that I've touched on that in recent shows. And tonight I kind of wanted to end talking about what must change for the Giants on this 6-game homestand against the Cincinnati Reds and against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Because for as difficult of a stretch as the Giants have been through, and for as lackluster as their play has been, and for as easy it has been to criticize them, and we got plenty of phone calls tonight with fans who are upset about the state of this roster through about a quarter of the way through the regular season, I do think this 6-game homestand presents itself as a huge opportunity for the Giants. And I'll say this, the Cincinnati Reds, while they aren't world beaters, while they probably won't win the National League Central, while they may struggle to get into the playoff race this year, they're an exciting young baseball team. The Cincinnati Reds put pressure on you in every single game, and the Giants are going to acutely miss Patrick Bailey behind the plate because the Reds are going to run wild this weekend. Doesn't mean they're going to win. Doesn't mean the Giants can't sweep this series or take this series, but the Reds are a true test. And if the Giants can beat the Reds, if the Giants can quell the base running in this series, if the Giants can do things and play up to a level that surpasses the excitement from the Cincinnati Reds, it's going to garner them some respect from the people who go out to Oracle Park this weekend. I promise you right now, the Reds may not be the best team in Major League Baseball. They may not be close to the best team in the National League, but they are a fun, exciting young team that reminds me a lot of the way the Arizona Diamondbacks played the Giants last September, when the Giants were so out of sorts, so out of rhythm that they got stomped down at Chase Field. And it wasn't because the Diamondbacks were great at that time. They were on their way to becoming a great team, an 84-win team that would ultimately go on a run to make it all the way to the World Series. But it was because they had elements of their game that the Giants just simply couldn't contain. They were athletic. They caught balls in the outfield the Giants outfielders wouldn't have gotten to. They ran the bases much better than the Giants did. They pitched much better than the Giants did in that series. And we all remember the way that went, and that could happen against the Cincinnati Reds this weekend, but it also could not. The Giants could find a way to keep the Reds off the bases. The Giants could play great defense. You could have Matt Chapman back on the field making plays at third base for you. Who knows who's going to be the shortstop this weekend, but they're going to play a pivotal role for a Giant staff that does generate a lot of ground balls. If the Giants can figure out a way to contain this Reds team and win this series, I do think it will garner them a lot of respect from a fan base that has well-deserved questions right now about this team. And then the next 3 game set is, of course, against the Dodgers. And nothing can change your season like winning a series or sweeping a series against the Dodgers. Not saying it's likely to happen. Not optimistic about the Giants' prospects against the Dodgers because, of course, they were swept way back when. Last time the Giants were 500, actually, was when they were 2-2 headed into that series down in Los Angeles in the first week of the regular season, and they got swept by LA, 2 5-4 ball games. But again, you don't get credit for keeping things close, and the Giants did keep things close, but they didn't win those ball games. They fell to 2-5, and if the Giants want to turn their season around, I do believe one of the best ways to do it is to win a series against the Dodgers. Every team in baseball, every fan in baseball knows the top 3 in that order: Mookie Betts, Shohei Ohtani, and Freddie Freeman. They're all-stars, they're superstars, and they are big talents who are driving forces for a LA team that is once again picking up steam. And it is once again going to be a significant challenge for the Giants to counter the Dodgers next week. Do I think that they have the horses to do so? Do I think that their offense can hit against this Dodgers pitching staff where you've now got Yamamoto going, a number of other arms are rounding into form? Not necessarily. Not entirely confident. But I do know this. When you're sitting 5 games under 500 on May 9th, if you put together a winning homestand, if you go 4-2, 5-1, if you find a way, you can fight your way back into this thing. And I'm not positive the Giants can do it. I'm just saying that they are at a point in the season where a lot of eyes are on them. A lot of folks are questioning this Giants team. What's it made of? What's its identity? How concerned should you be about this Giants club? And that's why this is a real opportunity. Coming off a massively disappointing road trip where the Giants lose a series in Boston, they get swept out of Philadelphia in disappointing, disgusting fashion, I'd say, and then they fail to complete the sweep against the Colorado Rockies this week. They can turn this around. They can make this a distant memory if they take care of business against a younger, more athletic team in the Cincinnati Reds and a much more star-laden, power-laden team in the Los Angeles Dodgers. So, it won't be easy. I don't know that there are a lot of people who believe in the Giants right now, but if they have the internal belief in the clubhouse, if Bob Melvin really is the manager the Giants fans were sold on to believe that he could be, this will be a week that could define the season. Now, the same could be true if they go 1-5, 0-6. It's going to get really ugly really fast for this franchise. This week is an opportunity, but it's also the possibility of a problem. And so next week, by Thursday, we will have some answers about this Giants ball club. This is not necessarily a defining stretch of the season, especially if they go 3-3 or 4-2, but it has the potential. If they can get to 5-1, if they can surprise the Reds and the Dodgers, then they can really help turn this thing around, and they can quiet some of the doubts. they can quell some of these concerns, they can start to turn their season around against two clubs that present entirely different problems, but present problems that will challenge the Giants in very significant ways. I'm Kerry Crowley. I want to thank everyone for joining us, tuning in this evening on Sports Phone KNBR. Had so much fun with you. Thanks to our producer, Rafael Corral, who booked a great show. I want to thank Derek Papa, who helped us out earlier this afternoon. I want to thank everyone behind the scenes at KNBR who worked the phone lines this evening. I'm Kerry Crowley, signing off. Bill Lasky has this show tomorrow night. You're listening. Sports Zone KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
This is Giants baseball. Nothing like it.